Oh, there you go. Professionalism. Let's go. Everybody, welcome to the UK Creator Clash. $5,000 are on the line. We have 18 amazing Marvel Snap players participating in this tournament, and I am super, super, super excited to get into it. How are you feeling today, Raven?
I'm feeling great. Just moving the water out of shot because I'm a semi-professional caster. But yeah, I'm super excited. This is it's a really cool venue. Everyone's here set up, and I think most importantly, it's just great to see everyone. Right? Obviously, a lot of these people, you yourself included, I have not met before, so it's nice to meet everyone in person, hang out, and I think everyone now that we've set up, where everyone sat down, sort of game prepping, that they're pretty excited to get into this because we do have 5 rounds of Swiss being played out today, and then the top 8 are going to move on to tomorrow, and where we'll crown our champion. So we've got a lot of Snap going on today, and a lot of games being played out. So yeah, I actually just can't wait to get started.
Yeah, me too. We're going to get games going in about 5 minutes, guys. Just to get some last minute things set up for the players. But I'm super, super excited. Some of the lists, actually, do you want to let's break down the lists a little bit. So I know for a fact we have 8 bounce lists that were selected by the players. Bounce is the most popular, and then I believe we have 7. I want to say high Evo Lockjaw. Raven will probably pull up on his phone now just to triple check 100%.
I'm not just texting.
Yeah,
just
texting.
I'm bored of this.
No, oh my god, yeah. But yeah, it wasn't all bounce on high Evo Lockjaw. They were probably the most popular decks, but people did bring some spicy stuff like ramp. We saw a few surfer lists. What else do we have in there? The new Nick Fury change, guys, from the OTA. We do have, I believe, Harry and Eggs brought that list, so I'm super excited to see how that's going to perform in this tournament.
Yeah, and just to go over some of the rules, I see some people asking in the chat as well. I'll quickly just explain. Swiss is basically a format where instead of, say, single elimination or double elimination, the players play 5 rounds, we're going to have 5 today, where you basically match up against an opponent, you play a match, and then the next round you match a different opponent, and so on. And basically, the better you do, the higher chance you have got of going through. So, for example, if anyone goes 5-0 today and wins all of their rounds, they just will be in the top 8 for tomorrow. It's just mathematically 100%. And then on top of that, when you were talking about the deck list and how much of this we're seeing, how much of that, it's also important to know that the players had to build 2 decks, and the decks could not share cards at all. So if you're wondering like, oh, why would someone bring this? Why wouldn't someone just bring High Ev twice?
Yep.
You know, that's why you cannot share cards. The decks have to be different. But when they are playing, when they say like the players are getting ready for round 1, they know what their opponent's decks are, but all they have to do is pick one deck to play because it's one single battle mode game versus their opponent, and that's going to be round 1 done and dusted. So that choice, I think, is going to be very interesting because we've seen a lot of the top tier sort of ongoing meta decks, but it's when do they jump over to these spicy ones? Do they look and go, well, if my opponent is playing High Ev Lockjaw, well, this is why I brought this other deck.
Exactly, yeah.
But then what if my opponent doesn't pick that? And I think that's a lot to think about for these players for today.
100%. It's like mind games within deck building. Deck building is such an integral part of Snap. And I think to go along with that, yeah, it's either like you bring the best deck or you bring the deck to counter the best deck. So I'm super excited to see. Some people might just like stick with their one list throughout the entire tournament. That's what they're most comfortable with. They think, you know, I can beat the best list, and maybe this is the best list. So I'm super excited to get into it. Games will be starting, guys, in about 2 minutes. Just going to get everything set up.
Yeah, and just a quick shout out as well. You may be wondering, why is there Magic the Gathering behind us and Pokemon? Well, basically, we are, casting this from a venue in Manchester, game, and it's actually a really super cool venue. They have not only, as you can see, these games that they play here, where we're on actually a big, you can't see it, but we're on like a big card game table, which is actually pretty awesome. Yeah, basically like a board game table. It's awesome. We're set up here, but they have tons of PCs where you can play all sorts of stuff. They've got consoles that you guys can't see, but they're in front of us. So yeah, really cool venue. Bit toasty. It's a bit warm. I didn't expect this in a British summer. I did not expect it to be so hot, unfortunately. But yeah, the venue's cool. All the players are set up over there on their PCs. And of course, there are some of the players are streaming. Some of the players are posting pictures and videos. So make sure to check them out because there's a lot of cool stuff going on. Like I said, I think a big portion of it is we all just get to hang out and play some games. Well, we don't. We have to work and mess around with tech issues. But they get to hang out and play some games.
100%. And then just before we jump into the tournament, guys, I want to give a huge shout out to all of the sponsors that we have for the event. So we have Glapion Law Firm, who is our lead sponsor. Huge shout out to him. And we also have Community Gaming, who run some of the best online Marvel Snap tournaments at the moment. Highly recommend you guys go check them out. And then we also have a Neon Dog Coffee. So super thankful that they all sponsor the event. So I believe we're going to jump into it at the moment. We're going to see if we can get a game going here. Who are you? Is there any decks that you're actually excited to see, or a particular play that brought a list that you're like, oh, I really want to see this?
There's a few, and I think what's really good, just as good from the Creator Clash 1 in New York, was just the fact that the players we have are actually insane, right? You look at the list, and it's so sick. We have Ordinary Harry, of course, a fan favorite, no doubt, coming back and bringing some spicy lists as well. But we've got D-Money, we've got Z, we've got Specimen, who will be streaming this, I believe, on YouTube, on his channel. So if you want to watch on YouTube, by all means. And we've got just so many great players. Lamby's traveled quite the distance to be over here. Lowell, of course, that you know very well. Oh, well, there was no joke there. There was no joke there. It was a terrible pun attempt. But yeah, we've got so many great players. We've got Brendan here. We've got Browdays here. All the big names. And I can't wait to get going. But it's hard to pick because the OTAs has mixed a few things up, right, in terms of the meta. And the players had a very short time to actually submit lists. So it's going to be very tricky to work out who's going to get ahead because on one stage, excuse me, we have the go-to, the lockjaw, the bounce, the high ev, and so on, which everyone's expecting to see. But does that do well when everyone is expecting it? Because you're not going to rock up this tournament and go, I've not really got a plan for lockjaw high ev, because of course you're not, right?
Yeah, of
so
course.
I'm very interested to see how these perform when people are just 100% expecting to run into them. What do you guys, or who do you guys think is going to do well here? Because there's as I said, there's just close to just a collection of the best players, right? Like there aren't too many names. There are some names that say couldn't make it or for whatever reason, which was unfortunate. But in general, we have some of the best players in the world. So I want to know who the fan favorites are here because it's so tough. Like I know a lot of these players quite well, and I still can't pick, so I'm not sure what whose people's favorite are going to be. I guess you would have to give overall favorite to Harry because he's the current champion.
Of course,
yeah.
I think the list that Harry brought were really good because he decided he was brave enough to bring the Dino Fury list, which I don't think they had a lot of time to test that because OTA literally came out, I think it was like 10 p.m. our time.
It was really, for us here, and obviously bear in mind everyone was traveling here that doesn't already live in the UK, but it was late Thursday night.
Very
and
late,
normally it's like 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. for us, but it was actually quite late. And then obviously the players were traveling. Funny story if you guys really want to laugh. A lot of the players sort of have an Airbnb together. This morning we had to send out a search party because Fresh Lobster got left in the Airbnb alone, like Home Alone style, and then got trapped in a porch that he couldn't get out of. So we had to go and send a rescue squad to recover him. He's safe, but I guess as lobsters are wont to do, getting caught in little traps.
Of
it was
course.
Hilarious.
All right.
I was worried for about 2 seconds, and then I just started laughing about it because it just simply was funny. Are you going? You leaving me?
Yeah, so we have a game ready to switch over, but I think they're just in the lobby, so I'm going to check with Alphos, see if the bracket started, and then we'll jump straight into it. Okay, it's going to be Howling versus Z.
Do it.
Right? Everyone's seen this deck for so long now, probably for nearly the past month. It's just a really good deck when you high roll. Yeah, and he's going to do the instant snap.
Yep. Why not? When you're this far ahead, you just make someone create that decision point right now.
I mean, you look at the hand anyways, like even if he doesn't have the lockjaw play, he's got Thor and Thor. You know what I mean? Like,
Spider-Man, Spider-Ham, Thor,
Yep.
Jane, and then you'll draw something, right? You'll guarantee draw the hammer. Worse, Wasp even does a good job because it's high evoed, of course, and the likelihood of hitting a Jubilee or just honestly any of the 6 drops just to round out this rough game plan is so high that you'd snap because I don't even think Howling cares if they lose 3 here because it's like, well, there's like 2 more goes of that before he's even overly worried. So I think we just saw then, I did blink unfortunately, but I did see, I think the death got hit there. Yes, it looks like it, doesn't it? The death got hit. So that's one problem. Because again, death's one of the ways that Destroy can like cheat out wins. Because you have access to like, even if it's like a 112 or whatever, 012, that you can then maybe Zola, double that across to 2 other locations and grab a win there. That's just gone now. So Z definitely on the back foot with this Destroy deck.
And we see double Dream Dimension pop. That's not what you want to see at all. So it means no Magics, no Nimrods. Pretty much after this Jubilee, I mean, you already just want this Jubilee to high roll. And then I guess Z can Venom this bookie. She has also played a Wolverine and a Carnage there as well.
Yeah.
So, it's something she can do because Venom's going to go up to 5 cost.
Yeah.
But after this pull from Howling, it seems like he's not... Okay, he gets a high roll. Now, that is only 1 lane, though.
Yeah.
And we won't be able to Jane into a Mjolnir here. Wolverine flying over to that lane. Yeah, how much?
Oh, wow.
What's
+2.
Yeah. So what does the Venom do? Just gives +1. Just gives +1 power. That's pretty much it. I mean,
No, +3.
+3.
Yeah,
oh, yes,
yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Still, not the best. It does
make Null good.
Yeah, and you know what? That might just be the desperation play again. I think Z would have much preferred Wolverine to go literally anywhere else. There's another like weird plan where you can like Zola Wolverine because that creates like 3 Wolverines, but they're not that big, so it's pretty tough.
Yep. So we're gonna have to see what happens here. The Venom is coming out as it is pretty much her only play. I did see somebody in chat ask earlier: are they using deck trackers or notepads? A combination of both. They can use deck trackers.
They're
if they
allowed
want.
to use trackers. They can obviously use paper if they want, whatever the players want, because there was no need to try and. I personally don't think memory is a good thing to test in a card game. It's like, just play the game, and that's the test, right? See who wins. But now we're going to see something we may see quite often over the course of this weekend, which is Hulk getting slammed for a lot of power and just saying, well, yep, they won.
Yep.
Just what do you think of this, though, right? The Wasp mid to try and cover some bases, like...
it's not going to cover too much because Howling has Prio, so it's just +1 power.
Well, that's what I was thinking, right? It's +1 to 5, but would you not rather like Wasp the Venom or something? You know what I mean? To try and like
because it's only
or even Wasp the Wolverine, because what you've got to worry about is what does the Zola option do here? Because that Venom is what 15.
15, yeah.
That's going to gain the power on the left as well.
Yep. We see the Shine come down rather than the Null.
Cheese.
Oh, she does take
it's enough.
it.
Yeah,
it is enough.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was enough.
And this is what I was saying. Very easy for me to say now, but look at the difference where the Wasp would have drawn, right? And then, yes, that would have still been a loss, but I didn't see what the Wasp was doing too much as 1 power mid to make it 5. I'm not sure what it was beating, because even if the Wolverine died, wouldn't it have been 6?
Yeah.
So it would have won that.
Exactly.
You know, even in that like weird outcome, Wolverine dies and flips to the mid. Well, it still wins. So I think that was a slight misstep, unless I'm missing something, which sometimes I do. But we'll see how it goes as the players move on. Z still got a decent chance here, as just have to grab a couple more wins. But I think now I would expect to see a snap from one or the other, whether it's Howling, whether it's Z, because yes, Z has like an extra life if it just sticks at 2, but that's only if Howling retreats. And I think to an extent, Howling would rather just snap and play till the end than retreat and say, okay, here's an extra, here's an extra win for no good reason.
100%.
Nothing too crazy sticking out right now, but there is the Electro option. It does limit some of the game plan with the likes of Wasp and Lockjaw, but it's just something to think about if, for example, Howling drew Jane next turn, could potentially go straight Electro into Jane. But I think overall it's more likely to go Thor, Jubilee, and just start that steamroller going, because that's basically what the deck's built for.
100%. So I have actually just updated the bracket, guys. So if you do exclamation point bracket, you can see the full bracket and see everybody's games going on at the moment. I am actually going to run and see if I can get Z's camera up and running as well, because I know a lot of people want to see Z. All right, so we'll be back in just 1 second.
Yep. Also, as well, just triple check that Howling's sharing on the high quality, because that's the only thing as well. And again, guys, I know you guys obviously want to see the best of the best on the broadcast. We're doing what we can, but it's a pretty complicated setup without a spectator mode, as I'm sure you guys, we all play the same game, right? We all know how it is. So we are doing our best. We will get this sorted as the day continues, so we will do what we can here. But for now, you just get to listen to us talk about the game. We are going to see Z now just get that Deathlock over on the far left on Onslaught Citadel. Wolverine chilling out in the mid, and Wolverine, there's nothing that's really going to move anything around. The scary part here for Z, and something she'll really have to start considering from like right now, easier because we can see, but the threat of Magneto is actually a big deal, right? Because if Magneto starts pulling the likes of Venom, the likes of Deathlock that's already down into that Fist Tower, Z's going to be in trouble. And I think I'm actually surprised that there's just not been a snap from Howling purely off the back of that Magneto. I think Z really needs to start just filling up Fist Tower as quickly as possible. It's going to be a tricky one, though. Oh, Debris. I mean, that helps. Like I said, anything to just fill up Fisk and make Magneto not completely dominate here. We are going to see the Jubilee drop down with the Chavez flying out of the deck. Lockjaw is now available with the Wasp. And with Jubilee gone, again, I don't have access to exactly what cards are left in the deck. But I think Lockjaw Wasp, not the end of the world here if Howling wants to do it the other way. But the only problem is if Howling goes Lockjaw Wasp in Fisk Tower, then that removes the Magneto play. And I truly believe Magneto turn 6 on Fisk is the strongest thing Howling can do. And I'll be honest, I'm a little bit shocked it's not happening. Yeah, this is a real surprise. I think missing out on Magneto... Yeah, okay, Howling's winding back. I think not Magnetoing or leaving space for Magneto turn 6 is crazy because Venom's a 3-drop. Deathlock and Debris are already on board as 3-drops. Like, you can pull them all to Fisk and just delete them.
So he gets pulled to the Wasp. Jane does get pulled to drop both of the cards.
Yeah, it's very... fine, I would say. Not mind-blowing. But like I said, I'm just shocked. Look at this. Prio could have just Magnetoed this Venom across into Fisk, and it's just gone. I'm really surprised. I think in this matchup, if you play Magneto, you need to know what are my good Magneto hits. And against this, everything.
Yep. I could see a real comeback for Z coming here. I mean, as we can see in her hand, she has just played... Null, she's played Null and Death on Fisk Tower. I think she might revert this because that's kind of overkill. She already has 28 power on the Null, so that should be able to take care of Fisk Tower.
Well, what's the... yeah, it's so tricky. It's...
yeah, I think you need to put some power on the...
Yeah, because this is a guaranteed hit, but she has to play knowing that Hammer's drawn, right? So this is going to be 20 power, and she's -1.
Yeah.
So she has to commit something. The only weird thing is now, like, maybe this Magneto wasn't played on the right because that makes Howling scared of Null. But I think, like, one big thing on turn 6 shouldn't be a fear with this Lockjaw.
No, I think she has this. I think it's going to be Null on the right, and then, yeah, you can see the Death come out on the left. And we have a game on our hands.
That's looking good. Z's fighting back, and again, and that was for 3. So now I believe both players are on that 3 health. So that's looking quite good indeed for this, because both players being on 3 means suddenly it is just an even matchup.
I'm going to work on getting Z's camera feed back up, guys, right now. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, this is really scary now. And don't get me wrong, I think overall Howling's still just, favored just from a base standpoint of deck versus deck. But as we've seen, the Destroy deck is capable. But like I said, what feels like way back at the start of this matchup, it just feels like Z has to do so much more work to make it happen, like she did in the previous couple of games. So she's doing a great job here, good control of the deck. We're going to see double Yondu. And there is camera number 2 for you guys. All
right, so now we've got a game on our hands. I do believe Howling is on 3 and Z is also on 3.
Yeah, they're both on 3.
It's a proper game on our hands right now.
And now snaps do matter, because now it's like a mini best of 3 unless someone snaps.
Exactly.
Like, that's the tricky thing. So the snap power will be very interesting to see who decides to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Do you know what's really interesting here is one reason why I actually do kind of like Howling's deck is because he has a lot of 4s. Well, he has Jubilee, but he also opted. He explained the thing to me earlier. He's like, it's basically a 4/9. It can't be shanged. And it's also an option. Well, if I don't draw my 3 drops, I'm still pretty good.
And you have good things versus, some certain builds and styles of card where the power is actually super important and you do want to knock them down a peg or 2. So, yeah, I definitely like it. I had the thing as more powerful than... Cyclops before High Ev came out. I thought, yeah, it's a 4/6 that basically deals 3.
Yeah,
like, okay, like, and obviously with the with Zabu being a card as well, I think that's definitely important here. But we are going to see the snap come out from Howling. So this is, like I said, the snap is okay. It's been accepted. So this is the last round. Now both players have said, yep, we're going to play with this and see how it goes.
Now again, the death got hit by Ham, which is quite unfortunate.
Expansion.
What do we see?
Not bad. Not the best, but not bad. Versus Shocker. I would say Howling got the better of that. Just because it's just strictly more power, generally speaking.
6 versus 3, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And, yeah, this is looking tough for Z. I mean, he can literally just drop the thing in mid, which is going to be a pretty big swing. Like, she's still going to have to try to take it back afterwards.
I actually think I like the Jubilee.
You like Jubilee?
I think there's just more upside. And then you can, if you want to play the thing on turn 5, fine. But I just think the Jubilee, generally speaking, yes, the Wasp is still in the deck, whatever.
And
but I just think,
I suppose if you pull Mjolnir,
yeah, I
that's
just
okay.
think there's more overall upside, especially if you play it on Xandar, because suddenly the Wasp gains +1 Mjolnir, +1 whatever. So we'll see. But it looks like he's just going for a little bit more of a reliable thing play instead in the middle.
I respect it because now she has to catch up on pretty much every lane.
Yeah.
Or at least 2 lanes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just looking on, if you look at Z's hand, she does have the Nimrod and the Venom available. So that is a bit of spread. I do think we haven't really seen the Nimrod potential, the buff of Nimrod really come out here. But it's difficult as well because Ham, like, again, if she had Death, she does the Venom stuff and she gets a bit of a discount. But because Death is out of the question now, there's only a limited amount of things that Z is available to do here.
And this is what I was saying. I think the Nimrod buff, nice. I think Nimrod's a cool card that was underpowered. But bear in mind, it's not like it's gone to 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit extra. It helps with Doom, because suddenly Nimrod versus Doom, that face-off is a little bit more favored towards the Nimrod than it used to be.
Oh, the Lockjaw gets pulled. Not necessarily a bad thing, but like maybe would have preferred a Jane. Better than a Wasp, I suppose.
I think the biggest thing here, no Magic.
Yeah.
Because Magic, especially with this board the way it looks now for Howling, Magic could have caused some trouble, because Howling's about to fill up locations, and there's not really much you can do about that. So now Z has to make something happen instantly. And Z does have Venom, does have Zola.
Zola.
Is this like... Oh, yeah, Zola Nimrod goes bang, 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 bang.
Zola
Nimrod
it's
might
a
be the
how
way.
do we ever be Hulk? This is pretty much how all of these...
You'll have to ask the devs, Coward. You'll have to ask the devs, because no one knows.
This is pretty much how all of the games are going so far. It's like, whenever I'm facing this deck, it's like, right, well, they can play Wasp here to catch up a little or whatever, and then I just lose against Hulk.
The funny thing is, like, Shang-Chi would actually do something, but what is the pairing with Shang?
Nothing.
And that's why I said, for example, if Magic was played, one, Hulk might just get played on 6.
Yeah.
Like, perfect. You don't have to guess. But also, it gives more time to go 4-3 or 3-2-2 or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, there's very few 4-2 combos that you can do with Shang.
A lot of the time with this deck, I've found, is unless you play Null, sure, but the other smaller combo you go is this Nimrod, but then you have Carnage, then Venom. So, you know, you start like flying the Nimrods across the board. But this is looks like it's going to be the last turn of not only this round, but also the game between the players. And I think, unless something goes terribly wrong here, and that's not that terribly wrong, I think Howling's got the better end of the stick here. Wait, the Thought is dead, but there's no way to catch.
Wait,
right?
what did she play on that side? Yeah.
Again,
this is the thing that we're saying. There's no way to pair. So she was... Do you know what's actually funny, though? Is that could have worked. Because if Wasp got pulled and then Shang-Chi would have won. Wait, would she have won? 5? Take the 5 away? No. She would have lost by 1.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we
I think we're back.
Okay.
Yep.
Hopefully this is the last time. Again, it's like first round, it's technicalities. I think we figured out the problem. I hope so. But nevertheless, that was a great first game.
Yep.
Really, really, really good first game. Congrats to Howling on that. Just pulled out the victory. For the next few games going forward, guys, we should have no issues. Fingers crossed.
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to tone down some of the stuff and just make sure it's more of a smooth show, even though it's potentially less flashy. But, you know, it's fine. So, yeah, we do, I believe, still have some matches still going on. So we'll see. I mean, maybe we can even...
Can we get like an interview with somebody on, maybe? Do you want to get Howling on?
We can do,
We could, yeah.
Well,
we can test this.
See if this deafens us, because we didn't test this, did we?
We did not test this. All right, chat, get ready to have your eardrums blown off. All right.
So you can hear this, right? So I'll mute me and I'll talk. Test.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That sounds perfect to me.
Okay.
Howling, do you want to come on and talk about games? Yeah.
Right, squeeze up. Get cozy.
Sorry, I'm a big boy. What can I
Right.
say?
That's fine. We should probably brought a chair here.
Want me to hold it? Do you want to hold it?
Yeah, you can hold it.
Okay,
Just
cool.
mic to mouth.
Cool.
Yeah, perfect.
Hey, chat. How you doing?
Oh, I'm still muted, aren't I?
And you're
Hey,
back.
okay. Perfect.
Hey, chat. How you doing?
Yep. So here's Howling. How was that match? Because that looked, considering what at least I would say, obviously you can tell us, like Lockjaw Hayev seems favoured against pretty much everything, but that got a lot closer than it initially looked.
You started off really well.
Yeah.
And then,
I think it's an interesting one. I think a lot of people in the room feel the same way, that the Evo deck is obviously kind of the deck to beat going into the weekend, but I think you can build it in a number of slightly different ways. And I think, depending on which version you pick, you have worse matchups into a variety
Certain
of
things,
people.
yeah.
And I definitely feel like some of the choices I've made in my list make me worse against a deck like Destroy. I was kind of hoping Z would take the other choice. I was wrong. That's fine. But I think, so I had a bit of an awkward game in the middle there. I think I'm supposed to retreat in the game, that I try and go for the sneaky Hulk win on the lane. And I think I just got in my own head a bit too much about trying to be clever. And
Is that
that's
so?
fine.
Is that what happened with the Wasp mid? Because I was talking about like, I don't know what the Wasp mid beats. Whereas if you took it just on the Hulk side, it's just more power in
I
a lane.
think the truth is,
to
it
win.
was just a mistake.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I
sure.
think I look at it in hindsight and I'm like, well, that didn't achieve anything, and that's kind of fine. But that last game was a real sweat because I realized on turn 5 that although I'd Yondu'd the null from the random Yondu, I hadn't seen the card that Z had got from me. So it was like, okay, I lose to my own Magneto. That needs to stop happening. And then I was like, well, I lose to my own Hulk. So now I have to go for the Doom. Otherwise, I can't beat the Hulk. So I'm sitting there just like kind of sweating on the last turns. And it's like, well, we've played to our outs. Let's see what she got. And she got the Magneto at the end. And I was like, okay, we played turn 5 correctly. We're okay. It's good. But it's been great. People are great. And that was a fantastic match, I think, to start. So
Awesome, man.
Good.
Yeah.
We'll let you get ready for your next match. Mute this so I don't bang
no problem.
something.
We're all good.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll
Cheers,
see you later.
appreciate it, mate. All right. So, guys, as we said, hopefully we're going to have everything set up. There should be no more crashing issues. Glap, thank you very much. You're in the chat.
Glap in the chat?
Once again, shout out to Glap. This event would not be possible without, literally would not be possible without Glap. So big shout out to you, my friend. As I said, things aren't going to be as flashy as I'm going to be updating the thing. I have a magnet that keeps hitting the table here. Things aren't be as flashy, but it will be stable, and we won't have any more crashing, which is good.
Yeah, because all we're bothered about is you guys get to watch some cool games, the players get to play some cool games, and we go from there. So we'll be sorting that out for you guys throughout the day. I think that is a round call. Is that round 1 finished? Okay, so round 1... Oh, sorry,
all
punching
good.
you.
All good.
Round 1's finished. That means all the players have played out one initial match. And again, just for those of you who are a bit newer to Swiss, the way it will work now, the first matches, what we just had, were completely random, like random pairings. Now, all the 1-0s, as much as they can be, I think, it always works for round 2, all the players who won play each other in round 2. All the players who lost play each other in round 2.
Yep.
So that means we'll have a bunch of 1-1s from either side. We'll have some 2-0s and we'll have some 0-2s by the end of the next round. And this will continue for 5 rounds until the end of the day, and then we will cut that top 8. So pretty excited for that. But yeah, already that was a great first match. And, you know, Howling even talking about, oh, I kind of hoped that Z would play this deck, but she didn't, so I had to adapt to this. And it's like, that's the kind of mind games that we see from this.
Yeah, 100%. We're actually going to pull up the bracket here and just see what round 1 was, the results of round 1, so we can just scroll through them really briefly. Let me pull this up for you guys.
Yeah, again, the bracket is in the chat, so thanks to Chibi, who just posted, who did the command there. Good job. So you guys can follow along with the bracket yourselves, of course. But look at this. Lowell beat Browday. Okay.
Yeah.
See, this is something we'll get used to, because when you have a stacked tournament, every result sounds like I can't believe it.
Yeah.
But then you realize every player's
It's
good.
very good. Exactly.
So what do you have now? We have Marco beat Fresh Lobster, so Lobster not recovering from his confinement.
Dan beat Moyen. Interesting.
okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, Hip beat Freddy Babes.
Brendan
beat Volvi. Okay. We saw Howling and Z.
Lamby versus D-Money. Oh, okay.
Spec beat Eggs. That would have been funny,
That
because they
would
are
have been
sat
funny.
next to each other.
And they're both streaming as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that would have been a good one. Hannah beat Harry as well. Okay. So that
Interesting.
is... Yeah, that's not too bad. Is that everyone?
That's everyone.
That's everyone, isn't it?
There's
Right,
only 18
9.
players.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I just had to look and go, I just want to double check that is everyone.
Yeah.
So, those are the results for round 1. And like I said, what we will have now as we move over and get round 2 ready is all the winners will face each other, and then it will keep on ticking as close as it can possibly do. I think, like, on round 4, like, a 2-1 might face a 1-2 or something to make everything even out. But basically that's how it's going to work. And then for tomorrow, we will just cut the top 8 players with the top 8 scores with tiebreakers included, of course, and we will play that out to see who is going to be our Creator Clash UK champion. So already exciting stuff, and I think these should be correct, so we can preview the matchups we have coming up for round 2.
All right, so we've got Hannah versus Speci, Lamby versus Howling, Brendan versus Hip, Den versus Mark, Lowell versus Harry, Eggs versus D-Money, Z versus Volvi, Freddy versus Moyen, and Lobster versus Browday. I think I'm just trying to figure out what match we can jump in here. Shall we jump into MOYEN versus FREDDY? I think that'll be an enjoyable game to watch.
Yeah, I think I mean, that's the thing, right? And again, this was a bit of an odd one, because we crashed the stream a couple of times. But the plan will be, if our first match that we're casting ends like quickly and it isn't a long drawn out one like Howling versus E, we'll just hop over to a different match and we'll get as many going for you as possible, guys. We want to see as many matches on screen as possible, and we know you guys too as well. You know what I might do? Okay, don't tell Kara I did this, because this probably breaks stuff, but I'm going to move the camera so you guys can have a bit of a better view. Watch this. Uh-oh. I'm definitely going to break something. Oh, there we go. Look, there you go, guys. See, now you can hear me, but you can see everyone else. That's Den. Yeah, who is it? Yeah, it's Den, and then Lobster in the green T-shirt. You're getting the back views of everyone. Again, don't tell Kara I did this. This is all his expensive equipment, and I'm just pissing around with it. I don't even know if he wanted me to swear, but there we go. He'll never know he's not here. Shh. Yeah, oh, there's Lamby walking up the deck. This is new commentary. I'm just commentating everyone walking around. It's great. Yeah, we've got Howling over there. Some of the players are further back in layers, of course. Brendan is the one who's sat next to, as Cow was walking past now, on the end of that row. And those rows go down there. So this is the venue, guys. Is the background from the venue or sponsors? It's the venue. We're actually set up. The table that you can see we're on, there you go, is actually built for, they've just added this actual, sort of IRL gaming, like board gaming or card gaming. So it's pretty cool, actually, to have that. Let me bring you back now. And this is definitely not going to be at the same angle it was, but whatever. We're back now as Cow is back. And I think we're getting ready to go into the game. I think, yep. MOYEN's not doing much, but...
so everyone's playing the games, and the only person that left to go to the bathroom is MOYEN. So,
brilliant. Yep. This is what we expect. And remember the advice I always give you about tournaments and managing players. They'll always do something to annoy you. And as obviously typical, one player is going to go. But that's fine. We've got plenty of time. But we are going to have Freddy Babes versus MOYEN coming right up. Freddy Babes is locked in and ready to go. And as soon as MOYEN gets back, we will be good to go. Ah, is that why it's a little bit
That's
fuzzy?
why it's a bit fuzzy. So
you run over, Cower.
Yeah.
I'm getting used to this.
I know.
Leave me on my own, Cower. I'll survive. I've got Twitch chat to support me. Here, though, as we get into what is going to be round number 2, it looks like we're going to get a Nebula on the right side. Again, a lot of the time you'd think that, Nebula going to be dropping on the left onto Mir Island. But the problem with that is a lot of the time the issue is that, well, everyone wants to play on Mir Island as much as possible. So it's good to just drop it on the right side. You'd lose a little bit of time getting some buffs from there, as we're going to see the Iceman come out from MOYEN. But the Nebula, in a roundabout way, should just catch up the Iceman. I know it's not even, it doesn't really make much sense, as a lot of things I say don't, but it should happen over the course of some time. Going to see Armageddon drop down on that Mir Island as well. Already, I imagine is going to be locked in for the Shuri, because again, Shuri quite low powered, going to be dropped in there with something big. Taskmaster's already there, and now Freddy is just missing out on that big drop. Whether it's Typhoid Mary or not, we are going to disappear. Thanos snapped the screen. Let's see. Should I mess with stuff, guys? I'm pretty scared, actually. I don't know if I should show this. Maybe it's going to restart on the same... Oh! Wait for it. Wait for it. Skaboosh. There we go. Have we fixed? Can we get a saved? Can I get a saved in the chat? Yep, Kawa, again, once more working his magic, getting things sorted out for you guys. But yeah, like I said, the armor going to be dropped down on Mir Island. As yeah, Freddy's going to snap. Freddy's okay with this. Has the setup outside of the big thing to create for Taskmaster, but does have Shuri, does have the armor down now as well. So not looking too bad. But there's Sinister London Cower. What a spicy meatball.
This is an absolutely crazy game so far. Yeah. Sinister London coming down is always one of those locations, especially with Shuri. Just like, oh my god. Like you can, and I say probably even more so with old Shuri. Because
oh yeah, because you get double the effect, right? Yeah.
Whereas you don't get double the effect with this one.
Yeah, and it's funny. People are like, well, why would you play on Sinister London? It's like, well, you want to play the big thing on Sinister London because it's still a big thing, right? So,
chat's just asking who are the hands again. I have this sorted, guys. Don't worry. There you go. So the issue is actually, unfortunately, Freddy's using windowed mode, so that's why it's a little bit off, and there's nothing I can do about that. So.
Make him full screen. Is it full screen?
He can't full screen it because the only option is to do it within the actual menu to do full screen. There's a little toggle in the settings.
Oh, you can alt enter.
Are you sure? Would you like to get up, Raven, this time? And I
No,
can...
I've told chat plenty of time. My job is to not get up and sort stuff. My job is to talk rubbish down the microphone full time.
Perfect. Okay, this Doom coming out. Is it going to be able to compete with the Shuri? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Also, how does this work? If that Shuri triggers on the left side, like say if Freddy plays 2 cards, right? He can't actually play 2 cards this turn.
Yeah, all it does is you play the card on the right. The right card, the first card played gets buffed from the Shuri if you play it on the right or the left, but I imagine it'll be right. And then that mimics over. But that second Shuri does nothing, basically, is how it works. It's only there because you want to play your big thing on the Sinister London, so you have to play Shuri on Sinister London. So that's just like an extra 2, well, now 3 power that you just sort of write off, basically. But yeah, looks like we are going to get, what was that, the Typhoid Mary, the Sandman, going to sprinkle some sandy salt onto the board here. Going to reduce it down, but not the end of the world, because this Titania was also locked anyway. The Ebony Maw without Sauron being played is also unplayable here for Freddy. So I imagine this is just going to be a Taskmaster, and that's just simply a lot of power. The fear for Freddy is the Taskmaster's duplication hits the nowhere, which then it oh no, it should still be fine, right? Because the first Taskmaster goes off on Sinister London, and that already has power, so it probably shouldn't need to be a problem. Again, super interested to see how this deck performs, because I think a couple of players have brought Shuri Red Skull, and it was quite the brave pick, because frankly, the players just wouldn't have had tons of time to test this because of when the OTA was. Oh, it's going to be Chavez. Am I misunderstanding Taskmaster? I thought if the first Taskmaster goes off and it's, say, 20-odd power or whatever, then the second one will go off as well. Oh, Freddy a little bit unsure. Yeah, he's going to go for Task instead. I think Taskmaster works. I think this should be fine overall. If that goes off and gets the... Yeah, okay. So it was Retreat Layer anyway from Moyen. So Moyen just saying, nope, I have had enough. I'm backing out of this one. It's going to be some extra damage put through there on Moyen. Are they... We might have to... I don't know if we have to look. Are they all streaming it on the high one? Is this because we've got so many people?
So Freddy's streaming on...
It's on at 1080. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, we do have 800 people streaming their views, to be fair.
But there is actually no internet connection, so it's fine. We figured out some more stuff. After this round, I'm literally positive. I will give you my personal Kawa guarantee that there will be no more issues.
Oh, well,
yep.
Okay, you all heard that.
Yep.
Kawa did not mute himself for this one, so he's made a grave mistake, but we will see how it goes. Let's move into round 3 now. Again, the player's not really dealing too much damage, nothing too much going on, but we'll see how we progress. We can see the Black Panther, the Electros there in hand, and the Leader, which is something to bear in mind for Moyen's hand. Whereas on the other side here, it's still got that Red Skull available. But the early 0 always feels weird in Red Skull Shuri.
Yep, I agree. Well, it doesn't feel weird when you top deck the Titania, does it?
Yeah, Titania changes things a little bit. That's going to be a little bit nicer to deal with now. But generally speaking, it feels weird because it's like, well, if you don't play it, the times where you want to hold it and say, well, I'll play it later, unless you play it on turn 6, you could just never end up playing it, right? And then suddenly you've kind of lost 3 power for no real reason. Because again, I'm not 100% sure on Moyen's deck list, but I don't think he runs a Shang-Chi. So if that's the case... Like, for example, Freddy doesn't need armor to have an ability, right? Like, if he had to play armor, because there's no way his opponent kills anything anyway.
Yep, for sure.
Ooh, Mojo.
Are we ever playing this Swordmaster for stats, or how do you feel about it? I don't think we can risk getting rid of either Red Skull or Taskmaster, personally.
Well, I'm just looking at it now, and the problem is, like, Mojo creates an awkward problem, because Freddy's already committed to the left a little bit, and this deck doesn't splurge out a ton of cards. So is Freddy just saying I can't play in Mojo World? And if that's the case, maybe he has to play Taskmaster into Kiln.
Yep.
Because that's what you think, right? Taskmaster, Swordmaster, sorry. Because if they play Swordmaster, it only discards 1 card. You still then have, at worst, Vision Task. Or Red Skull Task, or Red Skull Vision. Those aren't the worst outcomes, I would say.
Someone in chat just said that they think Moyen's hand is bad. I actually disagree. If you look at Moyen's hand here, he's playing Electro, which means he can play into, he can do Panther, he can do Leader. But it's a bit weird. He could actually just do Wong, Panther, and then Doom. or something like that.
Or what I would probably do is Wong Panther leader, because your opponent's playing big stuff, and leader will make 2 big stuffs. The only problem with that is I think if that's the plan, Moyen right now needs to start it in Mojo, because if Freddy tries to play around that, he has to play in Mojo, which will be full, of course, because of the leader and everything. But then you played 1 card in Mojo versus 4, so you've lost that anyway. So it feels like a win-win if Moyen goes for it. So we will have to see how that one pans out. But I don't think it's a terrible hand. It's generally what you want to do with the deck, is play Electro, Black Panther, and do stuff. It looks like now, because of the sort of placement of these cards, it looks like Moyen is also going to choose not to play into Mojo World and just say, I'll play my Black Panther there and then set up for Zola.
It's interesting as well that... Oh, he wins. Moyen wins. There is no doubt in my mind, unless... Yeah, he just wins. It's the classic Electro, Panther, Zola. I've played this deck so much. Yeah. This is nearly unbeatable.
And when I was saying to you, like, the reason why this deck has grown in popularity is not a lot of people are playing counters. Like, they're not playing interactive cards. A lot of the meta right now, especially with Lockjaw, is I'm going to do big stuff. You try and be bigger, right? You know, like, that's it. So, do you want
to cast a few games, Harry? Yeah, no problem, my friend. Yeah, cool.
So yeah, because it's just play big stuff. The fact that like nothing gets really bigger than multiplying Black Panthers, right? And then obviously, as you said, with Odin Zola, you double it again. Nothing really beats that you can win all 3 locations with. So yeah, we will have to see how this one goes, but it's not looking great. And I think this might be Freddy.
Yeah, Freddy's retreating layer.
Yeah.
I have to say, honestly, I've played a lot of this ramp deck. That particular combo, if I have all of the, like, you'll be very lucky to start with all those cards in your hand, but if you ever do, it's just instant snap. It's so difficult to beat, because the only thing that can beat it is like, okay, your opponent has a Shang, they know you're going to Panther or Zola, you know what I mean? So,
well, then it's like, if you know your opponent plays Cosmo, sure, you have to do something a bit different. But other than that, like I said, no one's even really playing anything like that anymore. So a lot of it is just do what you want, and you know that there's just not really anything that beats the multiple Black Panther doubling up.
6,000. 6,000. No, it's not. It's not that. It's Discord. It's not this. It's Discord. Yeah. Which is weird because we're streaming at like a good thing. So there's no. It's not on our end. You know what I mean? So it's strange. I don't think it's that. Everything else is stable. Honestly, it's completely stable. You don't have to. Honestly, you don't have to drop it. It's fine.
I'll give commentary on this.
Yeah,
Eggs has come over asking Tower
Eggs
about,
is like, what's going on?
Because Eggs is streaming, asking if we can
no, it's fine,
drop some of the bit rate to help out. But I think it's just one of those things where we have the players sharing on Discord, and the Discord is handling a lot, and it even is a beefy Discord as well. Shout out to Cozy.
Yeah, shout out to Cozy.
But yeah, it just is what it is, guys. You know what's going on, and that's what we're for as well. We can help you out with that. Oh, the peak. Now, if the peak is even remotely good for me, I snap because I expect my opponent to retreat. I don't know if you're the same or not.
Yeah, I am the same, 100%. That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, you just snap and say, you know what, my opponent's not going to have a good enough hand. Obviously, the difference here is these players know their opponent's deck list. So as soon as they see one card, they go, because the cards can't be duplicated across both decks, they just go, okay, I've seen this one card, I know what list I'm playing. Does the peak benefit them, or can it benefit them, or not?
Yeah, definitely looking rough here for Freddy. But, I mean, he gets the Shuri discount if you can just draw into decent cards. But, you know, the snap comes out, and it's like, yeah. Like, Moyen is such a good player that he will recognize most of the cards in your deck probably don't benefit from the peak.
Or the ones that are going to beat them. Right,
yeah,
because
exactly.
like Red Skull, no. Taskmaster, okay, maybe. But then even Vision, no. So suddenly, well, what are your big cards? Titanium, no. So yeah, I think that's good. Good acknowledgement from the players here sorting this out.
All right, we see was that an Insta Snap? That was an Insta Snap, yeah, and I believe it was from
Freddy, because he can't retreat, right? Yeah. Yeah, so Freddy kicking out the big snap. I mean, to be fair, he has Nebula, Sauron, Shuri, right? Like it's one of those rules you learn a lot of the time with snapping is, do I have the cards that make me do what my deck wants to do?
Yep.
Yes. Right, well, it doesn't really get better than this, does it? So you may as well snap. Like that's generally how it works. Now even into Red Skull.
All right.
Is this a more into Pet Mansion? Use it or lose it?
It's a maw into Asteroid for me because then you play your 3s and they're going to get pulled in there anyways.
Oh, I guess so.
Yep,
Yeah,
that actually makes sense.
Not too bad. Not
Yeah.
too bad.
You can put Vision in there still if you want. Like
The only worry though is what if the third location Sanctum or something? You know what I mean?
well, what if the third location's Ego? Like,
Well, that's great. No, what I'm saying is you've got a safe. You could just put it with Nebula and say, well, that's just a load of power, and you can always play into Asteroid, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna go for it. Gonna go for the spicy play.
Yeah,
I'd love it if it was Sanctum now.
everyone in chat saying, no, it's going to be Ego, watch. It just has to happen now.
I hope so.
It's better, maybe one or the other. Oh.
Close.
Yeah, close, yeah. All right. Well, straight off the bat, very good hand for Freddy here. Like it just seems really good. No, this isn't even going to get the buff from our islands. That's a little bit unfortunate. But, you know, Moyen didn't get any of his ramp cards, which really sucks.
No, but he has Wong and Black Panther. So whether that comes off the back of Doom afterwards, or even if Zola's drawn, that still does the same similar thing to the Odin plan. So there's still a way to go about this. Of course, pretty much has to play into Asteroid M. We are going to see this get a little bit funky. For those of you who don't know the interaction, this is fine for the Shuri because then the big card gets played into Mir Island, right? Because it's where Shuri was played, not where Shuri is.
Correct. That catches... I mean, listen, that has caught me out before because sometimes you just relate this is where the card is to rather this is where the card was played. Like, very much a thing of Snap. If you look away, you could genuinely make that mistake.
You just blank. Yeah, you just blank 100%. So Moyen is probably looking for a Zola. Doesn't get it, but he does still have the Doom.
Now, I think Freddy's going to recognize you can't beat my Red Skull. I'm going to play on the left lane.
But he can.
Well, he doesn't know. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. He doesn't
know.
Scary
this
bit. Is the mind games, right?
So now suddenly, Doom, it's not looking too bad, is it? As a backup plan, right?
Oh my God.
Because he will assume Zola. Because this is the point where you sit and say, I've got to pick one. What am I playing around, Zola or Doom?
And the setup for this is you're going to play Zola. I know you're going to play Zola. And the Doom. And this is where it comes back to Moyen then. Is Moyen going to recognize, well, I don't have Zola. He probably thinks I have Zola. Is he like? It's like I feel like the risk is more on Moyen here, honestly. Well, it's a risk on both of them, right? Because it's like if it is this, then it's that. Also, does this even beat if it was Zola to go Wong Panther? Because Panther's on 16, and if it hits the Wong first, it would go to.
It won't win. Oh wait, sorry, Doom won't win.
No, Doom wins on the left side. It's 4 and 4, yeah.
Yeah, 10, and then Nebula would have gained. Nebula would have gained.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're actually, yeah.
So Moyen left, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. That is my brain not adjusting to Doom OTA being only 4, because Nebula would gain 2, and then obviously it would be 11 versus 10. So that's I didn't even think about that. My brain has not adjusted. So yeah, that was a rough one actually, because when you get Wong and Black Panther together, you think, okay, I'm here to play. All right, I'm sorted. But again, we saw the snap so early from Freddy, and it paid off because, yes, he had Nebula, he had Sauron, he had Shuri, and look, it paid off in spades.
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, chat's going to say, oh, well, that's the difference of Doom. If Doom was still the 5/5 bots, he would have, I'm pretty sure he would have won by 1.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he'll be on 12 instead of 10.
Correct. All right, so moving in here, we have... a decent hand for Moyen, I'd say here. He does have his ramp cards. That's probably the most important thing. Not so good for Freddy. Usually, if I'm the Shuri player, I feel like I want to have at least Sauron or Shuri in my hand. I feel confident enough then, or even just like 0 Titania or something like that.
Yeah,
but,
some level of game plan.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see if, because I know, again, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but we do have a few people who have brought this list. I'd say 3 or 4, roughly. Like, is Shuri still, going to be able to beat the rest of these decks? And It could. It definitely could.
Yeah. Well, the good thing as well is I would, again, just guess that Freddy played Shuri Red Skull round 1. Because the good thing is, not that you want to do this, but with this format, if this fails miserably, you can be like, I'll just play my other deck for round 3, 4, and 5, and try and recover.
Yep.
So there is still that option. That's certain level of flexibility.
For sure. So we're just waiting now for Moyen to end this. Oh, okay. Snap comes out.
Yeah, it's exclamation mark bracket in chat as well if you want to follow along and see where your favorite players' scores are going up to. This is 5 rounds of Swiss today. Going into top 8 cut tomorrow where we'll crown our champion. We are going to see, the retreat. And I think this is what we're going to get. I think yet again we picked a matchup where it's like these both players are very good, and obviously all the players here are playing for a good chunk of change. What is the prize pool actually total for this event, Go?
$5,000. Yep,
Yeah.
and it's going to be split between the top 3, so it's going to be $2,500 for first, $1,500 for second, and then $1,000 for third place. That way, the playoff for third place, it will actually be for like a big chunk of change, which is nice.
Yeah. We are going to have a third place
Yes.
match to decide that. So we have a clear 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, like I said, guys, a lot of money on the line here for these players. One of not counting Twitch rivals because that's a little bit different, but basically the biggest prize pool, right? As far as I can. I can recall. I'm not saying that's 100% true, but I don't think there's too many 5K tournaments knocking around.
Yeah, it's a big prize pool. So once again, shout out to all the sponsors, Glap being our lead sponsor, and Community Gaming and Neon Dog. So straight off the bat here, we've got the 0 into the Titania. I mean, I think it did just happen. Did Freddy snap already? Because if he didn't, I think I would snap here. He has a very good hand.
Yeah, and he can afford the floating 1 as well, because I think Freddy's on 5 right now. So that is something to consider. We do have Sanctum, which is massively going to favor Moyen here with that Doom available. So Freddy's going to be a lot more locked in to just the 2 locations, one of which being Necrotia, which is a little bit awkward as well, because Freddy might have to say, well, okay, in this grand plan, Taskmaster has to hit Necrotia, because you don't really want to play like Shuri, Sauron, Titania, because then basically you're going -2 off every card, whereas if you just play 1 big card there, it's -2 once, right? Which is the way to look at it sometimes. It looks like he's going to drop the Titania there and maybe play around with that plan a little bit. It's still +3 power, but it's just not shaping up too well so far for Freddy.
Yep. Man, Iceman, it's interesting. I remember back in a tournament that I attended with Moyen back in Switzerland. He specifically put Iceman in the ramp deck to deal with the kind of mirror match, but Iceman is just such a disruptive card.
Oh, yeah.
It's so powerful, because if that didn't happen, it's just Shuri Red Skull and there's a high chance, it's going to win off of pure power. But because of that one bit of disruption, it literally changes how you're going to play the game. If we don't see a Vision or a Typhoid drawn here, the Shuri's actually really bad. He might have to Shuri pass and then maybe Chavez or something like that.
It's really rough, and especially now it's kind of awkward with Onslaught Citadel, right? It's just like, right, Red Skull going there. It didn't only gain the power back, but it gained the old negative effect as well of +2 instead of +1. So it's definitely spicy overall.
Whose house is this? Mine, my mansion.
Yeah. And you can see as well, and it's just funny where it's different of who is playing and in what format. Because again, if this was weekend show match or a little bit of a fun tournament, everyone would be like, whatever, snap, let's go. Whereas these players are like, this is a big tournament, right? This is a lot. So you see the players definitely taking their time and really trying to maximize every little chance they've got here.
So oddly enough, after that Iceman disruption, Red Skull is now playable, which I think I'd play it here too.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to wait until turn 6. And now this is actually better, because now he can play Red Skull on the Necrotia and then just maybe do Shuri Chavez on Roy.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I think it all depends on what Moyen's going to do
it's
here.
It's not even so bad as a worst-case scenario. There's that Ebony Maw because of Sauron.
Oh, yes.
It's playable.
Yep.
And, Shuri more, I don't know, whatever.
Nebula for another one
just
or
whatever.
like that, yeah.
It is not a bad worst-case scenario, right? Okay, so there's the Doom. Lamby. Freddy will be worried about, but will have initially maybe been wanting to see Vision. But the problem is with the Doom out now, yes, there's no Wong, but there's Odin potential, right? So you can't just say a Vision will win mid.
Definitely a tricky situation here. Can't even do any crazy Wong shenanigans. I think you can see Moyen sign there, like, you know what I mean? It's not looking great for him at the moment. It's funny. Like previously, we looked after the Iceman and say, oh, it's looking rough for Freddy. The wave comes down, allows him to play the big card, and suddenly the game has just flipped, you know?
Yeah, it's really tricky as well, just because it's not like Moyen's so far away on Onslaught, but he's probably just afraid of what that, you know, this is still turn 5. I actually think the wave, weirdly, was like just a drawback, right? We know because the Iceman, of course, but even in general, it's just allowed Freddy to stack up power, and there's a snap, and Moyen has to think very carefully. But I actually, Moyen's on retreat. Moyen's on retreat later, saying, you know what, I've had enough. This isn't going to get the job done. I think Moyen needed to really get the Wong, go for Black Panther, and guarantee, because those are the ones you know you're going to win. If you go Wong, Black Panther, especially with Onslaught Citadel, you're like, yeah, there's nothing they can do. I've won. But when you're trying to piece it together with Doom and a bit of this and a bit of that, and your opponent just drops a silenced Red Skull, it's like, right, I can't catch up to that power.
Yeah. I think someone in chat pointed it out. It was like literally, if he played the wave on the lane that wasn't with the Iceman, basically, yeah, he should have just had space for Wong, saved space for Wong. I think that would have been a big game changer for sure. We got a cloning Vats game now. Good few Nebulas. I'm trying to figure out who does this favor more. I mean, a lot of Jeffs is always nice.
Yeah, the big thing to think about really is depending on what the hand looks like for Freddy. If it's Shuri big card on cloning Vats, then you get that big card again. You don't need the Taskmaster. You just get another copy of the big card, and I think that's something that Freddy will be looking at, maybe to land this Shuri on the cloning Vats with these last 2 spaces. Hopefully, for Freddy's sake, drop a Red Skull, worst case a Typhoid, and then just say, right, if it's Typhoid, I have a 420, to drop in another location. And it's just, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about Taskmaster or anything like that. You've just got another big card ready to go.
Armor comes out to be the top deck here. Would have preferred the Sauron. I think this is like a perfect Sauron hand, especially with the cloning Vats. And looking over at Moyen here, again, no ramp in hand. Very unfortunate because, like,
it's not been going that well, has it?
Yeah.
A lot of the time you want Electro or Wave or just something. But I will say in Moyen's build, the what's the name of the card? The Wong.
The Wong, yes.
Helps bridge that gap, because even if you Wave, even if you Electro, sometimes you just want Wong, which is an on-curve play anyway, right? You can't, if you Electro into Wong or Electro into or Wave, if you want Wong down, it's 4.
Yes.
You know, it is what it is. So Wong is at least some level of potential recovery, but yeah, Moyen doesn't even have that. So it's a little bit unfortunate for him. Also tough to run into this matchup because the Sandman doesn't massively stop what Freddy wants to do, right? It stops him going 5-1 on turn 6, but that's it. And obviously Freddy will be aware.
Yeah, 100%. But this is it for Moyen. Like, Moyen is only on 2 health, so this could be the end of it, end of the run. Which, at the end of the day, that's what this deck does very much come down to. It's like, if you draw your ramp, you'll, you know, have a lot of cool combos that you can do. If you don't...
Yeah, sometimes it's tough, yeah. I think the deck's very good, but I also think no one was preparing to play ramp into Red Skull Shuri because it wasn't a deck until the other day again.
Literally, what, like OTA, again, it occurred so late, so people didn't even have time to test this. Like, oh, people will probably not play Shuri. They'll probably play Lockjaw or probably this deck or that deck.
And this is exactly what I was saying earlier, right? Shuri into Red Skull on cloning, and then that Red Skull's just doubled in hand, and then you just go play it on Baxter. And again, I just don't think there's anything big enough for Moyen to really handle this. Does have the Black Panther, maybe Black Panther into Odin or a lucky Zola, but there isn't the room, there isn't the space. There is Jeffs that I guess still can move, right? He played the first 2 Jeffs there. So there's something, but it's just not going to be big enough. 36 on the left.
Yeah, he's going to, like, I mean, the only play that he can kind of think of doing is that that Panther, and yeah, it's just not going to be enough.
It's where you'd love it if Zola recreated one of them at the location Zola's at, and then just one more.
Wait a minute, no, I think he can win this.
Really?
Yeah, he just moves Jeff Oh, well, he has to go for 50-50 here. He has to move Jeff and then move Jeff mid. Oh, wait, no, he just wins. He just wins because he moves 2 Jeffs mid. He goes for the Zola.
Wait, I don't.
Wait, what?
But if he moves Jeff, Jeff's powered up, right?
Jeff was 5, yes. So let me see.
So you've got to remove 5 and you add 16. That's only 31, isn't it?
Yeah, but then it's going to be +2 as well.
+4.
Yes.
Because there's 2 Nebulas for Freddy, right? So Freddy will get +4.
Wait, this is actually just a really good play as well because he has enough in the mid, and then he's going to just like buff up the Panther with the Odin. There's a few different things that he's trying to do here, chat.
But that never beats the second Red Skull, right?
But that second Red Skull isn't Sauron, so they're all going to get +8 as well. It might.
Oh, true.
Yeah, it might. So it's on
true.
24, right? It's on 24. I think this does actually beat it.
Just
does it beat Titanium?
So,
wait.
someone just press end turn so I can stop doing maths.
Oh, Titanium. Wait.
I just let the game work it out. All right, that's
that was
flip
actually
Titanium
smart.
back.
That was smart.
Yeah.
He plays it, and he knows it's going to end up there. Is it Titania difference? Doesn't matter, does it? It's Titania difference. It's literally Titania difference.
Wow.
Oh my god. Wait, no, yeah.
It was a draw on the right,
Yeah.
so the 3 power either way. Yeah, wow, what a way to go. Moyen takes the loss there, and Freddy Babes wins his round 2 match. That was a really great back and forth. And look at that difference. If either one of them, especially Moyen at this point, won the Baxter building by 1 point, then the 3 extra mid flips that number, and Moyen takes the victory. Super close matchup. Congratulations to Freddy there. What a game. And that is only round 2, guys. And again, judging from everyone walking around
That was
for
the
the
last
10
game, I'm pretty
minutes,
sure, yeah.
I'm guessing we picked the longest match yet again. We're getting good at this. So, yeah, a really good game there for Freddy Babes. We can take a look at the bracket in a minute, or whenever Kawa decides to see where... Was that just one button?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
there
actually,
we go.
let
Oh,
me-
there we go. Yeah, I know what's happening.
Yeah, we know what's happening here.
We'll bring the bracket up in just a second, guys, to just see where we're up to. Again, if you want to follow along with the bracket, go !bracket in the chat, and you can just have that up, and that will be updating as we go. But taking a look here, I think
There is actually one game left as well. It seems that
Oh.
Speci and Hannah are still playing
It's
as
still
well.
going. Okay.
That's what it looks like to me anyways. So, Lobster winning his game against Brade. WOLWI coming out against Z. D-Money beating Eggs. Harry beating Lowell. I'm curious, Lowell, was that the Dino deck? Really? Oh my god.
Lowell, do you want to come over?
Yeah, do you want to come over, Lowell? Yeah.
Got this.
Let's go full screen here, guys.
Yeah, so we're going to have Lowell joining us. We were just asking him, there you go. So you were playing Harry,
I was playing Harry.
and what happened?
Well, with me, it's always 9-0, one way or the other. Yeah? I'll just say that. No, I got stomped, yeah.
So which
Really?
deck did he play? Because Harry's brought a bit of a spicy list.
Yep.
So
It was Dino against Ramp.
right, okay, yeah. So it was the new generation. So because he plays Nick
Yeah.
Fury, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Was it the Fury that did it? Like, was it not knowing what he had, or was it just the pure power output?
No, it was like a bit of everything. Like, he has Cosmo and Shang-Chi, so he doesn't have, like, there's many of the lists that we can bully, you know? Like, we can just snap no matter what, and if we have the hand, they don't know, like, we will always win, yeah? It's not possible with him because of both Cosmo, Mystique, and Shang-Chi.
Oh my god.
Like, existing. And overall, like, it's just on point. If he gets good early, he beats us because, like, Nebula never grows because he can spam Sentinels. His Dino, even if I copy it, will always be bigger.
Yeah, be that one step bigger,
So
yeah.
I don't know. Like, it was actually really hard. It was, I think I had a few bad hands. You had overall quite good ones, but I don't know. I think on average, difficult.
And we were talking about, we saw the deck lists when they were published, and I brought up that I feel like anyone who has access to Cosmo is in a good
Yes.
spot because it's just not that popular.
Yes.
But do you think that's giving people a good advantage? Just what now?
yeah.
Now you know all the deck lists.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
think Cosmo was a good bring?
I mean, I think so. Like, because a lot of our reasoning was Cosmo and Enchantress will almost not exist. So it was maybe Wong's time to shine. And yeah, there's one Cosmo in the tournament.
Yeah.
So,
Really, really scary. Okay, well, thanks for chatting to us. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
Good
guys.
luck in the rest of your games.
thank you very much.
Yeah, so it was, it looks like Harry, again, fan favorite, getting the
We'll
job
grab him.
done
We'll
with
grab
that
him
list.
actually as
yeah,
well.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure Harry will love to
We'll
chat.
probably get Moyen on as well, and then we'll get the next
Yeah, we'll
games
set up for the
rolling.
next
All right,
round. Yeah,
perfect.
So yeah, really cool, and it's again something I think is awesome about this event because we're all in person. Kawa can just go and grab Harry, so it's going to be great. We can see who we can grab, but yeah, really cool to hear from the players as we all have those stories, right? When we're playing out, can we check what where their deck is? Yes, if you go to Kawa's Twitter, there's a link. I can't post it, but someone posted it in the chat. Any of my lot post it. Kawa tweeted out a link, and it's one link with all the players' deck lists that you can check out. They're all there. So. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, just go there. Someone will post it. But the other day, there you go. Perfect. Thank you, whoever that was. Sci-Fi's good job, mate. So, yeah, those are the links there. Just go in there, and it's all of the deck lists for you guys. So there's plenty to look at. Yeah, it's fine. We can get cozy. We're just making sure we've got the space. Believe it or not, we've not set up that well. We had a couple of hours and there was a lot to do, so we're doing what we can. But I think it's really cool to get people on stream and have a chat with them about how their games have gone. So we'll continue to do that throughout the day. And like I said, tomorrow, when we're in top 8, the players or a chunk of the players who didn't make it, at least a few of them are going to swing by and join us for some casts. So it looks like Harry's going to join. Harry, my friend. This one? Test. Well, there we are. I can double hit. There we go. So there you go. You can hold that as long as you point at your mouth. Harry, welcome. We just heard from Lowell.
Yeah.
But
But what?
I'm worried about what you're doing or what you're trying to do to that microphone.
Nothing.
Other people have to use this, mate.
Okay.
Come on. You can have it last.
Okay,
How about that?
I'll keep it down.
Okay. So we just heard from Lowell. You had a good matchup there,
Yeah.
and you brought that deck, right? You know, with the Dino and some of the
Nick
shield
Fury.
stuff. Yeah. How is it? Was it a crazy out there creation, or have you thought? Do you think this deck's good?
I wanted to bring the Nick Fury after the OTA, but the OTA came out. I was waiting for the OTA. Okay.
And it was late, right?
Yeah, and it
pretty
came
late.
out so late that I had to go to bed. And by the time it came out, I couldn't test anything. And when I saw that Nick Fury change, I'm like, it was either Nick Fury, Nimrod, or Shuri, one of these 3 decks. But I didn't have time to test it. Finally, I remembered the previous Creator Clash where D-Money was destroying everyone with random cards. From what's the name? The 3/4.
Yeah, Agent Coulson.
Yeah, Agent Coulson.
Yeah.
And I decided to go with Nick Fury. I built a deck that had Pig in it and Iron Lad in it. I had a tech where I was running White Queen to pick their biggest card, steal it back, and use Queen Jet and Zabu to make it super cheap. But then they changed that in the OTA. And when I tried it in the morning, it wasn't working, and I panicked. So I just found a deck with Cosmo and Shang-Chi, thinking that those 2 tech cards are not going to be expected in the same deck, and a lot of people are going to have trouble with it. And I was thinking that the bounce deck that was going to be popular, I can cover it with my wave in Lockjaw. So at the end of the day, I brought this one, and it was actually the first time I played the deck.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Whatever. So it's just theory crafted.
Yeah,
and then
it was
there
theory
you go.
crafted. I didn't have time to test it.
Did you play it round 1?
No, round one I played the
Lockjaw.
Lockjaw, and I played a bit too recklessly. I stayed for an 8-cube first game when I shouldn't have. It was very obvious I was going to lose. But I didn't get my out. My out was Magneto. I didn't get it. And it was still a 50-50. It was 8 cubes. And after that, it was impossible for me to win. But shout out to Hannah because her deck is amazing. That Sandman deck, everyone just copy it and take it on ladder. It's insanely good. It covers almost everything.
Yeah.
Almost everything. Like the Iceman and the Ham in there, along with everything else. I think it has a very, very good matchup against Lockjaw.
When we were looking at it yesterday, it stuck out as like, oh, this is good. And then you look at it more and go, oh, this has been thought about. This wasn't just I'll take this list and whatever. It's been really well thought out.
It's very well theory crafted. I'm very, very, very impressed by that list. I think it's the standout list of the tournament from what I've seen. I haven't seen all of them.
So far.
Yeah, so far it's the standout list of the tournament. It's very, very good, guys. Just copy it. If you're looking for free cubes or free tickets, just take that deck on Conquest. You're not going to regret it.
And how are you feeling about, obviously you're 1-1 now, right?
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about Switch so far? You're going to pull it back with the next 3 rounds?
I don't know. Take it one game at a time. I don't even know who my next opponent is. There's the weird thing here is that there's very bad matchups right now. The meta in a place where you're forced to pick a deck that maybe you don't want to play because of the matchups and the lineups. But at the end of the day, I'll just take it one game at a time. I don't mind like taking some risk or going out early. I get to cast with you guys, man.
Oh yeah, we get to hang out more.
Yeah.
And just finally as well, obviously, current creator class champion, and you were mentioning it a little bit, where in the previous one you basically submitted 2 lists and played 1. Right.
I've already played both.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that something you overly thought about, or
No.
did you just play the second list because
can't-
you looked at it and thought,
you
yeah,
can't-
this will be okay?
You can't do this right now. You can't do this. The matchups are so polarizing. There's no deck that's clearly above everything.
Right.
Like coming into this, everyone thought that Lockjaw High Evolutionary was clearly above everything else, but everyone brought techs against that deck. The Sandman list is teched to have a very good matchup against the Lockjaw. So you can't really, have a deck that's above and beyond and uncounterable and just roll everyone with it. It's not the same. It's very different right now.
No, well, it's great. Good luck in your matches.
Thank you so
and
much.
no doubt we'll speak soon.
Yeah.
Everyone's been loving on stream that whoever we're watching, there's just is that Harry over their shoulder watching the match? Yeah, it's just Harry there, like, what's going on?
Yeah,
So
I'm watching everyone.
Everyone's been loving seeing you knocking around in the background.
Yeah. I have a thing where I can't stand still if I'm not sitting on a chair. So I'm just walking around, and whenever there's a game, I don't even know I'm on camera. I just sit behind and watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get your information.
That's what we love, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, thanks. I'll
Thank you.
speak to you in a bit. Good luck in your other matches.
the mic.
You'll come back for this microphone, no doubt. I think it's that one. There we go. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed that. I went to look over here then realized the camera's been moved. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed hearing from Harry. No doubt we'll catch up more with him, whether it's through viewing his games a little bit later on as I'm falling off my chair, or whether he'll join us for some casting at some point. Yeah, of course. Join, sit down, join. Yeah, we've got the camera already set up in Raven's interview corner. Alex things. So yeah, welcome. How have your first 2 matches gone?
Good, 2-0. Yeah, I had some really tough matches, though, to be honest. I had 1QV1Q in my first match. That was against WOLWI. And then the second match was against Hitmeister, and it was tight. I mean, High Evo Lockjaw, I have in my bounce deck, I do have the Shang-Chi, which is very critical to winning that matchup. It actually won me 8 cubes over 2 games in the matchup. The rest I just retreated because that tends to be how it goes. So overall, I think I've paired favorably so far. There's a couple decks in the room. I mean, literally 2 decks that I don't want to face. Outside of that, I think that my bounce deck is favored into everything. My second deck is actually a Sarah deck, which is mostly just there to incentivize people to play favorable matchups into my bounce. Because I don't want to play, if you know the list, it was created by KM Best. I think it's called Pink Print. It's also bounce, but it's much more greedy, plays Falcon. Stuff like that. So my bounce list with the Shang-Chi, with the tech, cannot beat that list.
Right.
So basically, I have a Sarah tech deck that locks that list down. I genuinely feel it's around 90-10 on there. Wow. So I just have that list in there. So it's
ready.
So just don't play Pink Print.
Yeah. And that's interesting because you talk about how you build the list. Again, as I said earlier, if you didn't realize, it's a 2-deck format, but the players get to pick whichever deck they want to play. Like, that's it. There's no restrictions. But do you think because you've got a history of plenty of other card game, a lot of card game history. Do you think that's helped you a lot in this? Because I feel like a lot of Snap players, even the big streamers, a lot of them have sort of come into card games because of Snap. And do you think, like you were saying, well, I brought this to stop people doing this, whereas I think a lot of players have just said, I brought these 2 decks because I think they're good.
Yeah, the
do you
best
think
decks,
do you think
right?
like that's given you like a noticeable advantage, especially in the Swiss format, another format you'll be used to, no doubt?
So yeah, I mean, Swiss, of course we're used to it, but I really think it's the 2-deck format. That's a really interesting paradigm to go up against as the player, right? It's like, do you bring the 2 best decks? Are you bringing
counters to that? And then are you going to counter the counters?
How many layers?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So in Flesh and Blood, we usually call these layers of a metagame, right? We try to stay on layer 1, especially for early game tournaments like this. Like, we're very young in Snap, so I don't expect people to be expecting me to bring Sarah, countering that, also countering my bounce deck.
Very deep, right?
Yes, I really expect other bounce decks, bounce mirrors, and then High Evo Lockjaw or some sort of High Evo version. For like the layer 2 at this tournament, you should look at Lamby's list. Lamby and I believe Lowell brought the same list. It's a High Evo control deck, but it has both Storm and Spider-Man. Neither of my decks can deal with that, and I genuinely think that is the best deck in the room. Outside of that, I genuinely believe you have to show up to this tournament playing bounce. I think it's the best deck. Outside of the counters, right? Just all around, it beats pretty much everything except specific decks that are very, very tech to beat in.
And what do you think about, because it's something I've talked a lot, at least on my previous streams, about when I've been playing Bounce, at least in Conquest, of course, because it's not ladder, is do you, with Bounce, if you bring it, do you need something to play if you get waved, right? Because if you run into wave and your curve stops at Bishop, you're probably all in on a kitty being drawn and played every turn, and then you play a kitty. Like, do you think like having that backup plan is way more valuable in the likes of, you know, battle mode tournaments, Conquest, whatever? Because in this, yes, there's 5 rounds of Swiss, but if you just hit a matchup and just lose off the bat, it's
not
tough.
good, right?
So, you know, what would you recommend if players are building these decks to play in Conquest or tournaments?
So this actually sort of, like, we have to talk about something else first, which is in the 2-deck format, you can't have any cards that overlap,
Yes, they can't duplicate, yeah.
And that, the reason why that's so interesting in this tournament is because where do you put the Chavez, right? Most decks in this format want to play America Chavez, and it's incredibly important to bounce because it helps you draw kitty earlier, but it also, like you said, if you get waved on 5, you need a top end to play.
Something has to happen,
Sometimes
right?
it's just kitty, right?
Yeah.
I think that if your opponent is playing wave, you're playing out your turn 5 point slam every single time, right? That's fine. Wave is actually no problem. The problem is Sandman on 4. The problem is Storm lock down a lane. The problem is Spider-Man lock down an entire lane. Those are the matchups that are genuinely hard to beat. There's also a very good tech card that some people have brought, which is Shadow King. That card is very hard for Bounce to beat. But I think it works the best in the Sarah deck because it gets discounted and things like that. But yeah, bringing Bounce, I think you're not worried about wave, right? I don't think it actually factors into you bringing that deck and that being your main deck. Is you need a backup deck, not to beat the people that are trying to counter you, which is in today 2 decks in the room. There's only 2 decks that I think genuinely counter. The main thing I need to do is to bring a counter deck to stop people from playing a better version of my deck in the mirror.
Right, they can just say, I'll ignore that and play this that wins.
Yes, so
yeah.
Pink Print is 100% just better in the mirror, and there's nothing you can really do about that. I still think it's correct to bring this version of Bounce because you need the Shang-Chi to have well-rounded matchups.
Right.
So you use your second deck as sort of a proxy to force people onto the favorable
to just
matchups.
like try and it's interesting because it's the first time we've heard it where I'm bringing these decks to make my opponent play one specific or not play a specific thing, and fingers crossed, hope it works out. Thanks for your time, and good luck in the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. There we go. So that was Brendan there, and again another fantastic player. Not a big streamer that you would have seen all the time or anything like that, but a player who has put in work, won tournaments, and as we talked about briefly, has a history in other card games, mainly Flesh and Blood, which is a very, very difficult game to play. Trust me. So we'll be hearing from some more players as we set up the next round. I'm not 100% sure where we are on that. Cow was just... You can't... Can you see... Oh, yeah, you can see Den there. There we go. Cow was just chatting to him. I don't know what he's going for. Let me just ask. No, I don't. Cow, where are we up to? Are they still playing? No. Oh, so now. Okay. No problem. That's fine. Okay, guys. Yeah, sorry. I was just checking while I've been chatting so much as we readjust the view. We are just setting up round 3 now, making sure all the players are good to go. We're just making sure everyone knows who they're playing and where they're playing and everything. So hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament so far, of course. Hope you've been having a great time, and let us know in the chat if that's the case. And still, let us know who you think is going to win or who you're going to be rooting for. These players are going to be playing out 5 rounds throughout the day. And you can already hear different strategies, different approaches, different decks, different lineups that are being brought from the likes of, Harry, Brendan, Lamby's just next to me over there chatting as well. And definitely one of the cool things about this tournament as well is that everyone's just in the same room, hanging out as soon as matches are over, as you've seen with Harry's like, right, I've done my match. Let's see what everyone else is up to. There's a lot of standing around and discussing the game. So definitely cool. We'll get, I can see in the chat now, luckily it's over here as well. We'll get Browdy on camera later on to have a chat. I promise you, anyone who we can get to chat to and just sit on stream, have a little catch up with, we will. So we will do our best. We'll no doubt check in with Lamby as well. We'll
get Lamby at the end of the next round because I know he's 2-0. Some people want to, how are they doing? So for sure we'll talk to them. So I believe round 3 is just about to get going. Again, I'll pull up the bracket here just so we can see. I believe the bracket's out already. Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Who've we got then?
Let's see who we've got. Let's change.
Oh, it's Brendan versus Lamby for a matchup.
Brendan versus Lamby.
Yeah, that one's definitely going to be a spicy one. Especially because obviously, as you guys may or may not know, but Lamby, very, focused on the competitive scene. Brendan as well. So again, although Lamby's
Speaking of the two of them, I think we have to do it.
yeah.
I think we have to do it.
Who have we got then? We've got Marco versus D-Money. We've got Harry versus WOLWI. We've got Howling
MOYEN
Minds
Eggs.
versus Freddy. Oh, that one's going to be a good one because I believe that's Howling Minds is
They're
probably 2-0 then, right?
Yeah.
Because Freddy just won. I think he was 1-0 beforehand. So we've got LOBSTER versus LOWELL, Eggs versus MOYEN, and Z versus Browday. So again, a ton of great matchups. We are covering as many as we can for you guys, but we seem to be, I guess, high rolling or low rolling, depending on how you view it, where the matchup we pick to feature first is pretty much the longest match that goes on, and once all the matches are finished, we move on to the next round.
Can we go back and forth, chat? As much as I want to see all of these games, no one can watch all these games at once.
I will tell you now, going back and forth between matchups is not worth it. Trust me, we've tried. Not here, but I mean,
other events
in terms of
stuff.
tournaments and things, it's been tried and it sucks. I'll just say it right there. So yeah, I guess we're gonna who are we gonna jump in?
I want to do Brendan versus Lamby, but Brendan is on his phone and we've got no cam for Brendan, so that wouldn't be ideal. We can definitely get them on for an interview at the end.
Yeah, I mean, me and Brendan, we could have tried for another hour or so.
Of course.
But what we'll do is I'll make you guys a promise, right? Brendan versus Lamby won't happen again today. So the next, we've got 3 rounds left today. The next 2 rounds after this one, we'll keep an eye out on Lamby, and we will feature Lamby for a match today.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people do want to see him play, and I can't blame him. He's great. So we will find a match to feature Lamby on 100%. I promise you that one. But yeah, what did you want to do?
I think we might do Harry and since we just talked to Harry about that deck, I'd love to see some of that in action.
Yeah.
So let me just double check that we have cams and everything for those. I'll be back in literally 1 minute, Raven.
Yep,
all right?
That's absolutely fine. So yeah, we're going to see if we can go into Harry versus WOLWI. And again, like I said, great words coming out from Harry. I think it's one of the highlights of an event like this that we can just hear from the players. And Harry seems pretty confident. The first time he played this new Darkhawk deck, what was today in round 2. It was huge. So he got that one done really well, and I think you guys want to see this. So hopefully he plays it in the next match if we feature him on this one, because I want to see how it performs. So we'll see what's going on. Team Harry, yeah. Speci is streaming his view on YouTube, on Specimen's YouTube, so make sure to check that out as well. So yeah, I think Speci, I think Eggs, we're streaming the main stream, of course, for you guys. So yeah, there's plenty of places to watch and catch up. And what we will be doing, I think, but we'll or at least I'll double check with Kawa, is after the show today, for those of you who are, maybe on the American side of town, waking up a little bit later and miss some of it, we will try and do a restream of that. Yeah, I think Kawa's looking for you. Harry is literally everywhere. He just popped up and was like, "Oh, you featuring me?" It's like, yeah. Why aren't you at your desk? So yeah, it looks like Harry's going to get ready, and we'll get that match up as soon as we can for you guys. Again, just a reminder, you can go on Kawa's Twitter and do the and check out the deck lists. They're all on one sheet, so you can just find that tweet there. Open them up if you want to see what the players are playing out, and then also as well ! Bracket in the chat, and that will bring up the bracket for you guys to follow along with. Raven, is there a bathroom at the venue? Well, yes and no. There's not a bathroom in this immediate area, but there are bathrooms in the venue. The venue's massive. There's loads of bathrooms. So yeah, don't worry. As you guys can see, Nina will be joining us at some point. No doubt we'll get her on for an interview and ask her why she's too lazy to play in the tournament. She's just popping by to say hello and see everyone. So there you go. If you want to see what Nina has to say, we can check that out later on. How have people found being at the Trafford Centre? I think people are enjoying it. I think I will say the venue we're in is fantastic. It's a bit warm up here because there's 20 PCs and all of us in a room, so it's going to get a little bit toasty. But I think the venue overall, people are enjoying. Plenty of food to check out and stuff to do. And no doubt you'll be seeing pictures or videos of everyone hanging out a little bit later on. So make sure to follow everyone on Twitter and keep up with all those shenanigans, I'm going to call. So we'll see what's going on there. Did you find Harry? Because he found me before he found you.
He's running to the bathroom, and he was like, "Oh, I want to play." I was like, "No, don't be uncomfortable playing a game." So the good thing is we can jump into a game first, and then we know we'll have time to jump into that game.
Yeah, because Harry won't have even started yet.
Yeah, for sure.
Why is there Magic the Gathering in the background? Because the venue we're in hosts board game and physical card game tournaments as well. And because this is Kawa's tournament, yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Second Dinner are not officially supporting
Yeah, it's
this,
not
so
suffici- yeah,
it's not
yeah.
like we have to care if Magic
We
the
just
Gathering
plaster snap over this. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. So again, bear with us. I'm going to just set up. This will be the last time I have to actually set stuff up in terms of keep changing the sources. After this, we should be fine. I told you. I
Oh,
gave
well,
you my
again,
personal-
Cow was committed once more on broadcast that this is the last time there'll be any shenanigans setups going on, and it'll all run perfectly smooth from now.
All right. I hope so.
Oh, already backing out. Yeah,
here we
I
go.
hope it's okay. I hope it's okay.
Nina, are you on your way? Nina said she was on the train 4 hours ago.
Yeah,
so
she asked
might
me if
make
there's
a-
toilets because she needs to pee, apparently.
Yeah.
Which is, great, discussion to have on stream, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, it'll be fine. Nina will be here at some point. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Wait, what match are we going into then? Who
We're
are we
going to
gonna
go into Lobster versus Lowell. Now, Lowell doesn't have a camera. I'm going to put a still image up for him, but,
Okay.
it'll be a good match to feature because I
Yeah.
believe it's 1-1. I
Okay.
believe.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So, and again, this is something, if you're a bit newer to the way Swiss works, if you lose one match, it's okay. If you start to lose, especially with only 5 rounds, if you lose 2 and then lose especially 3, you are probably not going to be able to make that top cut. You'll, of course, still be playing out to play the matches and see what score people can end at. But overall, you really don't want to be dropping games, especially early on in the tournament. So we'll see how it goes from there for these players. Again, I believe there's 1-1. Lobster, I'll tell the story again, has had quite the morning. He got trapped at the at the Airbnb that the majority of the players are staying at and had to have a rescue squad sent out to get him, which was kind of hilarious. So Lobster, though, handled it quite calmly.
He did, yeah.
Because he could have been late. He could have missed the first round.
I would have been freaking out.
He was literally stuck between a door and a door.
And a
There
door.
was it was like a porch. So yeah, it was pretty good. Very calm guy, Lobster. Very calm guy. So we saved him. We sent the rescue squad, and he was here in time. So Cow versus Raven show match before the finals.
He just get absolutely destroyed.
I
guys,
don't want
so-
to embarrass Cow on
here
his
we-
own
of
stream.
course, of
It would
course.
be rough. It would be rough. I'm too much of a nice guy. I'd let him win. He can't lose on his own stream on his own tournament, right? So that'd be too much. But yeah, I'm glad Lobster made it. Lobster was one of the players I was really glad could come. It's because I like Lobster stream a lot. I do swing by quite often.
Let me.
As I was clicking through all these options on OBS.
I promise, guys. I'm saying it's going to be the last time.
Mm.
I'm going to get this full screen for a thing as well. We have a player without a cam, guys, so
Yeah.
I'm going to do my best.
Well,
to,
I mean, Lowell was on camera before because he was sat next to me. Lowell, one of the players.
Oh,
Also,
there, look at that. Look at that.
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
And professional.
there you go. I mean, that looks set up to me.
There we go.
I should probably talk about the match as well. I've just been chatting
Yeah,
filling
we
time
we
when the match is
probably
actually
should.
on. You guys can see it. We are going to see the Patriot coming out here from Fresh Lobster. And Lowell going to be on the other side with this sort of this deck, I think, similar to what Brendan was talking about, with the one.
The same list as Moyen, yeah, exactly.
Same list as Moyen that we saw in the previous round.
Let me get this set up here. Well, I'm just going to get Lobster to be full screen, and then we'll get cracking here.
Yeah, we'll be good. Don't you guys worry. So yeah, it looks like the Patriot is going to be played out here, although not committed. But there we go. Yeah, so Wave never really makes a big impact on the Patriot deck. I feel, at least, whenever I wave, it's against Patriot. It's normally a form of, well, I want to wave for my own thing, my own progression, as opposed to anything else. We are going to see Lobster, of course, get hold of that second Patriot because of cloning VATS. Lowell could go for spamming wave, but I don't think that's going to cut it, especially because Lobster has access to Ultron, which, if you're playing, not playing tons of cards out, will just auto win Mojo World. Yeah, I feel like us using Lowell's picture is a little bit unfair to the other players. He looks like a god. Also, recently signed to Alliance. As we see some of this come down now. Another Patriot getting dropped out, and the Odin as well. So it looks like Lowell's just okay dropping power and forcing this wave through. Yeah, I was going to say, there's the fix. I was just about to say to Cowart, sort the bloody health out. And then I realized I could have fixed it with the, it was just the, believe it or not, streamer mode in Discord.
Yeah.
Protecting all of us from everything apart from seeing the health totals.
Lowell literally looks like Thor.
I was
He
just
does-
talking
yeah.
about it's a bit unfair he gets to use that still, isn't it? Look at him, model pose, long hair, and all the rest of us have to be on camera as a
Yeah.
sweaty mess.
I know.
And I'm not even on about Lobster, I'm on about me.
All right, so already the super strong combo. I think this is really good against the Patriot player. The wave into the Odin seems really good.
Yeah, I think it's good, but does Patriot often, are they that bothered if they're the Ultron list, especially about being waved? Like, you know, it's not the end of the world, is it? It's like, okay, I normally play one card a turn, at least in a build similar to this, where there is the Ultron finisher. Because right now, Lowell has to just work out, well, hang on a minute, does anything I do beat Ultron? So to start off, Ultron draws mid as of this exact second in
there's
time.
no shot.
There's an Odin to play on the leader, which creates an Ultron mid, which wins mid. It creates a 1 there, but there's not 2
Does he
Patriots
win?
backing it up.
But does he win on left side in total? So we've got 3 and 3 with the Iceman. We've got
Odin's
8
8.
from the Odin. We've only got 2.
Well, 9 from the Odin.
9 from the Odin. We've got 2 from the bot. So we're going to be on a total of 17. But then +2, +2, +1, 6. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yep.
And that's why I was saying, like, I respect the wave spam sort of thing, but I feel like Patriots, like, yeah, kind of just play a card a turn anyway. Like, enjoy. I think now, as you can see in Lowell's hand, obviously the Black Panther turning up late to the party,
Yep.
not going to cook it. Because if the Black Panther was there on Clothing Vats, you go, okay,
let's
because
get it.
they start stacking, like, crazy amounts. But I think this should be a little runaway here from Lowell, because I don't know how this wins. I think Lobster has done exactly what he wants to do. Obviously, no 1-drop, no early stuff, but Patriot, Blue Marvel, Ultron. If I could do that game plan every single game for the rest of my life, I think I would end up positive cubes, because that is so strong.
Yep, I agree.
Lowell did run, though, so it took
Yeah, it was
lower
smart. Yeah,
damage.
exactly,
So,
exactly.
Did what he needed to do.
It's tough. It's literally what you were saying to me yesterday was Patriot is it's so frustrating
It
for me to
winds
play
me
again,
up.
because it's like
Yeah.
I've played 4 cards, I win. Like you just go all in the
Yeah.
one lane. It's
Yeah.
like boom, boom, boom.
I'm here trying to do mental gymnastics to make this cool deck
Yeah.
work. Silk's flying everywhere when I'm trying to control where Silk goes, and this
Yeah.
other person's like, Patriot, Blue Marvel,
Yeah.
Ultron.
Bring back Enchantress. Yes,
Yeah.
Enchantress would do a lot of work against this deck. And yeah, if I was Lobster, I think I'd snap. He doesn't have the Ultron payoff, but he has the Patriot
Yeah.
into the Blue Marvel. He will probably draw into just other no ability cards. Unfortunately, I mean, listen, Lowell doesn't have the ramp card of Electro. He does have the wave again. Best thing he can do is probably just going to be wave into Doom, I would say. Maybe leader again, because we know on the, one of the bigger cards that is going to be played is probably going to be Blue Marvel. There's the Ultron pick. I can't believe that. It's literally it's the exact same thing again.
Yeah, and I think here there's options of, if you're going to wave Doom mid, then the option's there for Zola. But if Doom's played at all, and let's say Black Panther's drawn, then Black Panther Zola's off the cards.
Yep.
That's the worry. So right now, and this is what I mean, right? Right now, Lowell's like, right, okay, if I do this, and this is going to happen, I do this. And meanwhile, Lobster's just smiling like, yeah, I'll just play my Patriot. And then
Yep.
guess what? I'll just play Blue Marvel, and then I'll play Ultron, and then, see if I win. Because that's just that's the way the deck works.
Exactly. So, I mean, right now, it's just Lobster's game. I can't see anything specifically that's Lowell's going to use to beat it, because, again, there's no... I think Panther Wong is like the thing that we were talking about, like, oh, this could really take it.
Yeah.
We haven't seen either of
But
those
you need
cards.
to draw it. Yeah, exactly. You just need to draw it. If you
Yep.
can draw it, then it will get the job done most of the time. It is very reliable that you can just kick out that damage, because, again, yeah, Super Skrull could steal Wong's ability. Who cares? But in general, as I said, I was talking to the players earlier on camera where, like, Cosmo is not that common. I think the players who have got Cosmo have a huge advantage just in the tournament overall. But for all the players who haven't, you just get to just do what you want, because it's not like everyone's playing Aero either. Like, Aero's the other one, right? Yeah, for the Zola.
Yep. 100%. It's... Yep. Lobster smashing that snap button, and I think Lowell's going to be like, yeah, there's nothing I can realistically do here, and he's probably going to have to leave. It's just unfortunate. But the thing is, right, it's still early rounds. Like, we might say, oh, this is tough, but, like, if he just retreats, and then Lowell could start drawing loads. He has stayed committed, though, and he was able to copy a Doom here, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But then again, leading into turn 5 and turn 6, it's just going to be a Blue Marvel, and maybe an Abomination.
Well, I think now, yeah, the option of Abomination to spike is huge. I actually think maybe even Abomination in the vault now.
Yeah.
Just chuck it there and then say, I can take a view. Do I want to Shang-Chi? If something big comes down this turn, do I want to just play Ultron to fill some gaps? Do I want a Blue Marvel to kind of give a sort of blanket buff to the board? Whereas I think just dropping A-bomb in on the left now, I would guess as a 11 A-bomb, like that's going to be tough to beat on this turn.
Yep, seems like the correct
even
play.
beats the Zola on the Doom.
Oh yeah, there's all.
Or it definitely does with Blue Marvel.
Yeah.
Because the Nebula will grow turn 6, right? So that's something to keep an eye on. But I like it.
I mean, I can see a world where he just goes Blue Marvel, Ultron on mid, and just to have like a nice amount of spread against everything. But like that's just like I'm taking this lane, and then he probably feels like, well, if I'm already winning this lane, even if you have leader, you're still not gonna really catch up to me.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we are going to see the spike for the Abomination on the left. Wait, was that a pass from Lowell?
Was that a pass?
It wasn't Wave. It wasn't Doom, right? Because Doom came down previous.
I believe it was a pass,
Oh, okay.
and I don't see any action on his screen. Is something going on? Ooh.
I can't see. Lowell's not sat in my eye line.
Yeah. I'm gonna just mute here 1 second. We're just going to get an admin over to Lowell. Now, just to double check, because maybe I've actually had a thing, it might be a deck tracker bug, I don't know if you've experienced it, where sometimes my mouse just stops working, but it's actually an issue with Untapped. So he could have been like, oh, I'm trying to play, and then nothing happened. So
Okay, we'll see how it
we'll
goes.
see. We might have a reset.
Well, he did just retreat,
Yep.
so he did something there.
Yeah.
He is back in the game if he was out. Obviously, we've sent the admin over, sent Alphas over to just give a quick tap on the shoulder, see what's going on. But Lowell seems to be playing now, so yeah, I mean, it is what it is. To an extent. It sounds very silly, but it might just be, I just wasn't really paying attention, couldn't make my mind up, the turn ended. Yeah, and then guess what? That's the game.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it looks like we're all good, so that's absolutely fine. Oscorp Tower not causing too much havoc. Luckily, just a couple of squirrels are going to high five as they fly past.
Lowell would love to draw Electro here and just give. But this is the thing, everyone's saying, oh, Sandman's really good against like certain with Patriot. You're only going to really play one card per
exactly.
turn.
It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's such a Patriot's always scary because it's always so straight. I'm not speaking ill of any player who plays it, but because it's straightforward, that's a strength in itself. You don't have to do crazy mental gymnastics to make a deck work, or what about, do I do this, do I do that, do I do this? It's just, no, you know exactly what you want to do every single game, and it does its job well.
Yep. I believe that was a win for Lobster.
Bit of a personal attack against you in Twitch chat, Kawa.
Oh, what's this? Some people forgot the timer and auto-picked. Oh,
It
my
happens to the best of us,
God.
doesn't it, Cal?
Yep.
Never happened to me, but yeah, anyway. They're going to go into round 5. Of course, stakes are doubled now. Lowell definitely on the back foot. Subterranea, I would guess if you're going to give an edge, it's like better for Lobster than it is Lowell, right? Because you can at least buff them with Patriot. But in general, this is looking rough, and this might be one of those issues where and this happens in every card game ever, if you hit the wrong opponent in Swiss, you cry a little bit and just say, that was unlucky. Because sometimes you can hit the right opponents and stomp them. So this might just be where Lowell just didn't have a great answer to Patriot. And you have to rely in Snap on, like, I need everything to go wrong for my opponent.
Yeah, and everything go
I need
right.
to, like, 8-cube someone. Like, really just push him out the game quick. And it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, at least for now.
And this is the case, like, people might be watching this saying, like, oh, they might look at this and be like, Lowell's deck is bad. That is not the case whatsoever.
It's matchups.
It's literally because like they've specifically teched this matchup to be like, right, there's probably gonna be a fair amount of bounce. The Wong Panther thing can probably beat High Evo Lockjaw. I mean, he just faced Harry using like the Cosmo. Cosmo against Wong. Just not doing. Actually, Cosmo against Ramp in general. They're all on reveal cards. There's nothing that you can do. So it is just. So
and that's the thing.
It's the way it goes.
That's the big thing I think about with Snap, and one of the biggest differences is because you draw most of your cards every single game, and the impact of a tech card. It's why I think when people keep bringing up, put sideboards in. No.
Yep.
Because what if you just get to sideboard Cosmo, Shang-Chi, Enchantress, for example?
Yep.
You just switch them in and the matchups become really silly.
Yep.
And I think committing to a deck and this happening is part of the game, part of the tournament experience, because I'm sure Lowell's not having a great time right now, but that's just part of the game where you have to try and prep for what you think the field's going to look like. And sometimes you hit and sometimes you miss.
It's so unfortunate here as well because, I mean, the best thing that Lowell can do here is literally Wong Doom. He might love if he could draw like a Wong Panther or a Wong Leader, but because even the Mindscape as well, he doesn't even get a good opportunity.
Right,
to,
yeah, Mindscape's rough because I think generally you think, oh, well, I'll take their Ultron. It's like, yeah, you're going to give them Doom or, you know, Odin or whatever, and even that's fine. So, yeah, Mindscape as ramp is unfun because you always feel like you're giving your opponent the best card.
Yeah, it's just so difficult here. And we did see a snap come out from Lobster, and Lowell's trying to decide, can I just stay in? Can I let and now it's like an uphill it's actually funny. We talked about this in Proving Grounds. What happens in Proving Grounds a lot of the time is, oh, let's just both snap hit the snap
whatever.
button,
Play
8
literally
cubes.
a best of
Whoever
one.
wins this, that's it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
But here now, though, Lowell's just like 2 health and a dream, and do not get me wrong, it's doable.
Yep.
It is doable. We've seen it on stream. We've seen it in tournaments. You know, the comeback is real. But I think it's extra difficult because the matchup is so bad.
Yeah.
And it does look like Lowell's getting a bit of a rough end of the stick. We've not seen Black Panther Zola happen once yet.
No.
But I do think Lobster's been doing a good job of just chipping away, right? And not getting, you know, too many retreats for 1 cube. So, like, Lowell saves a lot of health. Just really getting that damage in.
This is one thing I actually specifically said to you yesterday. I was like, I think it was we were talking about Lobster's deck. We were like, oh, how do we feel about the Super Scroll? Like, because sometimes it's quite a dead card. I think this proves, doesn't really matter if it's just in your hand.
As long as you know, because you only need a few cards. Like, Patriot might be one of the decks with the lowest, like, played card count, because obviously you have Ultron that fills all the lanes, you have Blue Marvel that's just 1 card on 5, normally 1 card on 4, 1 card on 3, so like it literally is just a 1 card per turn. Maybe play 1 or 2 on turn 1 and 2, but a lot of the times not. Here though, Debris gonna help fill some off. Lowell does have some stuff in Death's Domain, so that's something, but the second you were scared of Ultron, you just know, well, having stuff in Death's Domain doesn't count unless it's exactly a Black Panther. And now, because of Wakanda, even if there's Black Panther drawn, it would have to be, what now, a 1 in 3 shot to do this?
This is the thing with Debris. Like, if you just put Debris in a deck that it's generally good because, you know, the rocks get buffed and stuff like that. Debris is such a disruptive card against so many decks. I don't even want to call it an underrated card because, like, you put it in Patriot, and it's like, you don't even really need this card in Patriot, but it's just a good
why
card.
not? Yeah. Because it helps weird stuff as well. It's like side tech. You know, you look at Galactus, Lockjaw. If you can fill Lockjaw locations, that's huge as well. So, yeah, it's a pain for most decks to play in their own deck, but Patriot, as you said, it gets away with it. And now there are options. It looks like Wong was just locked in Wakanda, so yeah, it is going to be Black Panther as well, but I think what Lowell's doing here, and I respect this, is saying, I am going to win at least 1 location, and then suddenly, if Ultron's played, there isn't a Patriot. So suddenly, you know, something's going on here. Because there's enough power with that Nebula on Death's Domain, there's a relevant amount of power that just an Ultron doesn't cut it right. Do you like the Doom over the Leader here?
Doom over the... Oh, he's actually... I didn't even see that he played this.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Leader, and I was like, it seems pretty good. I mean...
It's close and slightly irrelevant.
Yeah.
But Lowell does get the win, starts to fight back. So as we said, the problem or the biggest issue you have in this scenario, if you're Lowell, is you can't cash in. Like, Lowell can't play for more than 2 cubes or 2 health, so he can't say, "Oh,
even
I'll
if he
come
is
back."
confident, you can't even go
I'll nab
fast.
4 health here. You literally can't. So you do have to just say, "I'm gonna win 5 in a row. Let's go," and that's all that matters. So it is gonna be a tough one, but Lowell's showing he's not gonna get absolutely destroyed. Right? It's not gonna be a 10-0.
Adelan coming down, so... I mean, okay. I was gonna say it's probably bad for Lowell, but here it's actually good because he doesn't have a 5. He has Sandman, but that doesn't really matter. He
It's
wants
not Black
to-
Panther,
yeah.
so it's fine. And unfortunately, I guess for Lowell, Lobster doesn't have Patriot, so he's also like, yeah, that's fine. Reroll
Yep.
the hand. Did get the Electro down, which is very nice, though.
Mystique Dazzler. Is this the play? I actually forgot Dazzler was in this list.
Me
And,
too.
yeah,
Me too.
and unfortunately, it's a really bad draw for. I really feel for Lowell here because the cards he's after drawing are just not ideal for especially after playing Electro. And it's funny, even if you played Wave, what are we gonna wave Zola? Like this,
Yeah.
it's just
It's tricky as well because Lowell even mentioned earlier they built this deck to beat, for example, other ramps and some other things, but that means it has Nebula, Jeff, Iceman,
yeah.
Iceman, like it's a second name, Jeff Iceman. But you know what I mean, like because that is not a lot earlier than a lot of these decks normally build with the ramp.
Yep.
But there are reasons it's just in this specific matchup they're not paying off because there's not as much big, just bulky end game to be able to overpower these Patriot Ultron players. Now a Dream Dimension, honestly, one of my most hated locations. I hate it with a burning passion.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Lowell didn't actually opt for the other deck, which I believe was a high Evo deck, just like a decent high Evo
Yeah.
deck. Because for me, I feel like if my opponent's running Patriot, Sandman's known to like not be great against it. I'm like, like if I bring this, I really want them to choose the other deck, but then it's all about that kind of mind games.
Yeah,
and deck
because
selection.
of course it's not like Lowell got told that Lobster's playing Patriot
Yeah.
and then he gets to pick one of two
Yeah.
decks because that would be OP. So it is that, excuse me, that decision point. And that's why it was really interesting earlier. I was hearing from Brendan talk about they brought decks that basically funneled their opponents away from a deck they don't want to play.
Yeah.
Which is difficult to work out. I don't want to try and do it, but it is good if that can pay off.
Here we go. So we see Shocker comes down. I mean, for once, we're seeing a pretty rough hand. This is the first time it's been a rough hand for Lobster, but it's also a rough hand for Lowell here.
Yeah, what a
Oh,
weird
this
game.
is this. I don't think this hand could have been worse for Lowell.
It was just all like all the bread and none
Yeah.
of the meat, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the problem with this build, right? Or with the way that the game is played out here. And the problem again, when you're on the back foot and there's 2 health and you need to keep winning, is Lobster's like, yeah, my hand's trash, but I don't care.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect me in any way because you play it out no matter what. You win, and if you win, great. If you lose, you've got like 4 other goes, right? So it's like, yeah, the hand's not good, but Blue Marvel's probably going to do a lot more work than whatever Lowell can do. And there's the fist bump. And I believe that's almost certainly the game because I'm pretty sure Blue Marvel gets this done.
I cannot believe that in a board state like this.
Wait, does it?
I'm pretty sure it
okay,
does.
Yeah, 'cause it's going to peel away the
Yeah.
Jeff, right? Or the one.
It doesn't.
Yeah, okay,
It does not
it's
even
fine.
matter. Yeah, but like, it's so interesting because it's like, Lobster could not have had a worse hand than my. Like, it's a really poor hand.
Yeah.
If Lowell had Doom, if he
Oh, yeah.
had Leader,
Yeah, we
if he
can
had,
talk.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like it's so
Yeah.
so unfortunate.
Yeah, really clean win for Lobster. Those are the ones you want in Swiss. You want to sit down, start your match, and just be confident for the whole thing. Because I think Lobster was never worried about losing there, honestly. So really good win there for Lobster. We will try and
We're gonna get Volwi versus Harry.
we'll try and get Harry's set up
we'll
for
try
you
and get that
guys.
up.
But yeah, congratulations to Lobster. That was round 3, match 1 that we've got on stream. And like I said, we will be jumping over to a different one to try and get Harry on stream. He did start a little bit late.
We're gonna swap this over as fast as possible, guys.
Get Lamby on screen. Lamby's not playing. Lamby's done.
Lamby's done. We can actually. Let me see here. Yeah, you can get Lamby on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me just.
yeah, you can get Lamby on.
Lamby, do you want to come
Lamby,
and
do
chat?
you wanna come chat?
Yeah, sit down.
So, yes.
There we go. Oh, I'm knocking my drink over.
Here we go.
How's it going? How's it going?
It's good. I just lost my 3rd round in record time.
Oh, did you play for 8 cubes?
No, I just got casually demolished over a couple of rounds.
Who did you play?
I played Brendan. I lost 10-0. Oh! 10-0.
Wow. That is a rare thing to happen to the Lamby series. So what score are you now overall?
2-1.
2-1. Okay, that's
Yeah.
still okay. That's still okay. How you, other than obviously just being demolished, how are you feeling about just the tournament so far? The decks you brought. Now that you've seen all the other deck lists, like how are you feeling?
So I'm really confident with the list that I brought. We brought a lockdown deck and we brought a bounce. The bounce is one of the best decks in the game. The lockdown is just, well, anti-bounce. So yeah, I'm quite confident. It's just that I think in my latest round, I played against a deck that I didn't really understand. There was Shadow King. I was like, what does this card do?
Yeah.
It's tough, right? Because the second you step into that trap, it's so overwhelming. You just lose, right? If you get Shadow Kinged, you probably just lose, right?
Yeah,
And it's just that.
And I did.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened. Okay, so who have you played so far then? You played Brendan?
I played Brendan, which I lost.
Yeah.
I won Howling Mines and I beat
you beat Howling
D-Money
Mines.
round 1. Yeah.
Ah, okay, so not bad at all. And there's now 2 more rounds for you. Again, the chat was asking me earlier, I can't exactly remember the likely split of Swiss.
Okay.
But if you can keep 1 loss, I think you've got a good, I think like all the 4-1s, or probably all the 4-1s have to go through.
Yeah,
right?
and many 3-2s as well, I think.
I think there's at least a couple of 3-2s. I don't want to commit to anything because stream will kill me if I'm wrong. But I think like a couple of the 3-2s, and I think like obviously all the 5-0s, and I think there can't be more 4-1s than there are 8 slots.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So yeah, you see, you've still got a solid chance. Oh, are we?
Do you want to cast, Lamby? Do you want to cast a game, or do you want to chill out? It's completely up to yourself.
Maybe in the next round, I'm going to get water and
Of
stuff.
course,
everyone's
yeah,
won,
no problem.
That's
All
right.
right.
Thanks. We'll check in with you later.
Appreciate it,
Lamby.
Lamby. Thank you. All right,
Okay.
chat. We've got the next game. That was actually pretty quick switch. Like we can do this.
Yeah, Kyle giving himself a pat on the back.
Don't
here.
worry, it's fine.
That switch was all right. That.
It's for once. Okay. Watch
Okay.
out. I'm gonna say that, and it's gonna be an absolute mess.
Yeah,
now.
imagine it just crashes now.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, because you're dual wielding, aren't you? Oh,
No.
Oh, you can turn it off first and then do it. Okay, cool. So we've got Harry on the left there, and who's he?
Volvi.
Oh, Volvi, of
Yes.
course. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Harry in a bit of a dangerous spot. Actually, this could be over before it begins. If Harry accepts, it was Harry's snap. So Harry's turned 1 snap. They're just playing for 4. So Harry taking the approach and the opposite of what we just saw.
Space Throne is after popping.
Look at Volvi. So Harry taking the other approach of, I don't want to get taken down to 2 health. So I'm going to snap because I've decided to win this match, I need to win this round. So I'm going to do it. So they're going to play for 4 now, minimum. Obviously, Volvi gets the bad news that Misty Knight is simply lost with the Space Throne. So we'll have to see how this one goes. I believe this is this like just the high? Is this high Evo or is it Patriot?
It's literally no. It's do you mean
Volvi?
No, Volvi's pure Patriot.
It's Patriot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know there isn't the glow, but I was like, wait, does the glow always show? I can't remember now. But yeah, it's just gonna be Patriot. Harry just locking in the Thor, which he can easily do because not only does he have a roll from the Wasp, but he has the Mighty Thor to guarantee the hammer. Even if there's some weird outcome shenanigans to buff Misty Knight, it's not going to buff it more than Thor can buff it with the hammer. Still has the Hulk, and I think Harry is no doubt feeling pretty fantastic about that turn 1 snap.
Let me tell you, by the way, Volvi is known to have some of the best reactions.
Oh, really?
To Snuff, so
Okay.
get ready. It's gonna be lovely. It's actually so unfortunate as well that did pop a Space Throne because he could have done like debris and put a rock there or something like that. So there you go.
Oh my! Okay, yep. For a second, I was like, "Does Magneto pull Misty?" Of course not. Misty's a 1-drop. What am I on about?
Now this is something I do appreciate. Volvi's just casually playing the guitar there.
Yeah, a bit of air guitar.
Yeah, we have Shang-Chi in the Patriot list, which we talked about a little bit earlier, and I think it's a great inclusion because typically, from the lists that I look at, I don't imagine I'm like, oh, they're going to play Shang-Chi. They're just going to buff their cards. They're just going to win with pure power output. But with the Shang in there, look, he's loving life. He's absolutely loving life right now.
I'll tell you something though. I think obviously I'm making assumptions. I could be wrong. Volvi does exactly what I do, or what I used to do when I competed.
Yeah.
I put a good song and I like.
Yeah, and then
it goes
you
on
just jammed.
repeat and it gets turned up.
Oh, let's
and then
go.
That's all I want to hear is just that song jamming, and then I just go play the game. You know what I mean? And I think
I think
guess that's what
probably-
Volvi's
it's probably
doing.
what
He's
he's
just jamming
doing.
out to a great song, and honestly, it works. It just gets your mind in the right
Everyone
place.
shot saying Battle of the Beards.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, there we go.
I think Harry can come back in now. The thing, wait. We only went other way to buff cards. I was gonna say, if it wasn't Misty Knight Actually, no, never mind. The Thor's going to get buffed by the Mjolnir here. He can only Shang one lane. I'm pretty sure it's a...
Yeah, it's why I said, like, there's buffs for Misty that can happen, but not more than the hammer. Something weird would have to happen for it to be bigger than Thor with Mjolnir. And again, because Harry knew he had a Mighty Thor in hand, he was like, yeah, all I have to do is play Mighty Thor, and then I'm good to go. So the Shang-Chi comes out, but it isn't going to make a difference as far as I can tell, as there's plenty of power all around. Huge win for Harry, because now Harry actually takes that, is it 1 health ahead here?
I think it's 4 to 3.
Yeah. So
it is correct, yes.
Yeah, looking really good there. And this is why, and how Harry does well, right? Turn 1, he's down to 4 health. He doesn't want to go down to 2. Snap. I either lose, and that's just, that's it. I've lost, I've done. Or this happens, it's like suddenly Harry's back in the game, and he's looking like he could turn this into a win.
I think this even shows, though, that this Patriot list, because this is why I think we're seeing the few Patriots. I think it might only be 3. Snap comes straight out from Harry, which, I mean, it's kind of like this. He does have the Lockjaw. He can, I mean, Lockjaw Jubilee alone, I actually think is pretty good, but it's also the thing of, well, I can just make you think I have Lockjaw Wasp, or even just put a bit of pressure on your opponent. He's after taking 4 cubes, just piling on the pressure at the moment.
And
I
also,
think it's super good.
Yeah, I think just someone will tell me that I'm wrong, but I think just mathematically, it's correct to snap because no matter what, you force your opponent into a 1-game win. But there's ego.
Oh my god!
Go. Well, let's go.
It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen.
This is why we play snap competitively. Okay. Ego. That's why, and it's what I love to see.
Clip it, Shaq. Clip it. Ego in a tournament. You love to see it.
And what's also close to likely going to be the last round here, Harry's got 1 health to spare. If WOLWI loses this, it's done, and that's that round over and the game over for them. No target there for the Mystique. Just saying hello.
The thing here is, like for Harry, if he loses this, then he loses that advantage because Ego just popped, and then he has to win 2 games.
It's really tricky. Let's see. Oh, Blue Marvel coming out. That could have been. That could have been a lot worse there for WOLWI. But then you have Mighty Thor. But the problem is, Ego does not care at all about Mojo World.
Don't play. No! Oh my god.
Okay, and where's? Oh, Ultron. Wait. Has WOLWI bribed Ego? Because this was just Blue Marvel Ultron.
Look at Harry's face. Look at Harry's face.
He can't believe it. Harry will never recover from this.
There's no shot.
There was Hulk. There was Jubilee. There was Doom.
There was so many cards.
Chavez.
Oh my god.
And unfortunately, there was the doggo.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this headset I'm wearing blocks out a lot of sound, and I could still hear WOLWI shout from the other side of this room.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
And Harry can't even snap now.
Now Harry has to win 2.
Yeah.
Now Harry has to win 2.
And it's at this situation, though, like I said, we said it when Lowell was on the 2. He can't snap. He feels confident, but he can't even show that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's just got to play it out, and we are going to see Sanctum Sanctorum in the mid. So, again, options for both players, right? Ultron versus Doom, that sort of thing we discussed in the previous matchup that we had on stream. So, I have to see how this one plays out. Still, Westview, of course, could be literally anything. Oh. Okay.
I mean, that's just going to become a 0 if Patriot comes out, but...
It is, but it's a slot, right?
It is
that's
slot.
The thing, and that's what I'm oohing about a little bit, because even though it's not horrendous, Harry can, like, space for space, Harry puts out more singular power, right, on average. We are going to see the Hulk drop down now. Danger Room. Oh, here, we just had Ego Cower. Oh, is Danger Room going to come to play?
Of course it will, of course it will. Do you know what the thing is, though, here is... actually, I know this interaction. I'm pretty sure if you play something into Lockjaw and it dies, it will still pull something.
So
that's good.
It should do.
But the fact that Sanctum's after popping here is probably really bad for Harry. He has no real way to get power in there besides Doom. And WOLWI just has an Ultron in his hand.
Oh, yeah, but this is looking great, though.
Oh, you think it's good here?
Yeah, because look, so the Super Skrull's taking Hulk, but Harry just has, like, Magneto Odin, Magneto Thor, because if I was Harry, I would assume they're not beating 20 power.
But he has a Shang-Chi.
Oh, he's got the Shang-Chi, hasn't he? So
but it's like...
Oh, so... Okay, well...
But when does he play the Shang? Does he play on turn 5 before the Ultron comes out? You're trying to figure out exactly... Like, so, wait, it is turn 5. It is right now, okay.
Okay.
So
Harry... All Harry has to do is just work out exactly how to have enough power that he won't lose to the Super Scroll growing with the Hulk power. That's because he can Jubilee the Lockjaw next turn, and I would feel pretty confident about that. The only weird thing is he will like weirdly want to low roll because he's losing priority. Sorry, he's got priority.
Oh.
He would have loved to lose priority here, but it's just going to be Jubilee into Doom, right? Yeah.
Wait, is it guaranteed?
I don't think it's guaranteed, but that's what Harry
he
wants
has
to be
do.
guaranteed.
Yeah.
Just basically Jubilee
And
into things that aren't big.
And if it is that, then is that even going to be enough? Yeah, if it's Doom, it's going to be enough because
wait,
it'll be
though.
4 on that side. No, yeah, if it's Doom, it's enough. The Ultron, I mean, it's just there's no other way he wins it without pulling Doom, I think.
But it's so tricky.
Yeah.
Because does Volvi have to play Shang?
This is what I'm saying, but even if he plays Shang and Doom comes out, he still wins, right? So it's like Volvi can play Ultron or he can play Shang, but no matter what he plays, Harry has to do this and he has to get the Doom. No matter which way it goes, I don't know which one is better.
Yeah, but what's tricky is if he plays Shang and Harry just dumps like an Odin or something on the right, is there a world where Harry wins on the difference? Because there's going to be nothing mid.
That's why I think this is better odds, though. I mean, we don't know how many cards are in Harry's hand. Actually, we can probably calculate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1 and 3.
Yeah.
2 and 3. 66% chance.
The usual,
66% chance.
Yeah. That's not Doom.
It's going to be Wasp or Doom. Oh, no, it's...
Oh, he shuffled.
No.
So it's still a 1 in 3.
Oh!
He gets Doom. But it was Ultron.
And he's done it. He's done
That's
it.
enough. Okay, we're going to the last round.
Insane.
You've got to play to your outs. You've got to play to your outs. Really, really good one. And that's why it's so tricky, right? Because Volvi had options. I think I could still hear Volvi
He's
shouting.
still screaming.
Volvi had options, but it's difficult to decide. And I think, unfortunately, sometimes in Snap, you have to just say, I'm picking this.
Yeah.
And hopefully it wins. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you can't play around every single card that exists in your opponent's deck, right? So we'll see how this one goes going forward. Last round now, round 10. I think the longest matchup we've had so far, at least on stream.
Yes, correct.
Round 10, kicking it off here. Misty Knight, nice and early, along with the Shocker there. For
Not the worst. I mean, listen, Harry doesn't have the Lockjaw pop-off turn, but he just has the standard...
Rickety. Rickety. Okay. That's huge because basically all of Volvi's plays just get deleted now.
Yeah, exactly.
So Thor,
So
nice.
Thor's
always.
We'd love to see a Jubilee pickup or even a Lockjaw pickup here for sure. What does he get?
Volvi has a slight issue now where, there's the Mr. Sinister, which is fine, but there's no Patriot yet. So Super Skrull's going to come down instead. And then there's Blue Marvel, question mark. There is the Wasp, there is the Shang-Chi, but again, getting that down is going to be pretty important here. Lockjaw going to come out with the Wasp. What's going to get kicked out right now? Let's have a look who the winner is. Chavez, very shangable.
It's a shangable target.
But again, what's important here is because neither player really doing wave stuff. Harry can wait till the last turn if he wants to, recommit a Wasp or a Hammer. Oh, there you go.
Yep.
So he can actually wait and try and hammer after he gets shanged, right, to try and cover that weakness.
So here we see the Jane will pull the Mjolnir and the Wasp.
Yeah, it's a shame, just for my enjoyment, that Patriot's not on board, because Harry also has the funny turn 6 play of just Magneto into bridge. And he could just pull the Super Skrull and the Patriot.
Yep.
They're dead. Then are you really losing that one? We'll see.
Is he not going to roll? He can still play the Mjolnir on the left here. But how much is Ultron? Ultron, if it goes mid, it's going to be a total of actually 9, so 16.
I think the Mjolnir goes right, doesn't it?
Well, no, then it definitely dies in the Doom. I think you have to play on a lane.
Oh, wait, he's playing Doom. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see him drop Doom there. I thought he was going to look at Hulk or
Doom
something.
is a better play here, in my opinion.
Really?
Yep.
Why wouldn't you just go Mjolnir right, Hulk left, and Wasp mid?
Because right could die, and then I think he's trying to
Right
decide
dies,
on
but then don't you just tie break the Hulk?
But what if he shangs the Hulk instead of shanging the Chavez?
Then aren't you winning aren't you winning mid? Because then remember, something else is coming out of Lockjaw, and Thor will be buffed. Isn't that just Giga power everywhere?
Well, he's after locking in his turn. I can see it on the other side, guys. Shang-Chi has come down
Yeah,
mid.
look. Oh, Harry! I am so sure it's supposed to be Hulk left and Hammer right. He didn't even play Hammer.
Oh, it actually might be enough. Yeah, it might not
Wait,
be enough.
is he
Wait,
dodging?
no.
Is he going to win this dodge if he just doesn't play?
He still wins difference. Straight up.
Yep.
That's it. Let's go.
Yeah,
Congrats to
really
both
big
players,
win there.
really
yeah.
good.
Sick matchup there. Harry takes the victory. But
I'll grab them. I'll grab them for a thing.
So close there from the players. Really good matchup. There's a lot of different ways to go about that. I think I would have liked to have seen the Hulk on the left. I thought that was guaranteed. But either way, we see Patriot put the fear into players once again. As we see Kawa then just, I'm seeing slightly delayed here, but Kawa walks past to go and grab, I guess, Harry or Volvi. Although I'm scared for my eardrums if Volvi comes any closer. So we are going to see who is available, see if Harry's there for a catch-up. But yeah, that looks like we're getting close to pretty much wrapping up round 3. We will check out the bracket for you guys. And remember, !bracket in the chat to so you guys can follow along. And if you're interested in the deck list, go to Kawa's Twitter that I'm sure someone will post, or the link to it, to check out all the deck lists as well. Specky rocks up with what must be his 30th iced coffee of the day that I've seen. Oh, hey. So first off, welcome.
Thank you.
Bit of a rough game at the very end there, but how we didn't see all of it. We saw like the last like 3 or 4 rounds. But how was the matchup overall going for you? Because Harry was in a bit of trouble early on.
I felt like the matchup was pretty good for me with Patriot, but I lacked a lot of Patriot. Like he didn't come so much.
Yeah.
So
We saw that.
So I had to like win the match with other way. That's possible because I got like a lot of tech in the deck. Like Shang-Chi is like really strong against a Lockjaw, so that's okay.
Yep.
But well, the last match played was like if he gets Doom, I lose. If he doesn't get Doom, I win. And well, the first time he doesn't get it, and it's the second roll that goes and make it. So I was like, oh no, damn.
Yeah. Especially because the when we saw like the hammer shuffling, which then adds more, doesn't it?
Exactly.
And it's like yeah.
And at the end, he played just like perfectly because I was like, if he plays the hammer, I got a chance because I knew he took back the hammer with Jen Foster, and I was like, if he doesn't play it, like my Shang-Chi can do shit and he'll just win the roundup. So
I think that's it. Again, it just shows the level of player that's here.
Yeah.
Because on ladder, everyone would just go hammer this, that,
exactly.
whatever, play everything and hope for the best. Whereas you see, I think everyone here is on that like higher level where they're really thinking
Every
about the
single player is,
impact
like,
of every turn. Yeah.
really strong, and I feel like in the whole tournament there's like very little like 10-0 or 8-0 stuff.
Yeah.
Like
And I think
everyone is playing a lot.
From what I've heard of the players who say have been stomped in the round, it's because they just hit a matchup that's so bad that
when
they
you
have
got
no
a really bad
build
matchup
for.
and when you get a really bad matchup, sometimes that's the time when you need to go like, okay, I'll go 8 cubes because
try and win.
I got like 20%. I won't have ever like better chance than that, so I need to just go like all in on that.
It's what we were saying earlier because we basically joined the match when Harry was on 4 health and snapped you turn 1.
Yeah.
And we were saying the problem there is if Harry doesn't do that, he might go to 2, and then when you're in 2 health, it's almost impossible, isn't it?
You was totally right for him to do that.
But how's the rest of the tournament been going for you? How's it going?
Been going pretty well. I mean, like I lost my first match for like 1 cube. I had like a really, really good match against Z, so it was like, but the match was like really hard. It terminated like I was like 2 life left, and well 1-2, but it's not over. And if it's over, like I'll just be with everyone and having fun. The tournament is great. Thank you for all the organization, for the sponsor and stuff. Like it's crazy to be here. So I'm just happy to be here. And if I win, I win. If I lose, well, I win friends, so still a win.
And that's the thing. I think what's something I've been telling the chat, because obviously we've been tilting the camera now and again, but it's great for me because I'm here, we're casting, but I can always see as the round progresses, everyone's just gathering like, so what happened in your round? How did the game go? And obviously talking about the game is a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's how we build a community, and I feel like everyone who plays Snap, like at this level of play, is like really eager to build something good and great for the environment of the game. So that's really, really a blast to be here.
Yeah, and it's also as well, just again, something I was telling the chat, worst case scenario, if you don't make it through to tomorrow in top 8, you can just swing by and cast with us if you want.
Yeah.
So, like, everyone's welcome to come
That's
by.
probably what I do.
It's something that chat definitely wants. Chat doesn't want to stare at me and cower all day, and not 2 days in a row anyway. So, yeah, good luck in the rest of your games. Thanks for talking to us, and I hope you do well.
Goodbye.
So yeah, again, great matchups going on there. I have to keep remembering the camera's moved. Great matchups going on throughout the day here. That was round 3 tidying up. Let me just have a quick look. Oh god, I don't know if I want to touch stuff because I'm probably going to mess it up. Is Kawa even nearby? I can't see Kawa, so I'm not going to touch anything. If I touch stuff, the stream will break. But yeah, like I said, !mark bracket in the chat, and you guys can keep up with where everyone is, where everyone's going to stack. Thanks for whoever's doing the commands in the chat for us. And yeah, like I said, we've got 2 more rounds left. We're already over halfway through day 1, and by the end of today, we'll be able to tell you who's made it into that top 8 tomorrow. And I definitely echo Volvi's thoughts about just cool to just hang out with loads of people and play some Snap. So I hope you guys have been enjoying it at home, even through some of the tech issues we've had been going on a little bit earlier on especially. But hey, who would have thought streaming Snap tournaments hard without spectator mode? So we can do what we can do. I can hear Charles screaming. Yeah, so it's a really cool setup, guys, where basically, do you want to just chat, Harry? You okay? Oh, come and sit down. Yeah. The stream doesn't want to hear me chat. I was just saying I was saying, they can hear like a kid shout or something. So I was saying the venue's cool because we're over the store that sells all the gaming stuff.
I just have a very high-pitched voice.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It was Harry who was saying. So, crazy matchup. We joined.
Hello, we meet again.
I have to keep an eye on you two. We joined at that matchup when you were on 4 health and you snapped turn 1.
Yes.
But overall, how was that matchup? Because it looked, quite spicy. It went all to the end, especially with the ego.
It's very draw dependent. If I draw my stuff, there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, because you just lockjaw, big stuff, go.
Yeah. What's he gonna do? Shang-Chi one location, then what?
Mm-hmm.
I can even play around like Shang-Chi, like I showed you on the last time. But the snap there, I had 4 cubes. He had 3. So I always play for. I'm always 2 games away from losing. If I snap there.
Yep.
If I don't snap there, I'm still 2 games away from losing. So I turn 1 snap, even though I had a great hand, at the same time, and a good location, that was even more reason to snap, right? So those are the reasons why I snapped. And with my hand, his only out was literally Ego. That was his only out. There was no way I was losing that game. I was so upset when I saw that Ego. I was so fucking upset.
It was brutal as well because, as you well saw, the ego felt like he was like, I'm going to make Patriot win because it was just went Blue Marvel, Ultron, and then you were like, Lockjaw. It's like, right, okay.
Played perfectly. That ego played perfectly, dude. I was a Snap GPT. He was the actual Snap GPT.
Yeah.
But yeah, last game, I got a good draw again. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
And what you were thinking, so I was actually saying I would have made a different play. We can even look at the outcome on this screen.
Anything would have won there. Anything.
Yeah, because I was...
Hulk left, Wasp right.
Yeah. Or Wasp mid, Hammer right.
Hammer right.
Would have worked, right?
But I just wanted to show off and play around Shang-Chi.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Harry always won as a crowd pleaser, as we well know. So where are you now? I'm not going to bring up the bracket because I don't want to touch
2-1.
stuff. You 2-1. Okay, that's all right.
I lost to that insane Hana list. I actually wanted to queue my my Dino list with Nick Fury, but I saw that what's his
Volvi.
name? Huh?
Volvi.
No, the 4-2 that he had in his deck.
Super Scroll.
Yeah, I saw the Super Skrull and immediately thought, okay, he's queuing this. I can't queue my ongoing. This one covers both. It's got a good matchup into Lockjaw, and it crushes the other deck. So I cannot queue that one, and I queued the...
I think it's tough as well, because one thing, not that I've played your list, but I've played some of the Shield, like the Fury stuff, and sometimes you just don't have the power to beat, like, the actual numbers, to beat the consistency of a Patriot list. If they're hitting, it's really hard, because if you get some random 6 drops, and they're not good enough, it's like, oh, right,
the only
lost.
problem Patriot has, I think his list is a bit too greedy with that Shang-Chi and
The Super Scroll.
And the Super Scroll. I think it's either or, if you ask
Right.
me. But the only problem with Patriot, I thought about Patriot. The only problem with Patriot is that I need those cards for High Evolutionary.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what we've talked about to a few players where, like, the deck building restrictions actually get pretty spicy because, on one hand, not a lot of decks use the bounce build, right? You know, there's not a lot of crossover. But on the other hand, when you look at, well, if you bring Patriot, you just can't do High Ev, right? And then suddenly you're not bringing what a lot of people believe to be the best archetype. So it's tricky.
It is the best archetype. I really, as I said before, I really like Hannah's list.
Yep.
It covers High Evo so well and bounce with one list. Like
Which is
she brought
you wouldn't
the
believe
best
it if someone told you
list.
that. Yeah.
She literally brought the best list. She covers bounce and High Evo with one deck, and then your second deck can be as spicy as you want.
Whatever. Yeah.
You can go as spicy as you want. You can put all the spices in the world in that deck.
You can let me build the deck, and it'll
it
be
can
all right.
Anything, Stegron, whatever you want. You can do whatever you want and surprise your opponents and make them unable to choose their deck because you have a deck that's because most people brought High Evo with bounce. So you have a deck that's good in both their decks, and then you have a spicy deck that probably crushes one of your two decks. If you make the wrong decision,
Yeah.
you are automatically out.
Yeah. And I'm going to ask you a bit of a spicy question. You've been to both creator clashes. Obviously, this one is not over yet. But is the European one higher caliber? Because the other one was made up for a lot of American players, right? Or at least that side of things. Is it hard? Is this one harder?
Can I do plus and minus? Oh, you're talking about players only?
Yeah, players.
No, definitely the level here is so much higher. It's not even.
I'm giving you an opportunity to just say the America's players are rubbish.
It has nothing to do with the players. It has nothing to do with the players. We made the first one weeks or days after.
It was very close.
Yeah,
Battle mode.
after Battle Mode came out. People were still adjusting. Now we have Conquest already for 2 weeks. We've been spamming battle modes.
Yeah. 24/7, basically.
24/7.
I don't think I played a ladder game yet.
I haven't. I don't
I
even.
think I queued one by accident. I was like, oh, and then left.
Right now, I don't even consume ladder content. If I see someone like YouTube streaming or anything, and it's not Conquest, I just immediately don't watch it.
Unfollow, unsubscribe.
Something like that. It needs to be Conquest. Like what ladder? What? We're just throwing decks on the board on ladder. Like who cares? No one cares.
See some cube numbers go up.
No one cares.
Whatever.
Conquest is the mode, and it's so well done, so beautifully done, so exciting. It makes you feel things. It makes your heart pump. That's what you want when you're playing games, so you can feel stuff, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a lot of back and forth throughout the game, right? Obviously, maybe not improving grounds, but especially when you look at those golds, and obviously this week coming up, we've got the Infinite. It opens up, right?
Yeah,
so that is going to be. I'm looking forward to that because I'm interested in just watching everyone else because I'm not trying to like race for the first portrait or whatever, but I want to watch like. Oh, how's everyone doing? Like, how angry is Harry getting that he keeps losing on his 5th run? Like,
oh, I'm gonna be so upset. Imagine I lose the last game to Eagle, like here.
Yeah. But
oh
imagine,
my God, there's
imagine
gonna be
you do
pieces
that.
flying out the window, man.
You use a ticket, you lose game 5. And then you do it again, and you lose game 5 again. That is a stream off moment. That rage quit. Go.
The only issue I have is that the reward is slightly lackluster. Like I would have wanted a little bit more, but I understand that they don't want to put a big reward that the vast majority of the player base is going to miss.
And also, it would just further incentivize win trading and weird stuff like that. But I think for me, the real reward that the border creates is just bragging rights. That's really, it's just like, yeah, I cleared this.
I like that they put all the rewards that are quote unquote useful, and they included them in a way that almost anyone can get it.
If you want them, you can get them.
If you want them, you can get it so easily. Just play. You only need to play a little bit casually, and you don't even. You can only play proving grounds if you have ladder anxiety and concede your silver, and you're still getting the medals.
Also, bear in mind this time, I believe we've had one less week, right? Because we started Conquest later, so you'd have like a whole extra week before Infinite. Leagues even open.
No,
so
I want to say props to Second Dinner because this mode is very well done. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with draft, with so many things that they can do. I don't know if they're going to do them, but if
the recovery, I am not confirming draft.
I don't because I don't know. If I knew, I would have leaked.
You heard it here first. Harry wants to be a leaker, but no one will tell him anything, so there's nothing to leak. Yet. There you go, see. See,
You wanted
everyone's
to
loving
stare.
it. Yeah, you can see chat there as well.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, thanks, mate. I think we're going to go
Thank
to a
you.
break while we sort out round number 4, but good luck.
And I need to go outside and walk a little bit because I'm sweating like a spider ham. See you later.
Think about this. I've not left this chair all day.
Bro, do you need to go to the bathroom or something?
Yeah, I might take a 2-minute break. I'll be back. Is everything set up and good? That's muted. Yep, there you go. I've not shown the bracket on stream yet because I didn't want to touch anything.
We haven't started. It's going to be just another trip. We just wanted a good break after that. We've got
Oh
plenty
yeah, I meant
of time.
results.
Oh,
for
results.
the I've not shown round 3 results.
show
So if you
that
want
now.
to chuck that up, I didn't touch anything because I was like, I'm definitely going to break it. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, mate.
We're
Okay?
also going to try. Yeah, you can mute. We're also going to try and get Brendan's hand on his phone just set up because that way we can just use. He has his cam set up. We just need his hand and then use the main screen from his opponent. Since he's 3-0, it'd be cool too. You know what I mean? Yeah, perfect. Oh yeah. Do you mind actually? All right, guys. So this is actually I need to reload this. I think these were the results from round 3. We can actually see. So we have 2 people that are 3-0 so far. We have Brendan and we have Den. Those are the 2 that are 3-0 so far. And then we've got a lot of 2-1s. We've got Lamby, Hips, Bessie, D Money, Howling, Harry, and Lobster. So it's going to be really, really good chat. I know this isn't the best view right now, but let me go back to the rounds just so you can see. These are the results. I'm going to set something up really quickly. Yes, it is open deck lists. I know Den and Brendan have been killing it. Den's list had a bit of spice in it as well. I'm trying to remember what it was. I can probably pull it up for you, chat, but it was super, super spicy for sure. So bear with me, chat. I'm going to throw back onto the caster screen, and I just need to get something set up so that we can actually spectate Brendan during one of his games. Just give me a very quick moment here. Brendan, do you mind just jumping into like a random room and on... Oh, yeah, okay. Let me see. Oh, you're by yourself? Perfect. Okay. And just share your screen when you're ready. I don't think you're sharing. Just bear with us, chat. Everyone's just going to take a 5-minute break. It's like... I actually can't express to you how warm it is in this venue. We are absolutely sweating. So please give us like 2 to 3 minutes, and we'll jump straight into the next match. Z, actually, we can see if we want to get. Do you know who we'll get over? We'll get Z and D Money. Let me see here. You guys can share this microphone.
What's up, everybody?
Hello.
No, we'll turn it around.
How we doing? How we doing?
So, D-Money, I believe you're 2-1.
2-1, yeah.
Doing very well. And have you been sticking to the same deck the whole time, or have you been kind of switching it up?
So me and my girl here, me and Z, we were in the hotel room last night, prepping for the tournament, going through every single person's deck list and deciding ahead of time which of our decks that we would queue up against them. And I think that's really helped because that's part of the stress when you're going into a match and like you have like limited time here. So yeah, just been bouncing back and forth between my decks, between the bounce deck and the Patriot. And one slight misplay in the first round cost me the round against Lamby, and I'm very, very upset about it. I've been talking about it all day, and I'll be upset about it for a while. But he played well. It was a good match. Having fun. It's really hot, but yeah.
Bro, I had no idea it was going to be this warm. But yeah, super, super cool to see. I actually think the bounce and the Patriot lists are probably one of the best picks you could bring because they're just pretty good against everything. I would say especially against high Evo Lockjaw because that's kind of, such a high rolly deck. Patriot puts out a lot of power wide. Bounce can just go really tall and do some absolutely crazy things. So I think some really good picks. Z, especially your decks. I was talking about this with Raven all day yesterday. I love your deck so much. And it's actually interesting. Someone that's 3-0, Brendan, he has a Surfer list as well with Shadow King. Yeah. And it's proven to be very good, extremely good.
It's so good, but Shadow King's just not pitching up for me today. So my draws have been so bad and my location RNG has been so off. I mean, I had like a full setup. I even snapped and everything, and X Mansion decided to give me Ultron.
Oh,
And I was like, I just stormed another lane, and then it gave me Ultron, and I was like, no.
of course, of
So
course.
yeah, it's been a bit tough on that end, but I think my bad luck is out of the way.
Yeah.
So now
out
we
of the
just
way.
win.
Now you just win.
Now we
Exactly.
just win.
Have you done 2 of your games with the Surfer, or one with Surfer
Yeah.
and 2 with Destroy?
Yeah, I did two of my games with Surfer, and then one with
The first
my
one was your Destroy, yeah, yeah.
the first one was just Destroy, and I might need to go back to my Destroy deck.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming over, guys. I really appreciate
you.
it. Wish you the best of luck in the rest of the event. And I'm going to sit in a cold shower after this event. My lord. Give me your thumb. Yeah. And then you should be able to log in with Google. All right, guys. So we're going to get a little bit more set up, and then we should be good. So, chat, how are you enjoying the event so far? I know we're taking a big break here, but we've actually got a lot of time for the last 2 rounds, I believe. So it should be super, super good. Thank you very much, Nina. I appreciate it. Kawa, a Samsung fanboy. I mean, Samsung, if you want to sponsor the next Creator Clash. You good? Yep. Do you mind just doing your usual thing and just talking for a few while? I'm just trying to get Brendan set up in the thing, and then we're good to go for the next round, all right?
Can you hide that for a sec, Kawa, just so I can see the camera? So yeah, that's like our balcony, and do you see over there? That's like down in the shop, and then through there is like 100 million other shops. So we're up on this balcony thing, getting everything going. So it's pretty good. The venue's not too bad at all. It's just a little bit toasty, but I blame the there we go. I blame the unnatural British heat, which is definitely not fair. But yeah, it's pretty good. Where in the UK? Manchester.
Let me actually just pull a bracket.
Do we know who
back up
we're
again.
casting? Are
Well,
we doing Brendan?
I want to do Brendan and Den, because if you look at the overall, so if we go to tournament overview here,
Yep.
there's only 2 people that are
do you
3-0.
wanna
So
do you want to show
oh,
him?
of course, yeah. Sorry.
Crash!
There's only 2 people that are 3-0.
Yeah, okay.
So it means they pretty much
Awesome.
will be playing against each other.
And we've also not seen Brendan and Den on camera yet.
That's awesome.
Brendan's
Yeah,
done
you just tell them
a
all
sat
to
with
go
us
with
and had an
different ones.
interview, of course. But 2 of the players we've not shown, because again, that's something we really want to focus on for day 1. We're going to do our best to try and show as many players as possible. It can't be guaranteed that we can show every single player. But then again, if you're interested, for example, Specimen streaming on his YouTube. Eggs, are you streaming? Are you still streaming? Yeah, so Eggs is streaming as well. So, if you want to check out their views and see who they're playing, then of course you can swing by their streams. Lamby Poggers, yeah, we'll be looking at Lamby as well. Don't you worry. And of course we've got the top 8 tomorrow, so there's a lot going on. But yeah, I'm excited for this one because again, players we've not seen in game on stream. Obviously, like I said, Brendan was over here chatting earlier, but we've not seen them actually play out.
Do you know
yet.
what's funny about this is Den was actually having trouble with his account earlier, so I do believe Den is playing on my account.
Yes, if you're wondering why Den is not called Den on
Yeah,
this
he's called
thing,
Dingas.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's his name, Dingas. So yeah, I had to just for some slight login issue, just had to borrow Kawa's account just to play out for today. So it should be fine. It's not
Cool.
a big
I'm
deal.
gonna get cams done.
It'll
and
be
then
so funny though because if, for example, if you ran, it's lucky you're here because if you ran Jeff, I've not got it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm being serious. I couldn't lend him my account because there's some cards that everyone plays I don't have.
All right, game is up, guys. So we're gonna jump straight into this now. Here we are.
Yeah, and this is a big one. Like I said, just a reminder, everyone, this is going to be round 4 of 5 of the day. So this is second to last round. The winner of this almost certainly goes through to the top 8. So a lot on the line for these players. And it looks like we are going to have Den, who is Ding Ass, on the bottom here as the main view, as we can check out the Lockjaw District X. At least that wasn't a snapperoo.
Isn't it just always the way when... Well, you can say when you change decks, you want to try something new, but it's just always first game, District X, always.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you just when you see it so early, round 1, you're like, is this how this match is going to be?
Yeah,
like District X straight away. So we'll have to see now. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but I always judge a lot of stuff based on what does their real bit of their hand look like. So far, Pig, Jane, and High Ev. So other than Thor, I would say pretty terrible. Maybe you can argue that a 6-12 is fine in a District X game, and I would probably not really argue that it's not. But overall, not the best here for Den, whereas Brendan is having a bit of a problem too, because isn't Brendan playing bounce, and now he just has to District X out of this?
Yeah.
So a little bit tricky for both players, but that's why they're here, right? They're going to have to dig themselves out.
Yeah, not the worst start for Brendan here. I think we're having a bit of stream issues over here, but it should hopefully smoothen out. Whoop. Go back.
Try that again.
So yes, the Bishop and Yellow Jacket comes out here for Brendan. I don't think he's in the worst situation because he only had a few 1-drops that he had to play, you know, and he still has the Iron Man. He can, I mean, he's after getting Agent Coulson, free card generation, so definitely still an opportunity to pull out of the bag. What just got pigged? I missed that. Do you know what that pig was?
I didn't look because I'm wondering whether we go and tell. Do you think Den's camera is doing this? I know it's odd, but his view is doing this, and his camera is doing that. You go, Chase. I'm going to send in
Kawa Tech.
Yeah, Kawa Tech specifically. So I'll send him in to have a look. We will try and get this sorted out as quickly as we can for you guys. But we can still see what's cooking. We see Craven dropped in the middle. Iron Man coming out there for Brendan, though. And again, in these scrappy sort of District X or these kind of weird, like, Triskelion fights, if you get those power cards like Iron Man, like, yeah, no one's really playing Enchantress, but Iron Man pretty much wins you the location, at least one of them, if you've got some power behind it. So looking good so far. Only 5 power on the right there for Den, and not much else going on. So it looks like that's going to be a retreat later to see if Brendan's going to lock it down. But I do think Brendan will continue to play this. Like I said, the Bishop on the left, a little bit of power on the right. Iron Man locks up mid, and I think there's plenty to go there.
So unfortunately, guys, it's just the way it's set up because then he has to use Discord on browser. It's not as good quality as in...
Okay, sure. Okay, that's fine then.
But yes, I can see in chat people are saying it's low FPS. At least we can see the cards. We can tell you the cards. That's the main thing.
It's fine. We'll be all right. It's only one game. So we are going to see this now as we go into round 2. Den did retreat. He just kind of hit nothing, and Brendan got an Iron Man.
Cool.
Or got their Iron Man, so they managed to lock that down as we move on to round number 2. Magneto being the outcome of Sokovia here. And Den losing the pig. Sorry, Brendan losing the pig. Oh, just Monkey coming down here from Brendan. And there's Project Pegasus gaining tons of power here. There's Lockjaw as well. Is this going to be Lockjaw? Is this going to be just a drop the Hulk now? I can't recall if Brendan's running Shang-Chi. I am not 100% sure. So I don't know how comfortable Den is to actually just playing this Hulk out. Oh, sorry, he is. I'm not looking at the hand. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's because I'm sat just focused on Den's hand. But it's fine.
Oh. No, he's not. Yeah, he's not.
Coward chuckles. He walks off to go and grab his nice cold drink, comes back, and then laughs at me because I'm looking at the wrong hand. Whatever.
Does he have Shang-Chi?
Yeah, it was a test. It was a test. But anyway, Beast coming out here to bounce that monkey back, looking quite strong. Oh, the hammer as well. This is not looking too bad at all. But how do you feel about bounce versus this?
Against High Evil Lockjaw?
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think it's a matchup that I think if I was playing bounce, it would be a matchup that I would feel like I could beat it with.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible to beat it with, for sure. And especially this version, like my bounce decks, all my bounce decks pretty much have Shang-Chi because I think it's very much needed to deal with the big threats, to deal with the Lockjaw pulls and stuff like that for sure.
One of the few ways you can answer that sort of turn 6 scenario where you can dump on 5 and then just say, well, I'll Shang on 6. That'll actually generate me enough of a power swing. Oh, Dr. Octopus coming out here. And they'll be filling this location. Yeah, I forgot about that. And then, as always, we all know Dr. Octopus always pulls Shang-Chi. It's never even in doubt.
Oh, my God. You hate to see it, chat.
Yeah.
How Brendan just... Did I miss something, or did Brendan just like play all of his cheap cards at first? Is that why his hand is so empty?
Yeah, well, he put the he played Bishop out, he played Monkey because remember there was Project Pegasus, so he got out a lot of stuff, and then basically everything on board's everything he's had so far, so he bounced that. It's not looking too bad though, and Den pushed out once again, slowly losing just a bit of health.
So yeah, that round. Sorry, I just missed that there. Yeah, that round goes to.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Like again, nothing too flashy happening, but Brendan doing a good enough job of just pushing out Den, and I think we'll see this a lot. especially from the players who are play tournaments all the time, is you'll see a lot of this. Oh, I'm not favored going into turn 3. I'll retreat. Oh, I'm not favored, because they're just so used to saying there's no point risking it. Why are we just? Oh, I might draw the nuts. I'll just suddenly play for 4 cubes and see what happens.
Yes, chat. This is actually quite funny because Dan's playing on my account and Brendan's playing on my phone. This is
is he playing on your phone?
On my phone, yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay.
All right.
What would we do without you? Well, there wouldn't be an event for a
be
start, so we wouldn't be doing much, to be honest. To be at home.
All right, so we got Bast coming down. Decent Bast. I'm saying not the best, but still very good. Hits Angela, hits Monkey.
Yeah,
Snap comes out from Den, which 100% he has Lockjaw, Thor, Jane, everything he needs. It's funny, I walked by Den earlier and he was like, Kawa, he was like, Dr. Octopus is the nuts. And clearly it has to be because we're seeing he's 3-0 and last
it would
game...
be so funny if he just hasn't played this deck so far this tournament. It's like, yeah, Dr. Octopus is the nuts. How many times you played it?
Yeah.
0. Okay, so this is what I was very interested in is it was Brendan going to retreat from like what I call the Lockjaw Snap. But you know what I mean? Of like Snap on turn 3 as a Lockjaw deck, you assume they've got it. But he isn't going to retreat. He's going to keep playing because like you said, the Bast was decent, the Angela's there, the Monkey's there, the plays are there.
Gets the Raft, like somebody in chat even pointed out, it is the perfect hand for the Raft because you get to bounce it back.
Yep, replay. And then what is this 6-drop going
what
to
did we
be?
Get? Oh, it's Infinite. It is Infinite. So how do we feel about that? That's a weird card to get for bounce.
Yeah, I
Very
mean,
strange.
It's unusable now. If you got it on turn 4, you could argue like, well, you just have whatever you played turn 4 pass, but it's not going to achieve anything, right?
But does Den, I don't think Den runs Wave in this version, so he can actually just pass, which he has done, which might lead Den to believe, well, why did you pass turn 4? You probably
also
have.
pass into Octopus, so it basically got
Yeah.
his hand played for him. Oh, and there's an oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
There we go.
Into Wakonda as well. So
Doc Ock is cracked, Keck. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the W?
Mm.
So yeah, that is a tricky one. And suddenly, Den's in that tricky spot of, well, sure, he's lost one location, probably. Can he win the other 2? Obviously, middle looks strong, but he knows Brendan plays Shang-Chi. Doesn't have it. I've checked this time, trust me, guys. But also just can potentially make up the difference. It's only 10 power on the right. I think from here, Brendan has to assume that there'll be more power played on the right to try and beef up this Thor. But my confusion here is I don't think Brendan's playing that much. So
He's only playing the cards he played was Bishop, Mysterio, and Ham. Bishop's at a 3, Mysterio's at a 3, and Ham. So it's only going to be a total of 11. So literally, Den has to play just one card into the Raft. But why would you just commit to the lane? You're winning already so much. Maybe maybe he still does that because he's thinking of a Shang. You know what I mean? But we do see the retreat later come out from
I was going to say, I would have been surprised if Brendan was like, yeah, I'll assume my opponent retreats here, because I don't think he would. Even with that Octopus, the amount of power that was available there was just too much. So not a bad little round there for Den. Gets to push some damage back, and it's now much more even than it was going forward.
Someone saying, why is it 10 FPS? Glappy says UK bandwidth. Oh, okay, Glap. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny as well because all I hear from the American side of things that I know is that how bad the internet is in like the majority of places. Not that the UK is that good, but yeah, I think it's
just it's a combination.
It's layers of stuff, isn't it? Because it's like we have every single player streaming to Discord, and then we're putting that through this, and then certain issues with Discord are creating other layers of issues. But there's Angela into a bar with no name.
Very fortunate he played a card like Angela in there. Rather than
any other card, more or less.
Well, he could have played Kitty, right? He could have played Kitty, and then Kitty would have just came back, which is fine. But yeah, definitely interesting. And we do see a snap come down from Den. And again, I love this from Brendan. And I think he very much respects Den as a player as well. It's like, right, you snapped, you have it. I'll just move on. You know what I mean? And in that situation as well, after committing an Angela to a lane where nothing's going to happen now.
Yeah,
it's like
just
for the first 2 turns,
on,
I've done nothing. And then on turn 3, you're going to absolutely high roll me probably.
Yeah, and as we push on, and we're in round 5 now. This is where the back and forth from like good players, I'll say, starts to slow down a little bit because you can't just retreat for 1. You can't say, "Oh, take a health, it's fine."
Yep.
It's 2 suddenly, and then that'll start to really, really stack up. So that's what you've got to be worried about now. Shuri's Lab, definitely a scary one for both players because on one hand, Den has big cards that get bigger. But on the other hand, Brendan has bounce ability, right? So like playing them, bouncing them, and replaying them is double, right? Which is very, very scary indeed.
I love it. I'm pretty sure. I think I might have missed it, but I think it was a snap and then a snap.
Yeah,
Snap and a snap back because both players have good hands. Like I think Brendan's hand is really good here. He has the bounce potential. He has the 3-pair Iron Man. Can play the Iron Man on Shuri's Lab, make it a 6. That would be absolutely insane. So I guess we're going to see if he's going to high roll. Getting Jane is fine. You get another cycle back.
Yeah, it's something.
For your Lockjaw, which is pretty good. Okay, I'm really excited for this game now because both players I don't think either of them could ask for a better hand right now.
Yeah, and I feel like Den is going to end this game by playing a fat pig on Shuri's Lab. You don't think?
Maybe.
It's a lot of power.
It is a lot of power.
Or there's the bait where you just play it on Litragilla and just say, well, my opponent's not going to play there.
And he's seen that it's now just a 6-12 pig, so oh my lord.
So this is a bounce from Brendan, right?
Yep, this is a bounce.
Yeah, this is really nice because, of course, generally speaking, most decks want to take that Grand Central freebie at some point or another.
And I want to just point out as well that you'll probably notice here, guys, these players are so good at the game that simple things like you'll notice probably throughout this round of matches, keeping Thor at like 8 power and like having, I think 8 power cards in Snap are so good because like they're such high power, but they're just out of the range.
I mean, we saw it from slightly different, but we saw it from Harry earlier where he played around Shang-Chi because he had Mjolnir and just never played it because he knew he wants the power to stick. And if his opponent, which he knew obviously played Shang-Chi, if they played it, that's just killing more power. Like playing Mjolnir actually loses you more power than it would gain, which is kind of funny. And
he's after doing the Iron Man play, which I thought he would do. I think it's actually perfectly valid to do. Let's see what gets pulled here. Doom coming out. He was really hoping it wasn't the Shang. The Shang didn't get pulled for Brennan. Hits the pig again. There you go.
It's now twice a pig.
Double pig, yeah. So we can see that Den, if he plays the pig on the right, can get to a total of 36. He probably won't because he's expecting, that Iron Man's already pretty big. He's going to boost it up.
It's almost like you see the Iron Man and think, no, I'm okay, thanks. Because it's a draw, Brendan has to play something, but Brendan could play a 1-drop, and that's probably, maybe 2 1-drops or something, right? And that'd probably be okay. But looking at his hand, Cower, like, is this going to be a Shang-Chi turn? If so, does it get played into Shuri? And then how does Brendan even win a different location?
Yeah, it's like if he Shang's mid, there's still a total of what, 15 power?
Yeah.
So I feel like he'd have to Shang. Okay, how many cards can he play? He can do Mysterio, which is 3 cards, Bast, Iceman, because they're both 0, which would be 5. He actually just retreats later. Yep. I think there was a possibility where he might have been able to catch up. I think the most that monkey could have been is actually a 12. So he could have done it.
I think the problem there was that Brendan knew he had to play something. If that Iron Man had just won that location, great. But because he had to play something there, if he played just an Iceman and Den played the pig there, he loses, right? Yeah. So they had to play something significant. And if he does that, like I said, how does he win the other 2 locations? So I think he was like, you know what? No thanks, not for me.
The only way, I actually think the retreat was right, because the only way he could have done it was the most he would have put on Shuri's was a Mysterio and an Iceman, which is 3 and 2. Even if that's doubled, that's not going to be a total of 36. Right. So that was probably the right decision to make. Yeah, Shang alone couldn't win. But that's the thing, because Jane was 8. If Jane was 9, well, that's a huge swing.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Here that we go, though. Looks like Brendan has to just win now as he's on 3 health and they're playing for 3 cubes instantly, taking that approach of, again, just doesn't want to be pushed down to nothing. It does have Kitty, and I feel like, is this the first time he's had Kitty?
He has had Kitty in hand, but I think it's the first time he's
playable
played,
Kitty, yeah. Because that is, I mean, playing bounce and just not really hitting Kitty is like, it's like a core of the deck a lot of the time. The win rate between playing Kitty and not must be absurd, difference at least. Then taking the time to have that lockjaw. I think it's working out where to play lockjaw, because also things are a little bit awkward. Just got to at least sit and think about what Crimson Cosmos does, right? Because yes, it's fine with Wasp, it's fine with some other stuff, but you just got to think, let me just triple check the outcomes here and make sure I can still do lockjaw things.
For sure. Someone's asking, will there be a VOD of this after? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, think I've turned VODs off, or I didn't turn them off. I think Twitch did something where this won't be a VOD now, so we'll have to manually enable it. But there will.
Someone else.
There will be VODs.
Well, I think again, I think you can do a rerun, right? So you can probably when we're done, we'll probably do a rerun from the start.
Yeah, just so people can catch up and watch it.
Yeah, and just so they can watch. Because I was talking earlier about like the American side of thing, probably waking up a little bit early on.
Chavez gets pulled. It's really interesting. I actually, just even from that last game, I think pulling Jane from Lockjaw is so good because usually the Lockjaw's just, okay, it's going to be big card. And if it's all big cards, then Shang deals with it. But if it's a Doom or a Jane, then it's like, well, Shang doesn't just deal with this lane anymore. Suddenly,
it's tricky.
Suddenly it's just like 15 power of stats that you need to commit.
You're still behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like it's going to be Dr. Octopus coming out for Den, though, on the left, as he is likened to do this series so far.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be tough. I mean, is this kitty on a 9 already? This is pretty good, just getting multiple kitties.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Brendan is probably does have a good chance to do this. The beauty of this, again, is even though there's Crimson Cosmos, kitty's now a 0, so can still be played into that lane, which is nice.
And because they return and generate.
And keep generating more, yeah.
And also Den's going first, so it'll pull the Mysterio, the Angela, and the Iceman, and maybe Bass now. But Brendan still has options with the kitties going forward. So I like this a lot. Here comes Dr. Octopus, though. It's going to fill that location, more or less. But that's what's interesting, right? Because now, with these kitties, and because the location's not full, right? Like, Den can't just say, oh, that Dr. Octopus lane's sorted.
Yeah.
Because it's not even full. So if a kitty comes down at 9 power, that's a problem, right?
Wait, that wasn't 9, was it? Wait, was that a misplay?
Right,
Did
what
he
happened?
bast his hand? Or now order? I might have messed up order myself, but maybe that was the correct way to do it. But I thought he might have basted some of his kitties down. Again, it's that's something that it's like, oh, is it more optimal to play bast first
the
or to
other
do
way.
that?
Interested.
Yeah. Okay, chat's saying order, so I assume it was a bit of an order misplay. But the thing is, he's
hang on, Kawa, hang on. Chat said order, so it's very likely to not have been an order misplay because chat thinks it's wrong, which means it's probably, I think he had to play Bast because he wanted the space.
Yeah.
And he played Bast to like try and finagle its way through. And I think you're always going to catch something, but he has the big kitties, so it's still fine, I think.
Yeah.
Magneto coming out on the right forward Den, pulling everything across, but the Chavez
goes for
tie. Even that up.
Yeah.
And then, there you go. Extra power from the kitties.
There you go. Only a 2 difference in the mid, but he was already winning by 8 on the left side there. So still very much there. There you go. Still very much a game to be had.
Brendan fights back.
Den's on 5 points, I believe. Let me just double check this here, as we can see. Yes, he is on 5 health. So at least 2 more games.
Yeah, and the thing is, well, suddenly, like, the snap, again, as we see from Den, is quite relevant because snapping now reduces Den's clock a little bit because then it can go, like, 3-3, right? Or 3-2 now.
Yep.
Whereas if Den didn't snap, obviously he can snap if he feels confident, but if he didn't snap and Brendan didn't snap and, say, retreated, well, Den still has a big amount of health to sort of play around with. But now that both these players are, I'm guessing, are going to accept this 3 snap, that it's just going to be, Brendan just continues to need to win.
Again, pretty good hands from both players. Like, I still say this is a good hand for the Lockjaw player, even though they don't have the Wasp, because they have so many options. They shuffle, and actually even with Elysium, this is really good because you can get Mjolnir a turn earlier, put it into the Lockjaw, just start high rolling, you know what I mean? So I think that's super, super good. But then on the other hand, literally on the other hand, Brendan has a lot that he can do here as well, for sure.
Yeah, and that, even though it's a little bit late to the party, has picked up Kitty, which means that that's going to be free because of Elysium, at least for the near future, which means that, yeah, that's going to start bouncing because although, of course, it's good to do things earlier in a sort of top-heavy deck like Lockjaw, it's also great for your deck that really wants to play loads of cards in a turn to make them cost 1 less. So as we can see now, you know, the Kitty, the Bast, and so on, it's going to be able to basically be spammed out at will for Brendan.
I think the card that Brendan really wants to pick up here, I think has to be Monkey, because he's going to be bouncing these cards back.
Right.
Any ones will just cost 0 anyways. I think Ham today is just always hitting Magneto. It's hit Magneto a lot today so far.
Oh, that's the difference as well. Shang-Chi pickup for Brendan.
Yep.
Which, again, suddenly when Shang-Chi is 3 and the SG cards cost 1 less as well, I like locking this Iron Man down nice and early. Just get that location locked, because even though Lockjaw can put out a load of power, you're never feeling confident against Iron Man. If there's an Iron Man on the board, you just think, I'm probably losing that location.
Yeah, I think I want to say this is the second Grand Central of this matchup between Brendan and Den, which is a little bit annoying for Brendan, because if Shine gets pulled here and it doesn't hit anything, then it's like, well, that was a waste.
Oh.
But there you go.
Okay, there's Dr. Octopus
But
again.
this is genius as well, because, like, yeah, your Doc Ock's gone, but you should still pull something, I'm pretty sure, because you've played a card in there. Am I right? Maybe I'm wrong. I must be wrong.
Is that because it died from Shang and not a location?
Oh, I think it's because it wait, no, but it works with Danger Room, doesn't it? Maybe
But that's the location, right?
Oh yeah, that's probably
You know
why.
what I mean? Like
Because
Shang
it's an
is a
on-reveal.
card. Yeah,
It's an
yeah,
on-reveal
yeah.
effect that resolves other on-reveal effects,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
it dies. Yeah, that's an interesting interaction for sure.
See, now this could be the nearing the end of this matchup if Den can take it over Brendan here and push him out.
He's going for a tie. He's going for like just power difference right here, I think. So it's just a high roll, pretty much, right? And is it always going to high roll? Not always, actually.
No, I don't think there's
Hulk.
that much in the deck.
Oh.
Doom. That's
It's not enough.
No, that's not it at all.
That's actually the. Oh. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. If wait, it's another turn. Oh my
yeah,
god.
it's turn 5, turn 5.
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
god. Okay, that's good then. I forgot
So
that
the
the Chavez and
wasp,
stuff can
the
come out
wasp
here.
cleans up mid.
Yeah.
So now Brendan has to pull something out the bag in Fist Tower, right?
Which is
And everywhere.
How can he do that? Pretty much.
How
Yeah.
big's that kitty? Not big enough is probably the answer. Yeah, this might just be too tough.
I think that often happens to me when it is Elysium. I'm like, oh, it's turn 5. I think the game's about to end. Yeah. Wasp Chavez made as a win. Well, it's just a win anyways for him. He doesn't even. Why put the Chavez on mid? Yeah.
Wasp is fine. You
Yeah.
Wasp, you deal 2 to your opponent. They go down to 6. You're on 7, and
Yeah.
then you'll get something from that. Even if it's a hammer, you still should be ahead, right?
Oh wait, yeah. Wasp could peel.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
No,
Wouldn't it
but
be,
then
it'd be
you're.
6 versus 7, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what pulls, even if it's a hammer, right? Oh,
Well,
and it was
of
a
cour-
Hulk.
of course it
so,
was a Hulk.
Yeah. Seems good enough, and it looks like Brendan is going to take a loss there. And Den, I believe that makes Den at 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah, he may be playing on a PowerPoint machine, but he is winning games of Snap, which is definitely true. So
There you go.
It's going to be 4-0, looking pretty good here for Den. And again, I think that near as damn it. Again, we will confirm this once the day's over, but it does near as damn it confirm him to get into tomorrow. So it looks like Den's going to be our first player guaranteed for top 8. So we'll see him be playing tomorrow. And obviously, there's still one more round left of the day. Do you want to bring up the bracket for the update? Again, just a reminder in chat, if you want to go ! Bracket, you can keep up with the bracket yourselves. And also go on Cower's Twitter if you want to check out all the deck lists.
Might be able to do Hip and Lamby if their game is still going on. We might be able to catch it. So
the rabid audience have constantly asked us to check out Lamby today, so we are going to try and get to him and see if we can get that done. But yeah, really big win there for Den. Tricky matchup, definitely scary as well, because obviously he will know, Brendan's a very good player, rocking Bounce, and you're always going to be afraid of what Bounce can do. So yeah, we will see if we can jump into Lamby's game. If we can, there we go.
don't think Lamby's sharing. And Hip not sharing either.
Oh,
Interesting.
really?
Wait.
Where is... Oh, wait, Lamby's there. Lamby, have you finished your match?
Oh, they're done.
Oh, he's done.
That's why.
Why isn't Lamby sharing his game screen? Because he's finished.
'Cause he's
Yeah,
done.
there's
Yeah,
nothing to
yeah.
share. Did you win? He
I lost.
Let us down.
Yeah.
Let us down.
Let us down.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, so the bracket's just not quite updated, but we will get
That's
updated
pretty
for
much
you.
all. That's pretty much all the games. So we'll throw it back to the bracket just so you can see,
Yeah.
guys. There it is.
Oh.
We're gonna reload it just to be sure.
Oh, yeah. Refresh.
Yeah. So some things have not been locked in yet. We might
Yeah.
still have Freddy versus Mark as well. But looking at some of these results here, we have Brode beating Moyen, Lowell coming up again. So I believe it's 2-2, and
Hey,
so
do you want to go to standings?
yeah, let's go to full standings. That's actually the
Discover
perfect thing
what
to do.
you're missing.
Yes.
Shout out to Community Gaming, one of the sponsors for the event.
Great platform.
So here we go. Of course, this will update
Yeah,
a
see,
little
this is
bit.
the thing. It's not going to update until
Yeah.
everything's confirmed.
Yeah, it does have to. Oh, yeah, it's not updating live, is it? But yeah, we know Den goes up to that 4-0 and Brendan goes 3-1.
I want to check if Harry won that because Harry could be on 3-1 then. Yeah, let me actually go back and
It's
check.
going to be
here.
spicy, I'll put it that way. There's a lot of players that are going to be close here. And again, just a reminder of how this is going to work. After the 5 rounds, the tournament site basically does the tiebreakers for us.
Yes.
So it will just tell us who are the top 8 players, and it will mean that potentially one player who went 3-2 and another player who went 3-2, one gets through to top 8 and one doesn't. But that's what tiebreakers are for,
Yeah,
right? So
exactly.
that's why we're all here. So
100%. I did check actually. Harry unfortunately lost, so Harry's 2-2 now. But this is the thing, right? Like some people that are 3-2 can still.
yeah, and
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm assuming this site does tiebreakers like everywhere else, where it's based on the strength of your opponent. So, for example, whoever's played Den so far has a better tiebreaker, I'll say, in general, because Den's currently 4-0, right?
For sure.
Their tiebreaker will be a little bit higher due to that. And whoever's played people who are, say, like, I don't know if there is, but if there's anyone who's like 0-4, then like their tiebreaker will be lower because basically the system says, well, the people you've fought are better today because they're winning, and so you deserve to do better in the tiebreaker because you've had like a harder run, so to speak.
There, if you go bracket, you can see.
Exclamation mark bracket.
Yeah, there and Nina, just there you go. So what I am actually going to do is I'm going to at least pull Den over because I feel like we need to deserve an interview, and I'm also going to get Alphos, our admin, shout out to Alphos, over as well because I do want him to kind of give his breakdown of how tiebreakers, because it's going to be a topic of conversation. Why did this person go up? Why did this person not go up? That type of thing. So I'll grab Den first.
Because the website told me so. That's the answer. That's actually the answer.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll see if
we'll
see if Den wants to come over for an interview. Den loves talking. I've cast with Den enough. Let's get him to shut up. It's the trick. I'm joking. Huh? Oh yeah. Are Freddy or Mark still playing? We think so. I don't think you'll make it on time. The train's late. Well, I think everyone will be hanging out anyway. Nina on time, Keck W. I know. Imagine. Why are we not watching the game? Because I'm not even sure if it's still going. There we go. So I'm joined. I don't know why I'm talking to this mic. I've got on my own. It's habit that. So I'm joined by Alphos. There you go.
Hello.
Welcome. Alphos has been doing all the admin for us, so he's been doing all the jobs we're too lazy to do. But most importantly, the important jobs, making sure all the players are good. How's it been going today?
Yeah, it's going to be all right. We had some rough technical difficulties leading up to the first round, and a few more hiccups in round 1 and 2. But it's pretty much been smooth sailing since there. Obviously, we've got some bandwidth issues, but nothing we can really do about it. We're trying to control it as much as we can.
Yeah, we can't do anything. But if Second Dinner want to make a spectator client,
then that would solve everything for these tournaments.
Just a suggestion. So we are, as we're moving towards the end of day 1. Obviously, tomorrow becomes quite simple as it's just a top 8 single in bracket. But for day 1 in Swiss, what's the end of the day going to look like with the once we've got the round 5 finished?
Yeah, so because we have about 18 players, it's not going to be the cleanest cut compared to, say, 16.
Yeah.
So most of the time, for anyone who's going 5-0, 4-1, they're just in off win record. But once you start getting to
3-2,
3-2, and maybe even 2-3, depending on how people got paired up and paired down, you're looking at competing on tiebreakers. and the tiebreakers are opponent match win percent, which is essentially determining like the strength of your opponent based on how well they did in the tournament, and then the final tiebreaker is, if that's tied, is opponent's match win percent. So it's basically like,
and then it's opponents, friends, dogs match win percent. We go deep.
I know a guy, he's pretty good. You know?
Yeah, I've heard someone did well, so it's fine, let him through.
Yeah, but all it really boils down to is losing early is bad unless that player goes on to win.
Unless you lost,
matches.
for example, versus Den.
Yeah,
who
like
has,
if you lost in the first round to Den, but then he goes on and wins all his matches, that's not a bad loss.
Yeah.
But generally, you want to push your losses to later in the Swiss.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate with chat and everything, like none of this is opinion based, is it? This is just
the
website is doing calculations constantly.
If you've ever played Magic: The Gathering, it's the exact same formula they use in both Swiss calculations.
Yeah, just the general thing. Okay, great. Anything that's really stuck out for today? Any players to keep an eye on, do you think?
You know, going into the day, I've got, a few personal favorites, some friends.
Who hasn't?
I was really rooting for Lamby and Moyen and Braude. But honestly, I've never met Den before, and it's been really cool to, meet some of these faces, make, the scene tangible. And Den's been blowing me out. He just explained to me, the reason why he chose to put Doc Ock in his deck and, how it's helped him hedge his matchup into bounce. And, we love seeing innovation like that at these sorts of tournaments. Like, I didn't see anyone playing around with Doc Ock in Lockjaw ever. Like, everyone thought it was a standardized list. You wouldn't really change it. And he's kind of proving us wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I think it's kind of interesting where, like, it's so difficult. And, Harry's talked about it. I think nearly every player I've asked, spoke to here has talked about it, where how you prep for a tournament is so different than just queuing, even Conquest, right? Because you're just at home, I'll just queue this deck, whatever. Tournament, there's a lot of money on the line for these players, and a lot of them have traveled a significant. It's not like us, which down the road or whatever, but exactly. A lot of the players have traveled a significant distance, so you've got to put the work in. And I think when we're seeing stuff like Brendan earlier was explaining, like the lineup was there to make people not play a certain deck against him, and then we've seen Dr. Octopus from Den. Harry can't talk enough about how good Hannah's builds are in her deck list as well, and they've been doing well. So I think it's really cool to see from the players. But who right now, obviously we've not worked this out, but if you're going to just pick someone off the bat, try and forget about, unless someone's out. If someone's 0-4, you don't have to pick them. But who's your name to keep an eye on for not only the rest of today, but maybe tomorrow as well?
I think a player who's not maybe an obvious pick that's been doing, they're competing for tiebreakers currently that I think could do quite well as Lowell. They seem to have a good idea on the game. They're not making many mistakes.
Yeah.
I like the list they've brought too. I think they play well into the sort of meta that everyone's brought. Something you have to take into account, as you said, compared to Conquest is a lot of these players know each other. A lot of them play against each other. You see like scrim groups forming where certain people play against each other, and that really shows up in the deck list that people brought. It's all about the perception of the meta as opposed to some objective reality of what the meta is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and I think especially for Lowell, we cast a match, and he got so unlucky, and it was such a tough matchup because I think he was against Patriot. As well as things where Patriot is just like, I'm just going to do Patriot things, and he just had no answer. So it can be really tricky, and I think for me, it's going to be interesting to see which deck, which lineup performs. It's what from Hearthstone and stuff. I'm always like, it's great to see, which players, you always have those guesses, but then it's like, well, which lineup actually did the best in the tournament? Because a lot of the time, is it the best deck? Is it the counter to that? Is it some off-the-wall thing? We've seen obviously players bring Destroy, Surfer, whatever, and I think it's going to be interesting. But I'll let you get back to admin and everything.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you. Right. Cower's not angled this camera, has it? Oh, yeah. There we go. Saved.
What's up? Yo.
Welcome, my friend. I don't even have to coach you on a mic.
No.
Because you've done all this before.
I have done it a little bit. Is this good? Actually,
the mic's really good, actually. As long as you hold it just roughly in front of you, it's fine.
The previous Creator Clash, I was eating the microphone.
I
watched it back the next day. I was with like Dara and D-Money around Dara's. It was like 4 a.m. They put on the games, and I was just cringing at myself eating the microphone.
There's some things that are really tough, because, I could talk about, broadcasty stuff for a while, but one of the biggest things is, and it's fine here, but one of the rules is, if say I've got a mic, like I had, and I'm interviewing you, if you're a player, and they're like, don't ever give the player the mic.
Yeah.
Because it's either like this, or like this, or like there's so many ways. And then I've had a player walk off with the mic. I'm like, I need that. Bring it back. But yeah, how's it been for you today? We've not really seen you on stream, but you've been streaming on your channel on
my
YouTube now.
channel, yeah.
Are you
I don't know,
perma
bro.
YouTube?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm trying to get the scoop.
I don't know,
the
man.
hot news.
Like, I mean, Twitch are making some dodgy decisions recently, right?
Twitch are making decisions, yes.
So, I don't know, man. It's a stressful one. I'm a bit stressed,
mate,
but I don't know.
You
It's
know
the
I'm in
truth.
your boat. I'm in the similar thing of like, well, what's going on here?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, the thing with YouTube streams is like the initial impact, like the initial viewership is a lot worse for me. But the VOD potential, right? Like they get a lot of views after the fact.
It's really weird, isn't it? But it's almost like a
Mini
video
video.
you don't have to record.
Yep.
Because you don't have to prep it because it's your stream.
Absolutely.
So it's definitely some level of bonus,
I think what I'll
isn't it?
most likely do is do some Twitch streams and then like a few YouTube streams a week.
And what's your YouTube, just so people can make a note of it? Is it?
Speci Snap. If you search me, you'll find me.
There you go.
I think.
Speci Snap.
But yeah,
how's
tournament's been good.
Yeah, how's today been going?
It started off very well. I started off 2-0. I beat Eggs comfortably.
Were you really happy about beating Eggs?
Lockjaw was just doing his thing.
Yeah,
I
did
drew
it.
Lockjaw Wasp every game. You know how it goes. And then second game, I played against Hannah. Hannah's a really good player. Really nice lineup. She had Ramp.
Harry's been saying that the actual builds from Hannah are like insane. Like he said, best deck in the tournament in terms of just deck on paper, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I had that, and I didn't want to queue Lockjaw, so I queued my Sentry deck. With
Oh,
Wave.
the only name I could think of, Speci Special.
Yeah.
It's all I was like, I don't know what to call this.
It's a good
Like-
name, fitting. And I wasn't too confident going into that one, but she would agree. She made a pretty big misplay for 7 cubes. But then,
it's hard to recover.
Oh, mate, she nearly did.
Oh, really?
Yes. Because the matchup is not nice for me at all.
Yeah.
I like bullied her out of a couple games early on with some aggressive
Just to
snaps.
do some damage.
So then it was like she had to win 4 in a row. She was two in a row. I was getting nervous.
Sweating. More
TVA
sweat.
showed up, which like for my Sentry deck, I've got like the Hood and Jeff, and she missed like an early game, so that was smooth. But it's gone all downhill since, Raven.
Oh no!
It's
What
gone
score
all
are we
wrong.
at?
I'm 2-2, so my next game's like the big one.
there's
But
still
I
a
started
chance,
2-0.
Yeah.
So Den is obviously top of the leaderboard right now.
Yep.
And my matchup versus Den was just the biggest RNG fiesta you could possibly
Did you play
imagine.
Den?
Yes.
Oh well, that's something.
We had a Lockjaw Mirror.
Yep.
He has Dr. Octopus.
Yep. We
I
just
have
cast it. Yeah.
Infinite Vision, and yet I managed to lose the mirror. So it is what it is. Den came on my stream afterwards and was like, "Yeah, well, guys, just so we know, this was like very RNG heavy game, but it's Lockjaw."
Yeah.
for you,
When
right?"
really is laughing, going,
Yeah,
"What a
he
noob!"
loved
Imagine losing.
No, he loved it. I think to be fair, I want to watch one of the moments back. I had like a Magneto play, which pulled some stuff out of Mojo World.
Right.
Maybe my positioning with my vision could have been better.
Right.
I think it was a 50-50, but maybe it was a misplay. And then the final game, I just played. I think I bottled it. Because,
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like
I
just a
should have
straight-
gone for Sentry. But I
just
played
didn't.
it safe. I went for Lockjaw against T-Money. I have not had much time to prep for this event. I mean, I think my lineup is the best out of anyone's. I'm going to say it right here. I think I have the best Lockjaw deck. I'm the only person with like Infinite Dracula. Everyone else has gone Doom Odin still.
Right. Yeah.
like-
and what?
Vision is so good, mate.
Why did you do Infinite Dracula? Because obviously we know
Yeah.
how that works. But was it ham? Was people playing ham, or was it just?
That was a like very small consideration.
That was an added bonus.
Yeah, it was a bonus. I mean, I've always liked Dracula, Jubilee, Infinite. If you high roll, you can't lose.
Yeah, it's very difficult for it to go wrong.
Yeah. The other reason was I wanted to play a Lockjaw deck, but then I wanted to have another deck which covers my bad matchup. So Wave, for example, pretty bad matchup.
Right.
Wave, which I'm playing, or Sandman. I wanted the Sentry Wave deck, and so I thought, okay, I've got my Lockjaw deck. Then if someone like D-Money has Bounce, it's going to be risky for him to pick that Bounce deck because I can go for the Wave deck. So I need Doom in that deck, right? And Doom got nerfed.
Yeah.
Time for Dracula. I've always liked Dracula Infinite anyway, so...
Dracula's just good. It's like
If you high roll.
obviously there's Magneto, and obviously you have to build a certain deck, but it's very uninteractive for your opponent. You just play Drac, and it's like, yeah, enjoy. And they don't know. They don't know what to commit, right?
Yeah.
Especially early on, it's like, well, how many cards do they have in hand, and then you've got a problem after that.
No, absolutely, because a lot of the time, even if your Dracula is going to low roll, your opponent is not going to be thinking about that. They're like, okay, that's
what happens if they hit
points.
Hulk or Infinite, for example? Like, what happens? And then suddenly you can play Drac and win a location because they just don't play into it because they're like, well, I can't win this if this goes wrong, so they just don't bother.
But yeah, I'm excited for the last round. The people on 2-2 right now is stacked, mate. You've got Freddy, who is just one of the best card game players I've ever met in my life. You have Lammy, who is one of the best players in the game. Harry, myself, Lowell. There's others as well, but like,
Scary.
wow.
But that's what we were saying right at the beginning after round one. We were saying we went through the bracket and the results. We were like, yeah, one thing you realize in a tournament like this is that every matchup's stacked because all the players are good.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, Spec beat some random person who's played the game for 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? It's like all the players are good. And then when you look at, oh, wait, Den won against this person. Like, oh wow, I expect this other person to do well, and you like realize, well, hang on, I mean, every player's good. It's really difficult.
I mean, like, I'm sat next to Eggs over there, right in the corner, and we are like,
you're like a naughty school child. He went straight to the back of the room,
for
back
sure.
corner, right in his little den. Ready.
It's not the best spot. It's rather warm there, I have to say.
It's rather warm everywhere, unfortunately. Yeah.
But Eggs started like 0-3. And then you look at who she's played. Like, we had our first game. Okay, not that impressive. Like, I'm not the toughest matchup. But then she had D-Money and then Moyen.
Yeah,
like, my goodness.
It's rough. It's rough, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's definitely the highest like average level of player here. Like,
it's
really
Harry
high.
was saying earlier, especially because we've had time with Conquest now. It's like it's as good as it's ever been, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of competitiveness.
Yeah. Guys, also, have you heard of Twitch Prime? Do we have any Twitch Primers in the chat? Don't embarrass me now. If you have Amazon Prime, you get free Prime sub. If you look down where it says subscribe with Prime, if you don't do that, you're basically wasting money. It's free.
Yeah, he can see the Twitch chat as well, so he'll
No,
know
I'm
if
looking.
you're not. Yeah,
Don't embarrass me now, guys.
He'll know.
I want at least 3. Okay,
Hey,
there's 1.
okay,
Liquid, good
yep.
job.
There's
There's
two.
2. Okay, nice.
Good job,
Come on,
Derek.
let's keep going. Let's get to 10. That would be impressive.
Suddenly, it's like, we'll have 3, and then there you go.
Oh, let's go. That's 3. Okay.
There we go.
Hype train alert.
Keep it going, keep it going.
No, thank you guys. Much love. And yeah, thanks Raven and Kawa for organizing the event. It's really awesome. Oh my goodness, another one.
Look at this.
Is
It's going
4?
well. It's going well.
Okay, this is impressive. Now,
Jeez, is
I've
that-
not been streaming on Twitch so often, right? Like, if there's anyone that maybe saves their Prime sub for me, no. Use it now.
Yep, send it over to Kawa, sorting everything out. Again, ! bracket in the chat if you want to check out what's going on with that bracket. And I think I'm going to grab Den. I think he's still around.
I'll go
just
grab it. Den.
Yeah, do you want to come over? Cheers, Spec.
Yeah,
Good luck. Hey.
Hello?
How's it going? Well, it's going well.
It's going pretty well, yeah.
So I won't ask you the general question of what's going on, but have your decks been performing? I know you're winning, but like, is everything going to plan?
It
'Cause
is.
I know you're someone who likes to plan pretty in depth. It's not like,
Yes.
oh, I'll just bring this. It's like, no, you've put about 200 hours into practicing the deck. So like, is it all working out as you expected?
It is working extremely well. And the only time it didn't work well, I high rolled the hell out of Speci.
Oh, okay.
Like, I miscue my deck. Like, I wanted to get bounced into Lockjaw and actually picked Lockjaw. I misclicked, picked Lockjaw, because I'm
Great,
playing on
good
Kawa's
start,
account,
good
and there's
start.
20
Yeah,
decks.
yeah,
So the roulette of decks is always messing with me. And I was like, all right, time to be a man. I'm just going to owe up my mistake and be like, all right, I missed my deck, I'm just going to play with it. And I high rolled the hell out of him.
What have you thought? Because again, I know you're someone who really gets into deck building. What have you thought about the decks you've seen other people submit? Because I feel like there's a good chunk of creativity within the lineups. Because of course, again, just a reminder for anyone that doesn't know, that all the players had to submit 2 decks, and they could not share cards. So if you put Wave in one deck, you cannot have Wave in your second one. So what's that like when you saw everyone else's builds?
I think one of the 2 decks was pretty expected. Like, I expected almost everyone to have either Bounce, a form of high Evo deck, or maybe for the most creative, like a Patriot or like a Sarah. But I expected everyone to have something from this pool.
Yeah.
And then the second deck would be another complementary deck from this pool, or like kind of a counter deck. And I feel like I've seen that a lot. A lot of people have Bounce plus anti-Bounce.
Right, yeah.
So it's in the realm of what I was expecting, but like the specific cards, like for example, the Bounce counter is completely different to what I expected. Like a lot of people are playing Surfer with Killmonger, Wave,
Right.
Shadow King, like super extreme stuff. And I didn't think people would go this far into trying to counter something.
And do you think that's because again, like we've been in card games for a while, and do you think like that's a good way to go for a tournament like this, where you say maybe there's one all-rounder that you can plan to play. Your first port of call is I'll play this deck every round if I can, but then the other deck to be almost like extreme levels of hate, because it's really difficult when you're trying to judge. Well, I know what I would like to happen, but what's my opponent going to play?
That's kind of what went behind my lineup. It was, I knew I wanted bounce. Like I felt extremely comfortable with bounce. I loved the list and everything. So my idea was, do I take a second deck that just says I get to play bounce every single round? Or do I play a deck which I don't mind playing into people that are going to prevent me from playing bounce?
Right.
And this is where the Doc Hawk idea in Lockjaw came from. I was like, if I manage to have Lockjaw, which is to me the second best deck in the game after bounce, be fine against bounce, I solve literally all my problems, because then I'm like, well, you can play bounce, I don't care.
And it's fine.
My worst case is a mirror, so I'm good.
Yeah. And did you test Doc Hawk a lot, or was it more of a you just thought, like theoried it in your brain?
There was a lot of talking about it with Fresh Lobster and Wolwi right there. But basically the idea was we were talking with Fresh on what's the optimal Lockjaw list. Like, do we go High Evo? Do we go Dracula? Do we keep Doom as the OTA nerfed it? Or do we go Vision plus Infinite? Like, there was a lot of talks around Infinite because Spider-Ham was extremely good with it.
It's like a side benefit,
yeah,
right?
so it changed a lot of things around Lockjaw because suddenly there were so many variants that were interesting. And at some point, Fresh Lobster told me, what if it's Magneto that we cut? And I just answered naturally, I never want to cut Magneto. I like forcing people to play where I want with Lockjaw way too much. And I read that sentence and I went like, holy shit, there's Dr. Octopus in the game. And then suddenly I was like, all right, let me try something. And we just played a Conquest run with Wolwi like 2 hours before submit. 6-0, played 4 bounce on the way, killed every one of them. I was like, all right, I think I have a lineup.
That's some good testing, especially with the amount of time. And do you think that's something that like favors, you and obviously the people you were practicing with, is that OTA came out even later than normal, or at least that we're used to. There was a short amount of time for deck submission, because obviously we needed the decks by a certain relevant time.
Yeah, and us being in EU, we had to practice at night.
Yeah, and do you think that's something, do you think a strength is quick adapting, or do you think you would have been much better if you had, like, let's say, over 24 hours of like, clean play?
I think it's always better if we have a little bit more time.
Yeah.
But right now, I feel like in the field, I like if we don't have a lot of time, because I think...
Do you think you have the edge?
Yeah, because I've been playing this for years, and I think the Hearthstone guys know what we're saying with the patches right before big tournaments.
Have you noticed a Hearthstone caster who has interviewed a lot of people asks you a very Hearthstone-y question, is how do you like dealing with a patch right before a tournament? Because it's happened a couple of times over the years. But yeah, I was going to say, that's something I've talked earlier about, where some of the players here have long card game histories, and then some of the players are a little bit newer. Because obviously Marvel, the IP in the game, has drawn a lot of like just new players to card games in. And I think we're seeing from, talking to some of the longer term card game players that these other things come into the thought pattern. And it doesn't mean you're necessarily just going to win because of it, but it's just a different way of thinking about the game. But most importantly, are you going to win the next round 5-0?
The next round, I don't know. The curse is looming over my head.
It's scary. You know it from Hearthstone. If you flawless Swiss, you will lose round 1 tomorrow. So you got to think about if you need to lose this next round.
I got to think about it. At first, the plan was when we were both 2-0 with Lamby, we said we face at 4-0 and the goal is to lose it. And then Lamby lost.
Dodge the curse.
So now I don't know what to do. So I don't know, because the thing is, I think I'm the only 4-0.
Yes.
So I'm going to face a 3-1.
Yep.
And the thing is, if I faced another 4-0, we're both qualified. We can fuck around.
Pair down.
Yeah, but if I face a 3-1, me losing on purpose impacts the tournament.
Yeah.
And towards Kawa and the organizer, I hate it personally when a guy just like, oh, I can play God and I can just impact the tournament.
It's why we very specifically are like, you can't agree to a draw, or you can't just shake hands and call it. It's not like chess.
This match precisely, one guy wants to top 8. Like you could tell me if I win cash prize, you get 10% and just give me the win.
Which we're not about.
So I can say it openly. If I'm down paired against a 3-1, I'll play it and you'll have to earn spot.
Yeah,
and the thing is, he probably still qualifies because I'm the best tiebreaker in the game.
Yeah.
So
That's the thing I was saying to a few people. Like, yeah, if you want to lose or just play versus someone, you probably right now want to play versus Den, because even at worst,
I'm the worst
it gives you a
I'm the best tiebreaker you can get.
Best,
so.
yeah.
I hope
But
you're
yeah.
telling them that it's all because you're using my account, yeah?
Yes, I've been saying it. Like, literally, if I go 5-0, my tweet is, "Did you know Kawa went 5-0 in his own tournament?" Like, that's
I've got
so
the
weird.
proof. I've got the proof. But yeah, thanks, and good luck in your next round, mate. There we go, guys. Yeah, it was good to hear from. Yeah, I'm good. Good to hear from Den, of course, currently leading the pack. If Kawa can quickly move the camera. There we go. So, yeah, it's going to be good. We are getting ready for our 5th and final round of the day. Going to be kicking out now. And I can't believe we're already at that time. What is it? 3:30? We're not doing bad. Especially with some tech issues a little bit earlier on. I hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament again. Oh, they are both mine. Because you got that one, right? I mean, you can drink some of this if you want. I'm not bothered. But yeah, guys, I hope you've been having a great time so far today. We definitely have. It's been a little bit toasty here, but we think the players are enjoying themselves, and I hope you are too. So yeah, are we getting ready to go into round number 5?
I think they're all going to start their games. Once again, huge thank you to Glapion Law Firm for sponsoring the event. I'm actually going to play the stuff at the end of the event because we want to get this round done, but we have a few promo videos and stuff like that because honestly, I will say before this round starts, I think I said it previously, the event will not be happening without Glap. And
100%.
Glap especially, he's a huge Marvel Snap enthusiast. Me personally, when I work with sponsors, I don't like working with, oh, hey, you're just a sponsor that wants to do, like, if you have a passion for the community. For example, Community Gaming, they host, Marvel Snap tournaments and stuff like that. So I really do appreciate all the sponsors that came on to make this event possible.
Yeah, and I think it's important that, like, the sponsors genuinely want to be involved with it's not just, it's not like a cold transaction. Do you know what I mean? Of like, here's some sponsor money. Put my thing on. Done. It's generally sponsors that want to be involved, and of course, as you guys well know, this prize pool's insane. It's so great for these players. I'm so happy for them that they can play for this. This is really where the heat of competition comes, because these players like to compete. And if it was for $10, they'd still probably play. But the fact that there's that money on the line is just that bit of spice that we like. So yeah, again, a huge shout out, Echo Kawa, to the sponsors making the event happen. So yeah, super happy about it. And yeah, looks like we are going to get ready.
I think we're going to do Lamby versus Speci.
Oh, that sounds good to me.
Because everyone's been asking.
Spec was saying he had the best lineup.
Oh, we're going to see Sentry. We're going to see Sentry.
Yeah, he said he's got the best lineup. He's got the best Lockjaw deck. So yeah, we'll see. I'm very okay with this. And again, just a reminder, after this round is done, we'll be wrapping up the day, but we'll be showing you what the top 8 looks like. We will not leave until we've shown you top 8. And we'll, obviously in preparation for tomorrow, where we'll go through that top 8 and name a champion, where there's extras on the line. We've not even necessarily told Twitch chat, but we will show it all off tomorrow on stream because it will be here. It's not here today. But we have a lot of stuff to go out, not just the prize money, which is a significant amount of prize money, but we have the special custom trophy. We also have signed artwork from Rian Gonzalez, one of the most iconic Snap artists that we have. You all know what variants. I don't even need to tell you which variants they are. And if you don't know, you're an idiot. But we've got, hand-signed Rian Gonzalez. She was very nice enough to send out some artwork of hers that, again, like I said, she has signed. So we've got those for some of the placements as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff for these players to play for. It's not just the money. It's not just the trophy. It's not just the artwork. It's everything. And, of course, most importantly, just bragging rights to say they won, because these are all creators that are very competitive.
For sure. I'm going to go and make sure that they're all sharing all their stuff, their cams. Their match hasn't started yet, so we'll get going in about 1 to 2 minutes, guys, okay?
Yep, no problem at all. We want Browdy. We'll get Browdy on. And Browdy will probably swing by to cast tomorrow as well, worst case scenario. So, yeah, so we will get Browdy on. Don't you worry about it. Like I said, we will be... Our goal, as you've probably noticed, because I've been sat here all day interviewing players, is to get as many people on camera, as many people chatting to you guys and me about the game. I'm coming back now. Pray for parking. Oh, good luck. So we want to get as many players on. We want to hang out. We want to talk to you guys. We want to ask them some cool questions. Because believe it or not, it's not often that we all get to go together and hang out. So that's really the main goal. The bracket is, yes, thank you, Alex, for the bracket with the exclamation mark bracket in the chat to keep up. And then also, if you go to Kawa's Twitter, that hopefully someone will link for me because you guys are really nice. we'll go to Kawa's Twitter, where he has posted a link to all of the deck lists just on one page. So if you guys want to catch up with the list, I'll tweet it out later. Carol tweet. I mean, I can retweet it right now so you guys see it. So if you guys want to catch up with the deck list and see what's going on, that sounds great. Let me just retweet. Oh my! I've not even looked at my phone. It's like, oh, 1 million, notifications. Man, I'm so popular. Let me get this for you guys. Oh wait, I tweeted it as well. I should be telling everyone to go and check my Twitter.
I don't think I even tweeted that the event is live. My own event. I'm like, oh,
too busy. Yeah. Yeah, so if you go to my Twitter as well, if you can't find Cowards for some odd reason because you're in his stream. But yeah, we both tweeted it away. It's a Google sheet with a deck list, or someone's posted it in chat. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the help. But yeah, it looks like we are going to get ready to go into, who was it again? Lamby versus Specimen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheeky Spec versus Lamby.
Let me actually I need to put this on, and then we're probably going to have to crop it. Oh, wait, I know what's happening here. Wait. Wait, let me resize this.
You guys don't see what I see, but it's
so
very funny watching Coward try and sort stuff out on OBS. But yeah, we're getting it sorted for you guys. We're going to get in pretty soon. And again, just a reminder, this is the 5th and final round of Swiss. So after this, we'll try and catch as many matches as we can as usual. We know you guys don't want downtime. I think we've done a good job of no downtime, haven't we?
I hope so. It's only the first and second round, you know what I mean?
Yeah, crashing doesn't count. That's rubbish. And what about general? We've always had people on the desk.
Well, I think it's good. Yeah, we have a good flow here. Okay.
We've not even got a break screen. Think about that.
For sure. Actually, okay, that's it. The game's on.
Yeah, looks like we're going straight in. It's going to be Lamby versus Specimen. Kicking it out as we make this look a little bit prettier for you guys. Give me a sec. There we go.
There we go.
And breathe. Yeah, so we've got Spec on the camera on the right, of course. We've got the names. Cowards all over this.
I know, yeah.
Okay,
of course.
Let's go. Okay, Lamby's going to be on the bottom. Looks like he's going to be playing Bounce.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Going to be playing Bounce, and I believe Speci, is this his... Oh, I'm actually trying to... I need to figure out which list this is from Speci. Let me actually pull up my phone. Oh, did you...
No, I'm fine. Don't worry.
You're all good?
Yeah. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm just battling a chair.
Perfect.
And losing, let's be honest.
Oh, wait. Is this... Oh, this looks like Speci's... Is it... No, wait. We said it's like a Surfer deck without Surfer?
Oh, isn't this the list?
Oh, wait. This is the list.
Yeah, this is the list.
It's the Speci special.
Yeah. Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny about this, though? I hope the ham starts to hit the century in the matchup. Because now it's a playable card. Like
410 seems good. Let's go. Again, both these players, Spec was just saying the list of players on 2-2. And again, we might well get 3-2. We probably will get 3-2s making it through to tomorrow.
Yep.
So the winner of this, again, we will confirm it later, but could well be making it through to top 8 tomorrow. So matchup's a big deal. But Spec was saying there's obviously Spec, there's Lamby, there's Harry. There's tons of players that are in this sort of bubble that they really want to pop into that top 8.
For sure. Do you know what's funny is right now it seems like Speci just has good cards. Yeah, the deck actually, and that's the thing about the deck. It actually seems just all right. It has like Arrow, has like Doom, and maybe it's even the case that the deck might be decent because you didn't really expect to face a deck like this, did you? Like
it's just cards.com. Yeah, 100%. And I do think cards such as Juggernaut. Very difficult to deal with, especially if they're not meta and you're not expecting it. It's just tough because you can't really interact with it. It moves your stuff or it doesn't, right? And that's just the way it is. So kind of tricky to deal with. Specimen trying to go a bit more horizontal to see if that helps his game plan or not.
Yeah, definitely a tricky turn for Speci here. But do you know what? Okay, this is something that literally a lot of people talk about because it's the whole kind of thing with bounce and wave, right? You always traditionally want to save your wave for turn 5. But in this situation, you could do it. You could wave now, get your Doom out, and then it's like, oh, well, they could do Chavez, they could do their kind of big play. How do you feel about the situation? Because this is very much a position where if you're a good bounce player and the wave comes down, if it's on turn 4 or turn 5, you can still come out on top for sure. People traditionally think that like when wave comes down, that's it for bounce. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the thing here is Lamby's a good enough player to deal with wave, so you can't just go, oh, wave on turn 5 and win, haha.
Yeah.
Lamby's not stupid, right? So I think maybe it works once. I'm not saying you don't wave because Lamby's good, but I don't think it has higher priority as it is on, say, like Conquest Ladder or like if you're just at home playing. I think you always wave on 5 against bounce because you will just beat the average player. But I think think Lamby's a bit too good for that. So I do think this is good, just guaranteeing some extra juice there for Spec. And like you said, getting that Doom down. The only worry is when he plays Doom, then Lamby knows what he has to beat mid.
It's interesting here. Like, Doom is obviously a lot of stats for the cost. I really like Pig here, and then you can actually just do Sentry Carnage. Now, Carnage is only going to be a 6 on the right lane, so maybe that's not much, but it gets rid of the -2, so technically it's like an 8 swing, which is pretty decent. So I think those are his two obvious options. Is it's either Pig or Doom, and I can see from the way Speci's talking, he's moving his mouse. Yeah, I think that's what he's kind of explaining to his chat at the moment.
Here though, Lamby just working out what's going on here. He's just going to be dumping, again, just doing the use, right? Just dumping as many cards as possible, getting stuff done. Obviously, this is the wave turn, so I think this is just the Jeff being played out here. Yeah, there's Sentry.
Interesting that Sentry comes in on this turn.
I think this is...
Because he's showing that he doesn't care about right lane by doing that.
But then he can bait it with Carnage still. And he doesn't have to play a 6-drop, right? So there's a world where... So the problem with Sentry Carnage in the same turn is that there's no mind games with your opponent because it happens. It's just that's what it is.
Yeah.
Whereas now, Lamby's like, okay, if they don't have Carnage exactly, because I think that's the only thing that kills the Sentry, because even Viper's unreliable. If they don't have Carnage, I don't need to play anything, right? You know what I mean? So, and then, obviously, Lamby might not play anything. I'll play something small that then the Carnage beats. So I think a lot of this is just trying to a surprise factor, honestly.
When there's two Jeffs in play, it's extremely tricky because it's like, oh, I might win this, but if he moves it, I don't. But he has to move it, or he doesn't have to move it. It's very, very complicated. And obviously, it does matter where Lamby plays his cards in this situation, but I think overall, he has a decent shot. Okay, this is interesting. Even with... Oh, yeah, okay. So, right lane for Lamby versus Speci here. Speci... Does he win it? I believe he does, because he's only putting 6 there. So, that's only a total of 4. So, if he can just win the left lane, then this might actually be a win for Speci. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this is really tricky. Let's just see what plays out here.
He's obviously trying to use the Cosmo to stop the monkey, but it's hard. It's either this side or that side. And I think he unfortunately chose wrong, because I think this bishop is going to be just big enough by 1 point. If he played the Cosmo in mid, that would have stopped it.
Yeah, brutal, isn't it? When you see the full the full board play out like this against bounce, you're like, no, that is a lot of power. You know, the bishop's loaded, hit monkey's there. There's enough power everywhere. So
that's my mistake as well. I actually forgot that Mysterio makes copies of himself, so I actually thought that Speci would win the right lane with just the Carnage.
Oh, but
I forgot that Mysterio would proc. So yeah, definitely, it's gonna be a tough matchup. But like, Speci has cards that can kind of maybe do something. Sentry is such an interesting card because as a card itself, it can kind of bait your opponent into thinking you're going to do multiple things. Either you're just going to say, I'm throwing that lane, it doesn't matter, I really don't care about it. Or it's always like, oh, but do they have a Viper? Are they actually suddenly just going to take that lane when I least expect them to? You know what I mean?
Yeah, really tricky.
So, pretty decent starting hand for Lamby again. The Iceman, really good disruption card. The Bass going to buff up all of his cards.
Yeah, Bass just hitting decent stuff right off the bat, right? It's not looking too not looking too bad. You might almost say hitting stuff right off the bast.
Oh, there you go. We have Nebula. You know, we'd like to see a Jeff pick up here. I think it's interesting. I don't know how much Speci's actually messed around with this. It's so hard for us to be like really dive into the deck and try to break it down because we're like, well, we haven't really seen much of this before.
Well,
you know what I mean?
was on when I interviewed him. He was very confident.
Yeah?
He said his lineup's the best. He said his deck's really good. His best deck is that Speci special. So we'll see how it goes.
We do see a snap come out from Lamby. Completely respect it.
Oh yeah.
Makes sense. Really good hand.
That's the thing, right? Where like good players will just look at a hand and say, "Well, my hand doesn't really get better than this at this stage of the game, so why wouldn't I snap?
Yeah,
these are the openings I want, so I'll snap because I'm as strong as I'm ever going to be."
Yep, I agree. I think, and it's also difficult because it's funny. The reason why Cosmo is in this deck isn't specifically to just disrupt your opponent. It's actually there because, oh, I can do Cosmo into Sentry, but then Speci maybe wants to save the Cosmo to stop the
Yeah,
monkey, you
yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of it as well is if you just Cosmo early, it's not the end of the world because then you just know the monkey can't go there, right? Like you have that sort of pre-locked in knowledge that the monkey just isn't going to go there at all. So even if he wants to commit it with like Cosmo into Sentry, it's like, yeah, it's not going to surprise stop the monkey, but the monkey's not being played in that lane. So now that it's narrowed down, right, what you're actually going to try and aim for. Oh.
Yeah, we see the retreat coming out.
Specs in trouble.
Yeah.
Slipping. And
that's
the,
fast.
Yeah. The problem is as well, like when you're against someone as good as Lamby and they keep snapping you, it's rough because you know they're good. They're not snapping for no reason. You know if they're snapping, they've probably got a good hand. And then it's like, right, is my hand good enough to not only beat theirs, but also beat someone like Lamby playing the hand? You know what I mean?
Yep.
These extra layers of like, God damn it. You know, like, how do I commit to this?
100%.
Very quick on to round 3. Specimen, 4 health and a dream right now.
Was that a 4, 2, and a 2? I think it went away. It was a...
It's just a 4 and a 2, right?
Yeah, sorry, just a 4 and a 2.
4 and a 2.
Yeah. And snap coming out from...
Spec,
yeah. Which,
I mean,
again, it's the same situation. It's like, is his hand really going to get better than this? Which is not even a great hand. But,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. I mean, there's Sentry, Viper, and then Things, right? Like, that's all Spec's really got right now. And again, I think Spec's just like, I need to snap at some point. I can't just keep losing 2 or 1s because very quickly... Oh, there's retreat later from Lamby. Okay. This is where Lamby just like, yeah, I'll just retreat. Take 1 damage. Who cares?
Why not?
But I do like Spec snapping because he's putting pressure back on and saying, you aren't just going to... You know, I'm not going to blink and I'm going to be on 1 or 2 health and then I have to win 5 games in a row because that is unlikely for anyone. So I like that, trying to retain some health and push Lamby down to his level.
I cannot support this deck choice. It's best. Listen, it's actually funny. I said this to you as well. I played Sentry at a tournament before, and it's one of those things where in a match it might just turn the tide. Especially because, like we're saying, it's a card that people haven't messed around like with it or against it enough to really understand the mind games of it. Are they going to destroy it? Are they going to Viper it? There's a lot of kind of unknowns. Like, I mean, we heard from Lamby earlier, the reason he lost one of his games was to Shadow King. Obviously, because it's very good against bounce, but the reason he said to us, like, oh, I just wasn't really familiar with the card. I didn't really... Obviously, he knows how it works, but it's like, the more you see cards, the more you play against them, the more...
Yeah, you get used to it. Yeah. It just becomes more of a natural field to play around. Is that another retreat here from Lamby?
Look, I love it from Speci.
Oh, he loves it, yeah.
He's just going to snap just because. Yep.
And this helps, right?
The thing is, it's like for Lamb, I think he's snapping, saying like, "Oh, I need to get a little bit back here," but then Lamby's like, "Do I respect?" It's a weird thing to.
It's funny because I think weirdly enough, both players are fine.
Yeah.
Because Spec's trying to popping off with his snapping, and he's helping him. He's getting damage done, right? But Lamby's too good and too seasoned to be like bothered by this.
Lamby's like, all right,
Lamby's like a robot a lot of the time, and I'm not even about it in a bad way. Where it's just like my opponent snapped. Analyze the hand, analyze the board. Yeah, it's worth me retreating. Sorry, retreat. They're not like, God, Spec keeps snapping me. Oh, it's so annoying. I'm slipping away. You know what I mean? Lamby's just like, yeah, this is the response to what's happened.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's snapping or whatever. It's just look at the board, see what's happening. Where Spec gets a lot of energy and power, I think, from like popping off. He loves it.
Especially, did he snap again? No, it's just high stakes. I was like, did Speci actually snap again?
There we
Lamby
go.
snap back here, and he stays in.
Yeah, let's play for it all. And again, I think this is something, just a reminder, there's a lot on the line for these players. The winner here could well be guaranteeing themselves in a top 8 position. And Spec's just like, yeah, we have to play it all because if Spec falls down to 1 or 2 health, Lamby will win. Like, almost certainly. Whereas, if Spec can steal this win, or even make Lamby retreat, that's a huge health swing. Mr. Sinister.
Was this Mr. Sinister from
the hub?
Yeah. Wow.
2 Hulks for the price of 1.
Let's see Speci's reaction to this.
No. Headset off. He's had enough.
That,
he thought Spec thought he was so cool. Double 1-drop into the Hulk lane.
Look at that.
And then boom. have that Sinister.
Wait, he has Storm though. Speci has Storm, so
Is
he.
he-
If he does,
I
if he
guess.
does it, and imagine there's no shot. Lamby,
Lamby's not
wrecked.
doing that.
Lamby
He
knows. He
He
knows. Lamby knows.
I think Lamby plays one thing maybe, and that's it. But yeah, it would be funny if
He would.
yeah.
You would. I think most players like this, you would. There's no reason to full send it. 36 power is enough, and then you try to win it off with a few other cards and stuff like that.
And I think
Does he know? I mean, he listen. I would
Well, there's-
bet everything that Lamby knows. It's open decklist. He's a very veteran
There's two
player.
options though, because as you can see now, Spec's actually got Juggernaut too
Mhm.
and Priority, so he can actually just jug and save the Storm if he wants to.
But then Storm and Jug is so good as well.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of commitment to one lane.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
know?
Jug does the same thing, right? I mean, okay, it doesn't lock this out, but it's just the fact that, like, now he has
Oh.
3 Hulks versus 2, and now they're going to get buffed from
And they're in
Kunlun.
Kunlun. Oh my god.
It's actually brutal.
It happened.
Yeah, pig on the sentry. Look at Spec's little smile there, his little
It
smirk.
happened. Oh my god. Lamby runs Shang on this list though. Does he draw it is the question.
Yeah.
Does he draw it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wait. That was kind of risky from Lamby because if that was Storm, then the lane was locked.
Yeah.
So it was
yeah,
one or
it's
two,
done,
and that's why it's like that is quite risky for Lamby. In my opinion, I think it would be something quite risky to do, but
Yeah.
it seems to be okay so far. Yeah, Storm was, but it's arguable. Obviously, we've seen the outcome. That's why we're saying Storm was better. But yeah, it's gonna be the reason why I'm saying it's tricky for what Speci does this turn. Obviously, well, not too tricky. He'll just play a 4/10 pig. But if he did the Storm and then, jugged, like if he didn't fill the lane, something to do on turn 4, it's a little bit trickier now.
Yeah, the problem with Storm is, excuse me, is that with Storm, it gives your opponent an extra turn, and then Lamby might just not have played into Hulk at all, and then had 2 slots to pop off with. Maybe Bishop goes down, and then that starts stacking. So
This is smart as well. This is very smart from Speci. He's like, okay, if you have Shang-Chi,
gotta play it now.
Play it now, and if you do play it now, you have to play Shang and a kitty. But guess what? Your kitty's not staying there, but the Shang would still win because it's 3 against 2. I don't know how I feel about the wave. The wave's good because it stops bounce stuff, but then if you have because Pig can only... Oh, wait. For some reason, I thought Pig could only be played on the left or the middle because I still thought it had Sentry's effect. It doesn't. It can actually be played.
Right, yeah.
It can actually be played on...
It's just a
right
4/10.
side. Yeah. Lamby's not running shot. Is he not?
I agreed with you, Cal. I was trusting you on
I
that
was
one.
nearly certain because I mean Lamby's list that I've used for bounce has it. Maybe he took it out.
Maybe.
There is no shot. Okay, chat's saying it's not there, but I
what
thought it was
does
there.
Kawa know? Let's be honest.
I actually kind of like this from... I think Speci played this really well. And honestly, if I was him, I think I would rather do his original play, which was... oh, no, he has to lock it in. Oh,
Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, there's the retreat. And that is going to be Spec done. Excuse me. Joking.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is going to be Specimen done. Lamby takes the victory. And just a really tough matchup. Obviously, Lamby is a fantastic player, but I just think Spec never really got going, did he? You know what I mean? Like, nothing, couldn't really make anything work. And I 100% think snapping and playing for the 4 cubes was correct, because the longer you wait, the longer you just dig in that hole. So, really good outcome there for Lamby. It means we might well be seeing Lamby in that top 8 tomorrow.
Hannah is 1-3 at the moment.
Ooh, okay, so could go for 2-3. I think there is a chance to go through as well on 2-3. It's possible, but as always, and as another final reminder, when this round is finished, we will give you those scores. We'll get Alphos to go through, make sure everyone's handed in the right scores, and then we'll see what our top 8 looks like. But it looks like that Ironheart is going to be dropped behind the Invisible Woman there. Yeah, it does have Angela and Shang. One thing I really enjoy is like Invisible Woman and then, like Killmonger or Shang-Chi. So you just pre-set up the clear later on, but then you don't have to Killmonger or Shang on 6. So it gives you that little bit more of an opening here.
For sure. Jeff gets moved. And Lad comes down.
Hey, is this Surfer from Marco?
Yeah, this is the Surfer with the
Nice.
Lad. Yeah.
Nobody to move.
Nobody to move.
Polaris.
Yep.
So Polaris is going to be drawn. We know one card in Marco's hand. Polaris is going to be drawn this turn.
Yep.
We know that for sure. Oh, but now here's the sort of danger
Wait,
setup,
would
isn't it?
Polaris not have moved the hood? Or Invisible Woman? Maybe it wasn't Polaris.
Oh, Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, that's what it is.
Yeah, Juggernaut. My apologies. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
But here, though, there is the Iron Man play on 5, the sort of slow play on 5. But then there's Angela, Hitmonkey, X, right? Obviously not Shang-Chi. So we'll see what happens here because there's a potential good amount of burst available here for Hannah.
For sure. And it's really interesting as well, the fact that I saw a lot of people in the chat asking this. We can ask Hannah after this game, what's with the Ironheart inclusion in Bounce? It kind of makes sense. If you're going to be beasting on turn 4, you could just get another thing back, another trigger, because like it's a 3-6 at the end of the day. It could be pretty decent, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm very curious to pick her brain and see.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where like it might be as simple as sometimes you just high roll it and win. Like imagine it as an Angela. You know what I mean? Like it gains 2 every time you play something else there. Wow, that's like a 4-10 easy.
For sure.
I see Chavez round out the top of the list there as it gets drawn on that turn, of course. This is where things get a little bit tricky because 2, 4, 6. So left is kind of locked up unless it's exactly Mr. Fantastic. I'll confess, I'm not 100% sure what Marco's list is exactly off the top of my head, but this is definitely a tricky one, and it must be tough for Marco because it's like, what's behind Invisible Woman? That's always the question, isn't it? Like, how much power is going to change here?
We actually have a few results in here, which I can talk about.
Know.
So Den did it. He went 5-0.
Nice.
We have Brendan ending with 4-1.
Yep,
That
beating out
guarantees him.
D-Money.
Yep. Lobster beats Howling, so we'll also advance. Obviously, Lamby beats Bessie. We have a few other games going on. Z won her game against Moyen, and WOLWI won against Eggs.
Oh, okay,
So,
yeah.
Few games here. I believe it's Harry and Brode and Freddie and Lowell. Those matches will decide possibly who's in.
We'll probably fill out
8.
the rest of the top 8, I would imagine, yeah. We are going to see the Juggernaut over there, okay, and Surfer with
comes down.
Maximus. So that is, frankly, a lot of power. And too much, right? Because Hannah's only got Ironheart, so that's not going to be good enough. The Juggernaut coming in clutch.
That's
is that it? Wow. We didn't get to see much there, but I think it was a brave play. And I think, again, outside of that jug, like, that was a good setup, right? You can see that definitely getting the job done, but it just wasn't meant to be. So Marco takes the victory there. Again,
I'll
finishing
see
up round 5.
if we can catch this one. It's literally just at the end. But
Maybe like lightning.
let me swap here. Who was he playing? We got Freddie here.
And Lowell.
Yeah. Got Freddie here.
Yeah, so basically just to let you guys know, Lowell's on the last 2 health, and it looks like they're playing till the end. Yeah, they have to. And he's trying to make this work. Does have this ramp deck, kicking it out here. And looks like Lowell's going for Dr. Doom on Baxter. Oh, he's changed his mind again. The New York Shenanigans. What a horrible location, Kawa.
Oh.
New York, again, for your tournament life, deciding New York is horrendous trying to make that choice.
Can he come back here?
Spess, do you want to join in?
Do you want to hop on?
We're going to guest caster Specimen after his rough defeat earlier on stream. But yeah, you can see stuff here if you want.
Is it enough? Oh!
He just got there, right? Is that Lowell out?
It's Lowell.
Oh, Freddy made it.
The Typhoid copy debuffed the cards on the left. And that's what it was. Yep.
Ouch.
Absolutely wild.
So with you about 3 seconds watching that, Spess, what do you think?
Well, Freddie was 0-1, or he started bad.
Yeah.
He's made the comeback. What a guy. Just the best card game player I've ever met. Everything he plays, he wins.
Yeah,
so I'm not
it's annoying,
surprised.
isn't it? It's annoying.
Lowell is a great player, great guy as well. So like, it just shows you the level of this competition that people like Lowell are getting knocked out in tight games like this.
Yeah.
Very close game.
And again, just an update. I guess you could tell Spec about some of the results.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, do you want to know who's...
Yeah. So I knew Spec would be interested. He's like, right, what's going on?
Who made it? Yeah,
so
okay.
Den 5-0'd, beat Hip.
Nice.
Brendan beat D-Money. Lobster beat Howling. And then Lamby beats that
Wait,
Specimen
did he?
noob. Yeah. That best deck, you know.
Dude, Lammy's beaten me 5 times in a row.
Oh, is he your curse?
Oh,
Curse opponent?
And, like in the semi-finals of your tournament, he beat me.
Yeah.
In the semi-finals of the draft tournament I played in recently, he beat me. And now in the deciding game of this, he beat me too.
Yeah, then we had Z taking a win over Moyen. We just saw Hannah lose out to Marco just against Silver Surfer, Marco's Silver Surfer list, which you'll be happy about seeing
I
take
love
wins.
a bit of Surfer,
yeah,
yes.
of course.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so I think we're just waiting
We're
on
Harry and
Browder.
Yep.
I don't know if it's finished yet.
Those guys are working under the impression that whoever wins is still out. I'm not sure if that's true.
Oh, we have the full.
They think they've done the maths.
We have the full top 8.
Oh, do we?
Okay, it's this is going to be the final one here now. Let's pull this up. We pull it up on chat.
Okay.
Actually, do you know what we can do?
Grand reveal. Where's the smoke machine?
We'll keep.
So it looks like Harry, according to chat, beat Browder, but will it matter? He was working under the impression that even if he won, he wouldn't make it on
It's
the
tricky.
tiebreaker.
Yeah. It
But
really does depend
he might
on the
not be right.
tiebreakers.
It's Harry. I mean, his maths is probably not the best.
I've been doing this a long time, and what I always say is, let's just wait till the website tells us who's made it.
Yep.
Because trying to guess tiebreakers is so hard in Swiss, as opposed to, you can say like, oh, the 5-0s make it. Yeah, of course. And, the 4-1, sure. But trying to do the actual tiebreakers is nigh on impossible.
We're going to pull it up.
And Nina also just arrived. Have you said hello to the chat yet, Nina?
No, just walked in.
Go on.
Oh yeah, I get to play with
Oh,
this.
we were shocked you even bothered to turn up.
This
We're just about to
long and
end.
thin thing.
Oh, great.
Hello.
Yeah, oh.
What am I being?
Oh, there we go. I was wondering what was going on with the
It's
focus,
so
but it's
hot
auto.
here, man.
Yeah, we've been here all day. Yeah,
So I
Nina,
made it
welcome.
just in time
Yep.
for the party.
Yeah,
for the
just in
after
time
party.
for not bothered about Snap. Just turn up for the show afterwards.
Hey, I was watching the whole time on the train.
Yeah, we had your commentary about needing to pee. Did you find a bathroom?
I did.
Okay, well
Nice.
there you go, sorted.
Yeah.
Okay, so who have we got in the top 8?
So, number 1, he went 5-0. I'm going to say that I went 5-0 because he did use my account. We have Dan going 5-0. Second, we have Brendan going 4-1. Fresh Lobster also going 4-1. We have Hip. We have Lamby. We have Howling. We have D-Money. And we have Freddy. Those are our top 8 players.
There
everyone.
we go. What a set, yeah. That's huge.
Harry just missing
the
out.
tiebreakers,
Yeah.
like I said, man. It's
tough. So tough.
The tiebreakers
And
would
it's
have had to gone
actually-
to double layers.
Wait, I think Harry is the one
Harry
that missed out.
Missed out. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Literally the one, so it's unfortunate for sure.
But yeah, Nina, what do you make of the top 8? Who's going to win?
Oh, let me have a look.
No,
I wasn't listening.
Have you got your
I can
glasses
pull it
Hey,
up.
I can see it.
Oh, you got it.
I think my money is gonna be on Lammy.
Lamby? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think let me pull up here again.
But maybe.
Oh, here we go. Mine changed already.
No. I mean, I can choose 2 people, right? I'm gonna choose 2 just in case.
There's no rules. You can choose 8 if you really want to be safe.
Oh yeah, I think one of those 8 is going to win.
Okay, good job. But yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because Den has obviously been playing well his builds. He's playing Dr. Octopus in his Lockjaw.
Oh, the Dr. Octopus was so clutch against the bounce deck.
Yeah, it was huge.
That was insane.
He said he tested it in like a few matches earlier with versus WOLWI, and he just won them all.
6-0.
against
I was listening.
Yeah, were you?
Yeah, I
Well,
was
there you go.
listening.
He told me that like he just kept saying, "Oh my God, your Doc Ock variant is so good. It's the Noir one." He's
Oh,
like, "This
yeah,
is
yeah,
why
yeah,
I'm winning.
yeah.
It's so good. It's so good." I'm like,
Variant carry.
Of course. So yeah, that's our top 8 guys. So I think we talked about this before. We knew that 1-3-2 would just
at least
miss out, and unfortunately, it was our champion Harry. He did not make. I was saying to D-Money, I was like, I would love for the final again to be the rematch of the last event. I think that would be absolutely amazing. But yeah,
there we go. It's mute.
Yeah. So yeah, that's it.
But yeah, it was really, really cool to see those 8 players make it through. And obviously great to see everyone else play. And like I said, tomorrow, any of those players that have not made it to the top 8 are more than welcome back, of course. And honestly, they'll probably end up doing majority of the casting. Me and you'll take some time off and do the background stuff. I know Harry 100% wants to be back and doing some casting. I obviously know, like Browder, like anyone else who's there. Because if we look at the other 8 players very quickly, if you want to scroll down just so I can...
Oh yeah, I can actually just go full. I can go full screen.
Oh
here.
yeah, just do
this
that,
was just
yeah.
to see
No
us.
one wants to see us.
Yeah, nobody. Who cares about
cares?
us exactly? And then I can just resize
Yeah, so
this.
that's going to be your top 8. And like I said, there'll be a chunk of players hanging out tomorrow, of course, and we'll no doubt jump on whether for a few interviews, some casting. They can give you their thoughts on the players, of course. Where to find out the deck list? Yes, someone linked it just there. An exclamation mark bracket to just give a little bit of a review at your own leisure. for this bracket as well. We will sort it out. And voila, there you go.
There we go.
So yeah, again, it looks like it's going to be Den, Brendan, Fresh Lobster, Hip, LAMBYSERIES, Howling Minds,
Freddy.
D-Money, and Freddy Babes. So yeah, really good performances from all the players. I think all the matches have been pretty sick.
I enjoy this a lot. And like I said from the start, as soon as I saw the deck list yesterday, I was like, I knew we were in
we've
for
got
a
some
treat.
spice involved.
We didn't
yeah,
see High Evo Lockjaw all weekend. And it's funny, one of the lists, a surfer list from Brendan, actually did extremely well. So that's great to see. It's great to see that, you know, the meta isn't solved. There's a lot of different things that can...
Especially when it's tournament format. That's the biggest thing, right? When you play in the tournament, no matter what game you play in, you are almost playing a different game. That's the big thing. Whether it's card games, whether it's FPS, whether it's whatever, it's a different style because everyone is playing in the tournament and they are ready for it, as opposed to, you know, queuing random games on ladder.
For sure. So before we head off here, guys, I would love to play some videos.
The guitar.
No.
Sorry.
I wish I could play the guitar.
Same.
So what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to play some promo videos and also a few messages from some people you may know. Let's have a look. This one first is from my fellow organizers, Super Tech God and Loot Muncher.
A snap veteran, if you will. Loot Muncher, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Awesome. So we were part of the Creator Clash back in February in New York City, the first in real life tournament. Myself, Kawa, and Loot Muncher. It's something that we discussed when the game came out, and Loot Muncher was running the Q Brush. It was a great concept. We wanted to hang out with all our content creator friends, and then it grew into what it is now, which is Creator Clash. Now, Creator Clash 2.0 is coming up in London, out in Manchester, and our veteran, Kawa, will be there handling it by himself. But of course, we are sending our love and energy there with him. Even though we can't be there physically, we'll be there in the chat. We'll be there helping him. And we just want to let you guys know how happy we are that the community has come together and embrace Creator Clash, embrace myself, Loot, and Kawa. And we just wanted to say thank you, as well as, you know, again, wish everybody, the content creators, the hosts, everybody, the best of luck this weekend at Creator Clash 2.0. Luke?
You did a wonderful job. I don't think there's much for me to say, but I will say to the players, have fun. It's a blast being able to hang out with everyone and just interact with all the other content creators and stuff. It was really cool in New York, and I'm sure it's going to be really cool this weekend too. So just have fun. Kawa, good luck. Wish we could be there, but definitely will rock it. And I think it's going to be a fantastic event. I'll definitely be watching it. So everyone come watch it, support. It should be a good time.
100%. And hopefully 3.0, we're all there to celebrate, have a good time. And a year is coming up for Snap. It's already a year that we've known each other from the beta. So shout out to Second Dinner and the Snap team for putting such a great game together and bringing a bunch of different people together to this amazing community. And like Luke says, everybody have a blast, enjoy, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Peace.
Creators Clash. This is Glap, aka Flappy Glappy. I've seen many of you in Twitch chat. I've seen many of you on Ladder. You probably took 8 cubes from me, but I'm happy to be here sponsoring this event. I'm happy to be a small part of bringing this to life. The creators attending are some of the most welcoming and positive creators around, and they've really helped build this community into something very positive. A little bit about me. I do have to say something about my business. I'm an attorney in the US, and I primarily go after telemarketers and debt collectors and similar who won't stop calling or texting you no matter how many times you tell them to stop. There's potentially real money involved in this, so if you're interested in seeing if you have a case, it costs nothing. Just go to stopcallingme.com, check it out, and if you have a case, I'll get back to you, and if you don't, I'll let you know that as well. But it's not about me. It's about these wonderful creators, and I look forward to watching these amazing people play these decks at a level that I can only imagine, and may the best creator win.
And there you have it, guys. Once again, huge shout out to Glap especially for sponsoring the event. Like I've said it so many times, it's great. It really means a lot to me to see someone who's so involved within the Snap community help to support an event like this. So huge shout out to him. Also, my fellow organizers, Tech and Lou, I wish you were here. 3.0. I'll be sure to see you there. But yeah, it's been a great day one. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. We've got a great top 8 tomorrow. Yeah. I cannot wait to do it. Any final words, Raven?
No, 100% agree. It's been a crazy one, as you know, Snap tournaments plus Swiss always are. We hope you guys have enjoyed watching it, of course, and we've got plenty more coming up for tomorrow. So we're just kind of gonna, I don't know, just chill out for a bit tonight. I imagine most people like, and see what's going on. X, you can hang on.
You can use the mic.
You can use the mic.
Hello.
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 That was it. Hello.
Hello.
I'm done.
Goodbye.
Yeah, how was your day, X?
Awful.
Great.
Great to hear. This is the feedback we want to hear.
Interview.
Yeah,
this is an
No,
uplifting
I have had a
interview.
great time. Everybody is super amazing. I'm just happy to be here in general. I sat in the hottest spot available in the room. And I didn't have a great track record, but I tried not to play the meta and still kind of didn't get there. So
It's definitely tough. It's definitely tough. But listen,
Are you going to be back tomorrow to cast?
Oh, I told her. I told her she's casting.
I've been told I'm casting.
Yeah, she is casting.
You'll get all of me, chat.
Yes.
I'm here for you.
That's it. Twitch chat's going to have a ball tomorrow.
I know.
They're sick of watching us.
I know.
We're going to be gone.
Exactly. And I can actually hopefully take care of production stuff then. You know what I mean? Not keep dipping and leaving you here by yourself.
Yeah.
So, yeah, once again, guys, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I will try to do a rerun for anyone that's watching this in the.
I think a lot of people said they'd like a rerun.
Okay, yeah, we'll do a rerun
we'll
after this, and then we'll be back same time tomorrow, 12.
Yep.
12 p.m.
Yeah,
noon.
maybe slightly after, as long as setup goes okay.
Yeah, a
as
setup will be
usual.
fine. A setup will be fine. That's good. Yeah, I guess we can turn it over to if anybody else. We can get people. Anybody else wants to say any
people
words?
just sit down, join in.
Yeah.
The mic's hot. Take the
Let's
headset
do
out,
it.
just walk
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
Me, I'm done.
We can pass.
I just want to say that the UK, it's
God.
time to install air conditioners.
No, because we would use them for like 2 days of a year. That's why we don't have them.
Because you're hot right now. You were hot yesterday and the day before and the day before.
Okay,
so it's more
2
than 2
weeks of the year. Honestly, you don't understand.
The amount of times where they say, "Oh, it's going to be like 25 degrees," and it's just pissing rain.
Yeah,
and
it's just
freezing.
wet.
The world is melting, and I think it's time that we invest in air conditioners.
All right, you heard it from Eggs first, guys.
Yeah, we'll have to just buy loads of those, you know, like the box ones that you can just buy.
Yeah.
That eat
All right, guys.
electricity.
See you tomorrow, chat.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, you can just tell anyone if anyone wants to come on.
Yeah,
and
I
chat
mean, what I
before
was
we
going
go.
to do is I'll just tilt the camera and people can Twitch chat. You can just people watch.
Yeah,
if
you
you
can
want
just
for a
watch
bit
if you
while
want.
we set
Yeah,
up because we're
perfect.
probably going to be done. But
Yeah.
again, final quick words from me at least. Thanks all for watching, guys. I hope you guys had a good time. And yeah, we should having a lot more fun tomorrow as well as we move on to top 8. Same time, same place. Cower stream.
Yes.
Be there or be a nerd, I guess.
All right, let's do it. All right, we'll tilt the camera. Bye, guys.
Yeah, you sure? Why not? We'll talk for a bit. How you doing, chat? Everyone's kind of vibing. It's been really hot in here. So everyone's kind of having a good time, taking it easy. Hopefully you've enjoyed some good Snap. I'm seeing that D-Money's got Crocs on, and I hadn't noticed that until you made me look down. So thank you, chat. You've enlightened my day. You've made my day better, which is great. Yeah. I mean, I'll give it a second to give a shout out. I mean, I hope you guys have enjoyed this as much as we have. Like, Carl has done an incredible job. Raven's been great on commentary. Players have been fantastic. Very happy to be coming back tomorrow. For a second, it looked a bit dodgy there, but we managed to squeak our way in to play the top 8 tomorrow. Chat looks like they loved it. D-Money, you got a good shirt on, my dude. Everyone loves the branding. It's good to see. It's good to see. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see everybody. There's no other way for me to put it personally. It's been a little while, been a bit absent, so it's good to catch up, and I really hope we get to do more of these. So, anything you want to say?
We're in the top 8, baby. Let's go. Yeah. I lost the last game, but it didn't matter. We're in.
Never in doubt.
Stressed out. I'm sweating my ass off. But shout out to Kawatech. Shout out to all the sponsors, man. Phenomenal event. This guy just doesn't miss, chat. He doesn't miss. Please support the man. Thank you guys for watching. Let's go.
Yeah, so I wanted these. There's a conspiracy theory, by the way. Yeah, so we had the most air over here because the whole venue. By the way, yeah, the entire row top
This
aided.
whole row, yeah,
the entire row top aided. Yeah.
all 5 of us got the fan.
Yeah.
The fan is overpowered.
D-Money wasn't kidding. It's actually like 105 degrees back there. It's crazy. But yeah, shout out to the Snapshot Podcast. Me and KM Best every week, Monday. Check it out. Wins games.
Yeah, win some games.
Yeah, no, but seriously, it was a great event, Colin. Thank you so much. I mean, I flew all the way over from Texas. My friend Sasha came from New Zealand. It's just great to be out here with everybody, and I really appreciate you putting on the event. It was awesome. Got to see Howling Minds.
Yeah, I get around.
Bunch of flesh and blood people out here. Yeah, man, great event. I'm excited for tomorrow. Yeah.
Where's that podcast at, Brendan? Where can they find it? Where can they find it?
YouTube.com/@the_snapshot.
Crushed it.
Folks, hello. I feel really good. This man saved me today, and
solely me and nothing else.
yeah. So I have him and Hitmeister to thank.
Yes.
Literally 8.
Yeah.
Tiebreakers.
Good stuff. How was your last game? Was it against?
No, he didn't play me. He lost to me earlier, and we kind of figured out that my result probably affected whether he made it.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I played Lowell, and we had a really close
Oh,
game.
actually, what am I saying? We caught the end of it, and you won because he copied Typhoid, and that debuffed the cards. We're actually the very last thing. Yeah,
no, we can be together.
Yeah, the very last thing we caught on stream was you played leader and you copied.
Yeah.
It was like.
And I think, like, from most of the plays, that's the only thing that I was always losing to. Yeah.
And it just happened. I know, man. It's unfortunate.
But it was a good game. So,
Yes,
this one is legal. He deserved to make it through. He did.
Yeah, it's great, man. Well, congrats to everybody again. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
I got one more thing for chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I fancy doing it. Chat, if you look at the deck list from this event and you want to make your opponents hate you, I got the deck for you, and it's not mine. It's not mine. I wish it was, right? But look at Harry's Dino list. Give that thing a go. Like, good lord.
Yeah,
like,
it's very
not only
good.
has he got some brand new toys and stuff, but this is like an open deck list event. So I've got the deck list in front of me while we're playing. I can figure things out.
And you're like, wait a second, this is really good.
I put the deck list in the bin. Like, it just generates so many cards. They have no idea what's going on. Try that deck out. It's so cool.
Yeah. I think the thing in particular with that deck is it's not just a card generation deck, which alone is good in battle mode because your opponent doesn't know what you're generating, but it's actually the fact that it had, like, just Cosmo and Shang as well. Like, Cosmo as a card is something that not a play, like, it's not really in the meta at the moment. Not many people see it.
Not even close.
You know what I
I
mean?
walked a Shang-Chi into a Cosmo and should have not done that, but it's been so long. You just don't see the dog anywhere
Exactly.
anymore. These things happen.
Yeah.
I lost to a Doctor Doom from that Fury that I just
Yeah,
should
how
have
are you
should have
supposed to
played around
know?
it, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, it's so
it's kind
difficult.
of great. So check that one out. That deck is cool, and I big recommend.
We can say to Hip if you want to say a few words.
Yeah,
you
you
made
wanna
top
jump
8,
on?
didn't you? Yeah.
What? You want to jump on and say some stuff to the chat?
Yeah. You can say stuff to stream.
He made top 8. He wants to wave. Okay, well, he's been doing some waving.
You did very well today, man.
He did, yeah.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, really, really good.
great.
Were you
Great
happy
back,
with
Jack.
your
Great
performance? Were you happy with your performance? How you
Yeah.
played?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I was main goal was just to make it to day 2, right?
Yes, of course, and you did that. So congrats. Yeah, well done. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
big thanks to this man for testing with me as well. It was
Oh,
nice
yeah.
to get some practice in before the event, and we both made it as a result. It's great. We love it. We love it.
100%.
So we'll ask if anyone else wants to come and say hello, chat, but I can't promise anything.
Well, actually, do you know what? Will you grab Harry? Because he was just below. I want to see how he's doing. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. All right, chat. We're just gonna grab Harry really quickly, just for him to say a few words, and then we'll end the stream because we got a bit of time here. I know you guys want to see all your favorite creators. If anybody wants to see anybody, you want to see Broad? Yeah, we get Broad as well. Here, Den. Say a few words. No, come. You stand there. I'm gonna pull. So this man.
Hello, chat.
Went 5-0. I do
Well,
believe.
it's not just me. It's a mix of the two of us. It's your account and my hand.
Exactly.
And
my Doc Ock variant, am I right?
Your Doc Ock, my Doc Ock idea and your Doc Ock variant are really, really good together.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, obviously you're very happy with how you played. Yeah?
I am extremely happy.
Yes.
Okay, that's extremely weird, but
we got the man WOLWI as well. There we go. So
you will be in top shape.
Yeah, top shape, man. Do you think, like, out of everyone you played today, is there any lists you're actually worried about playing against, moving into top 8?
You mean again, or
again, or just someone you haven't played?
Well, I guess if we're going to do 1 against 8, 2 against 7, so I think I'm playing Freddy Babes, and I haven't faced his list at all. So I don't really know how that matches up, because I think my worst matchup was MOYEN round 1, but that's a matchup I practice a lot, so I knew what to do. Freddy Babes, I think, are like a lot of 50-50s, but I haven't practiced it so much.
Gotcha,
so
yeah.
Personally, I'd rather go into a bad one that I know than a mixed one that I don't know about. So
100%. Yeah, Harry, do you want to say a few words? I know you were just below top 8, so the chat wants to know, how are you feeling? How was your last game? Tell us.
Everything sucks. Life sucks. Everything sucks. Everything is dark and gloomy.
I have to say though, man, and Howling said it as well. Your list, the Dino list, if anyone wants to try a list on ladder at the moment, it should be that one. That one is absolutely insane.
It's good. It's good. I'm kind of disappointed at my performance because the one game against Howling, I did not play well.
Yeah.
I played extremely bad, to be honest. Even though the matchup wasn't that bad, I played terribly and I queued the wrong deck. So not by mistake. I mean, I didn't queue the deck I should have. But yeah, it feels bad being the first loser. What can I do?
Yeah,
That's it.
I know, it's tough. Well, I really hope you will come and cast some games tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be crazy.
We're going to have pretty much...
Speci,
yes,
baby.
yes, 100%. We're going to have everybody casting the games tomorrow. So, yeah, if anybody else wants to say... Yes, we have our two finalists from the last event. I really wanted the rematch. I wanted the rematch so badly.
I made it because I wanted to play against Harry.
I know, and Harry
he
just...
let me down.
You know...
You did very well.
Okay.
This man got scammed.
I got scammed, dude. My RNG was bad.
Tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Well, Harry, I look forward to hearing you casting tomorrow. I'm really excited. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So who wants the torch?
Moyen, would you like to say a few words?
I don't know.
No, you're not feeling great.
Not very talkative right now.
Listen, bro. I have to give a shout out to my friend Moyen because Moyen brought a list that myself, Lowell, and him we practiced a lot with it for our previous event in Switzerland, and you only made a few adjustments. The one adjustment you did make, I thought was genius.
Yes,
it was the Wong. It was absolutely insane, and yeah, unfortunately, just didn't work out.
Yep.
Was it a combination of you just didn't draw your cards? Was it some of the decks you faced you weren't expecting? Location, look, was it probably a combination of everything? I'd say.
I mean, first impression, I'm still very happy with the decks I played, and actually, okay, this sounds bad, right? But I think I'm very happy with how I played today. But it's always something you shouldn't say, because as soon as you say it, you like stop looking for ways to improve. And there probably was still something I could have done better. But overall, I am happy with everything but the result.
Yes, and unfortunately that happens, right? Sometimes you do play your best, the best you can do, and it just feels like the game is against you, and it does happen sometimes, you know?
I wish I would have made it further to show the power of the Wong in that deck. I think it's actually really good.
100%. Well, I look forward to having you cast some games
yes,
tomorrow.
Definitely.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Give myself a break from casting. But yeah, congrats again. Or, I mean, not congrats, but I'm really happy to have you here at this event. Hopefully we can all chill out later. I think that's the main thing about an event like this, is for all of us to just get together, hang out, have a good time. But yeah, thanks again for coming along, my friend. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Dexter's saying that you're a legend. He's typing in the chat there. Yes. You'll see it there. It's just delayed. Just there it is there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dexter's also a legend.
Yeah. Tell Dexter. Why is Dexter not here? Come on. Like, we need to...
I have no idea.
I know. Why is Dexter not here? Come on, man.
Because for the... What was it? For Twitch Rivals. In the very final,
yeah, he's the champion.
Dexter played my deck.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God.
why he's saying I'm a legend, I think.
Okay. I see. Well, we'll pass it on if anybody else wants a word, but if not, I suppose we'll end the stream. I'll just mute this here. All right, chat. Love you loads. See you soon. Bye.